Welcome to the Emerald Isle, a place where the picturesque views mesmerize. This is where the harmony of the waves can be heard, and of course the pristine clear blue skies can be seen, and of course that's where the horizon meets the waves. But we will now focus on cricket. Welcome to Colombo in Sri Lanka, where we head into match 1 of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023, and of course match 1 features the Bangladesh A team who go up against Sri Lanka's A side. Lots of interesting action lined up for you over the next 11 days. I'm Raman Bhanot, with me Farwaiz Maroof. Let's take a quick look at the fixtures of Group A. 4 teams in each of the 2 groups, Group A and B. Farwaiz.
Morning to you, Raman. Yeah, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Oman comprises the Group A. Plenty of big games coming up. SSC, CCC, Pisara Oval and the Ranasinghe Premadasa International Stadium will be hosting the Group A games.
And then of course you look at what's coming up in Group B, where the 4 teams feature India, UAE is there as well, Pakistani side and Nepal, and of course there's that big match to look forward to, the day-nighter that comes up on the 19th of July, where Pakistan A face off against India A at the Premadasa Stadium. But let's keep our focus on the game that's coming up today. Bangladesh A versus Sri Lanka A. Let's head over to Roshan Abesinghe, who's there with the captains for the toss.
Right, we're ready for the all-important toss, and we got the 2 captains, Saif Hassan from Bangladesh. We also got Sri Lanka's captain, Dunit Welalage, and Mr. Shakti Singh, who's our match referee. Dunit, you have the coin, so you're going to spin it, right? Give it a spin. Heads is the call.
Head it is.
It is a head. So, Saif, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
I think we'll bowl first.
Any idea for that? Any reason for that?
I think the wicket looks good. It will keep going on better. I think a little bit moisture also, so we might use the advantage of it.
Tell us about your preparation.
We had a good preparation. We had a 3-match series against Afghanistan here, so the boys are in the match, so the preparation is good.
You like to talk about, I know I don't want 11 players, but any key players that you'll be talking about?
I think everyone is key player for us. I think all are in good shape. On its day, everyone can go well here.
Any particular score you're looking at to try and restrict Sri Lanka to?
I think first we will assess the wicket and see how it goes. Maybe 250, 240, under 250, 240.
All right, all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dunit, you lost the toss. You've been put into bat. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, this is a good batting wicket. So we have 5 batters. So we have good experienced players. I think this is a good decision.
Right. So you don't mind batting first? You don't mind batting first?
Yeah.
Right. So tell us about your team.
We have 5 batters, 4 rounders.
No, some big names that you're hoping for. I mean, looking at obviously you, and then who are the other national cricketers?
Yeah, we have good openers. Lasith Cruz Pulle, Avishka Fernando, and good experienced players Chami Karunaratne, Sahan Arachige, Dushan Hemant and myself. So we have good batting and
what kind of score are you looking at?
I think 250, 240.
All right, Dunit, all the best and enjoy the tournament.
Thank you.
Right, the news from the centre is that Bangladesh, they won the toss and they're going to bowl first. Right, so it's a very interesting decision that the Bangladesh captain has actually made. It looks a pretty good surface, honestly, because it looks hard. It has a very good covering of grass. If you look at it, it's pretty even as well, and it looks hard too. So actually, I feel the toss is not going to be all that important. I mean, this pitch looks good to bat on. So runs, yes, they'll have runs on the board. They'll want to have some scoreboard pressure, but I think this is a very, very good toss and a good pitch as well.
So what's happened there is that the Bangladesh A captain Saif Hassan winning the toss and electing to field first, while the Sri Lankan captain Welalage is saying that about 240, 250 on the scoreboard might be something that will interest his bowlers later. But let's get Farwaiz Maroof's thoughts on this. There was a bit of overnight rain or rain early morning, and probably that might have influenced Saif Hassan's decision as well to bowl first.
Absolutely, and as well as the history at SSC, the first star. There is some help for the faster bowlers. Looking at the Sri Lankan side, very strong side, I got to say, with plenty of national caps who are trying to make it at the Asia team as well. And Bangladesh, again, plenty of big names as well.
Yes, the one name that stands out, Soumya Sarkar, who's part of this side. Look back at the editions gone by backward. He's been there. in the initial editions as well. When you look back at some big names that have featured in the 2013 edition, which was the first time that you had the men's emerging teams Asia Cup. Back in 2013, Mohammad Nabi was there for Afghanistan, captaining the side. Lipton Das was there for the Bangladesh team. There was Surya Kumar Yadav for India as well. So we've had some superstars in the making who've come good over the years. This, as they say, is future superstars' hunting ground or playground. Try and prove what metal they're made of.
And from Sri Lanka, Kusal Mendis is a name that comes forward as well. The vice captain of the white ball setup. It's a big series for this man on screen. Avishka Fernando has been out of the scene for a while with a knee injury. Came back to the first class structure a few months ago. Making lots of runs in the first class system. It's about knocking on the door in the national team and putting the pressure on the selector. So I feel Avishka Fernando has a huge opportunity to get some runs and come into consideration for the national team selection.
Yeah, looking back at some of the names that feature in the Sri Lanka A squad, there are quite a few of them, but Ripon Mandal, keep an eye out for this young lad as well. Very handy, quick, 25 wickets in 18 matches for Ripon Mandal. Coming back and talking about the opening batsman, Avishka Fernando, 73 matches in his List A career, over 2,500 runs, 800s in that as well.
He burst into the scene. Just unfortunate with some injuries. Lasit Cruz Pulle, another player, has been making plenty of runs in the first class structure, playing his 61st game. Very good striker along with Avishka Fernando, 8 half centuries and 4 centuries. Very attacking, likes to dominate the bowlers, but I just feel the first half an hour, 45 minutes, Raman, it's going to be a testing time if the bowlers get the right areas at SSC.
Look at that lineup. There are quite a few names that that do stand out, even in the squad as well, for the Sri Lanka A team. There's Minod Dhanuka as well, the wicketkeeper bat, who's played all formats. So I'm sure there are a lot of players looking to make their presence felt, maybe stake a claim for the main side. But we're ready for the first ball of this match. Angling in Ripon Mandal.
Avishka Fernando will know the conditions really well. He plays for Singhalese Sports Club in the first class setup, and he'll probably enjoy the bounce and the pace which usually SSC does provide. As well as for Mondal, it's all about getting in those right areas. There will be some movement, and specifically for Avishka Fernando, getting into the front foot got to be the homework.
A good start early on is so very important. Just make good use of that new ball when maybe just might do something off the surface as well. But the first run's on the board here. And straight away, Avishka Fernando opens his account, and the team gets its first runs on the board as well.
Mondal, nice height. He'll probably get the bounce if he gets the right length. Most of the time, bowlers, when they see the bounce, they try and pitch short, and that's where they pay the price. For Avishka, it was a slip and a gully for Lasit Cruz Pulle. Captain Hassan has got 2 plays in place.
Yes, hoping for his bowler to probably attack that channel just around the off stump, because the first 2 deliveries to Avishka Fernando were on the middle and leg stump, so probably just the line that needs to be adjusted a little. Yes, that's better. That's better. That's what we were talking about.
Corridor of uncertainty, isn't it? At SSC, especially the first 45 minutes, as I said, crucial that you have early inroads, especially when you win the toss and bowl first. I don't think, as Roshan Abhin has said in his little pitch report, that nothing much will change in this pitch. I just feel just the overhead conditions will change, but apart from that, the pitch looks fantastic.
Absolutely. Now, this young man's had a good initiation to cricket, if one might say that. 14 wickets in that under-19 Cricket World Cup for Ripon Mandal, and he got this one to shape away.
A tentative push just outside the off stump by Lasit Cruz Pulle. Got some movement there, Monru. The length was better. Probably the 5th off stump and moving across on the 6th off stump. Usually a Cruz Pulle very flamboyant through the offside. I just feel he just has to get this eye in, the nerves to settle, and the rest will take care of itself.
Oh, this is where current stars become tomorrow's superstars. Oh, again, it's just that teasing line just around the off stump. And that's going to cause more problems to Cruz Pulle.
Beautiful delivery. Just enough movement. And this will cause a lot of tentativeness among the two opening batsmen. Just about getting through the half an hour, 45 minutes, as I said. If the foundation has been laid, Sri Lanka has the batting deep down. They could hurt Bangladesh in the latter overs. I feel the foundation is good. Lots of runs to be made. Even 275 will be definitely a gettable score.
It's all about pacing your innings. And that's a good idea. Just let the ball go when it's too far wide outside the off stump. End of the first over. It's 1 without loss.
Slightly. No.
We're at the Singhalese Sports Club, where it's Sri Lanka A who are up against Bangladesh A. Bangladesh A captain Saif Hassan winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Now it's up to Sri Lanka about how they can pace this innings. Probably just thoughts that there might be just some juice on the surface. That's probably the thought that was there on Saif Hassan's mind when he won the toss and elected to bowl first. And as Farwez was saying, probably that has also been the trend here at the SSC. But Mushfiq now ready to start his spell. Just like his predecessor, Mushfiq also starts off with a delivery that's just angling down the leg side. Your thoughts on the surface? Roshan was there when he did the toss and said probably a good surface to bat on.
Typical SSC pitch. Live grass, hard. Very good for one-day cricket. And the batsman could cross the bounds and play through the line. And once the ball loses the hardness, the shine, it will be a very good pitch to bat on.
That's better. Starting off from just outside off stump, angling it in from there. It's going to cramp the batsman up a lot more.
About 6 feet short for my liking when it comes to the length, especially when you win the toss and bowl first. You like to get the batsman in the front for trying to get them driving, get those two slip fielders in play. But that length, obviously Fernando will enjoy.
Width on offer. Again, easy pickings for Avishka Fernando. Moves on to 2 now. He's looked very competent, very compact. He's picking the line very well.
Generally hangs back in the back foot. Anything short, as I said, he enjoys the cross-bat shots, the cut shot, the pull shot, the hook. And that's where the young Bangladeshi attack will learn as soon as possible. They would have seen Avishka Fernando play for Sri Lanka, but it's all about holding your nerve and getting those lengths right. With Cruz Pulle, it's a different story. Generally attacking, and Avishka Fernando will take his time to get himself in and probably play the anchor's role.
Remember, it's a 6-3 field, 6 on the off, just 3 fielders on the onside. Only 2 in that 30-yard circle, 1 back at fine leg. So the bowler really doesn't have a lot of protection if he tries to spray the ball down the leg side. Overcompensating with too much width outside off. And Cruz Pulle opens his account with a boundary. That's the first boundary of the innings as well.
As I said, both these players enjoy when the ball is short. A short, plenty of width, and Cruz Pulle being in superb form for his club team, Colombo Cricket Club. He just goes through the motions. Nice boundary and a confidence booster for young Cruz Pulle.
His first scoring shot, and that's a boundary through the covers. And straight away, the focus here is on the length that you're talking about, Parvez. Trying to pitch it a little further up than what he had been doing this over.
For me, Musfiq Hassan looks a bowler who likes to hit the deck hard. Test out that back of the length. I just feel in these conditions, probably a bowler who like to bowl fuller will be more dangerous than Musfiq. But nevertheless, if he gets the length right, I feel still that he could make some damage.
Sun's playing hide and seek behind the clouds. Oh, the edge there. The first false shot, really, if one might say so. Thickish outside edge. Does get another run, which means he'll retain strike in the next over. 2 gone. 7 without loss. Seven on the score sheet. Haven't lost a wicket yet. Have the Sri Lanka A side. A slip and a gully for Cruz Pulle now. This is an interesting piece because earlier for Cruz Pulle they had 2 slips in place. Now a slip and a gully, just the field that they have for Fernando as well.
Probably looking at the bounce. Captain Fee must be feeling the outside edge will be carrying towards the gully area than the second slip. And Sri Lankan side, as I said, looks very, very strong. Batting probably up to number 10. Dushan Hemantha, Dunit Vellalage, Chamik Karunaratne, all bowlers who could bat and bat well. And you got Bindra Fernando probably bat at number 11. He can use the long handle as well. There's a lovely delivery again by Mondal. He has hit the steps right now and getting some movement.
There's great shape on that ball as well. Look at that. Look at the shape on the ball, and really had the batsman all squared up right towards the end of it. As I said, he had 14 wickets in that 2022 edition. Did rip on Mandal, but as I was saying, the sun's been playing hide and seek behind the clouds, and suddenly there's a drizzle that's engulfing the ground, which is why the players are scurrying off towards the dugout. And the ground staff straight away in action, making sure that they can cover the pitch and get the square under covers as well. Remember, there was rain this morning, and in fact, this match did get underway on time, but there was another game that was scheduled to be played concurrently. That was Afghanistan A versus Oman A, and that had to be getting underway at 10 a.m. at the Colombo Cricket Club, the CCC, right next door. And there was a delay in that as well, and they had an inspection slated at 10. And of course, what's happened here is this game did get underway, but what's transpired is that we've had an interruption now. Well, Afghanistan, of course, in the end won the toss and chose to bat first. Finally, they did get the toss out of the way in that other contest. But what's happening here is that Sri Lanka have got 7 on the board, 2.2 overs bowled by the Bangladesh A side. They haven't lost a wicket yet. And this is how things stand.
The ground staff had at work, the best ground staff in the world, I could say. entire ground will be covered within a matter of minutes. Well, the two bowlers being used understandably in the third over. Good start by Musfiq. Thought a little bit short in his lengths, but apart from that, the two Sri Lankan openers were quite careful in their approach.
It does seem to be a passing shot. As I was saying that there is cloud cover, but a hint of blue sky clearly evident. Now this is what the groups look like. Remember, in Group A you've got Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan A and Oman A, while Group B features India A, UAE A, Nepal and the Pakistan A side.
India A, Pakistan, what a big game that's going to be. I'm not going to miss that. As well as Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan in the same group. It's a tough group to get through. Remember, only two teams will go through from each group for the semi-finals coming up. And this is Group A, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Oman. At the moment, Afghanistan, Oman is supposed to start at 10:30. And Afghanistan has won the toss and batting first. Tough group, I should say.
Oh, absolutely, because you've got three strong contenders in this group of four. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Afghanistan as well. And don't discount Oman just yet. So you never know. You've got to finish in the top two to make it to the semis, which are to be played on the 21st of July. But that's the schedule. And again, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh both starting off with a crunch match effectively.
It's all about holding the nerve. And the Group B comprises India, Pakistan, UAE and Nepal. And Nepal saw some big names in the national team players as well have toured Sri Lanka for this emerging trophy. Will be a contender. They will definitely give a fight. The India team looks young, youthful, lots of experience when it comes to playing in under-19 cricket, some IPL players as well. So I'm very much looking forward to, as well as Pakistan always comes up with different players, natural talent. That's going to be a big group as well.
Oh yes, they won the inaugural edition back in 2013, the Indian side. But this year, this edition, of course, Yashdol captaining. Interesting stories, but of course they get their campaign underway tomorrow. But what's happened today so far in the 2.2 overs bowled? Remember, Bangladesh, they won the toss. Their captain electing to bowl first. Avishka Fernando looking in good touch, but it was Chris Pulle who actually got a boundary in that second over of the innings.
Impressive in his short spell there, Ripon Monder. And the heavens opened up. At the moment, I think it's pretty much cleared, but just that it was threatening for a passing shot, and the ground's going to quite very quick to get the covers in and cover the entire ground as soon as possible. Not the entire crowd, I should say, the pitch area. And I think at the moment they're busy taking the covers off, so the play won't be that long to start.
Yes, covered the bowlers' run-up area very, very quickly, and the square, and had the pitch under covers before that. Just a little breather for both teams. Remember, today it's teams in Group 1 who are in action, but tomorrow, that's the 14th, you'll have teams from Group D in action. India A start their campaign against UAE, their A side. That's 10 a.m. right here at this very venue at the SSC. That's when India get their campaign underway, the India A team. Well, of course, you've got Pakistan A as well, who will be in action tomorrow. But the good news here is that the covers are being taken off. That's a good sign. Hopefully we'll get play resuming in just a short while from now.
And surprisingly, sun is breaking through. Good to see that this morning. There was a passing shower, but half an hour. It was quite heavy. And luckily both the grounds at Colombo Cricket Club as well as Singhalese Sports Club were covered fully. The umpires, without any hesitation, quite clear that the play can start immediately once the covers will be moved away.
So we've got the on-field umpires signaling that probably we can get play underway soon. Ananta Padmanabhan, Narayanan and Buddhi Pradhan the on-field umpires, while Rahul Asher from Oman. That's, of course, Anant Padmanabhan, one of the on-field umpires on your picture frames. And that, of course, on the other end is Budhi Pradhan. Well, of course, we've got Rahul Asher from Oman, the TV umpire. Kamini Disanaike is the fourth umpire for this game, while Shakti Singh is the match referee for this contest.
Third umpire is Rahul Asher from Oman, and Gamini Disanaike is the fourth umpire today on duty at Singhalese Sports Club. Great to see, isn't it? For a picturesque venue, Singhalese Sports Club, plenty of history, lots of national cricketers being produced by this great club.
You look at this Sri Lankan team, we were talking about it earlier as well. Dunit Velalage, part of that under-19 squad earlier. There's Avishka Fernando, who's played for Sri Lanka. Minod Bhanuka has played all three formats for the Sri Lankan national side. So he'd be keen to make a point here as far as this tournament's concerned. There's Chamika Karunaratne would be saying, okay, he can make his presence felt. Binura Fernando as well. And then again, look at Bangladesh. Soumya Sarkar, one of those seasoned pros in this side. And then there's young talent looking to break through.
Yeah, for Sri Lanka, this a very strong team as well as a balanced team. There's two fast bowlers, Bindu Fernando, Premod Madhushan, and you've got Chamik Karunaratne, who's an all-rounder, fast bowling all-rounder. And for the spinners, it's Dushan Hemantha, who just played a game at the qualifiers, did quite well. The leg spinner as a main spinner, and they've got Will Lalage, a spinner who's definitely an all-rounder, probably will bat at number 7 or 8. And Sahan Arochige, who struck a important half century in that final, is in the team as well, who bowls a bit of off spin. So all the bases are covered for Sri Lanka. There's an off spinner, there's a left arm spinner, there's a leg spinner.
I'm sure a lot of these youngsters would be trying to stake a claim for the national side. Remember, with the World Cup coming up later this year, maybe, who knows, a good performance here gets them in the reckoning.
Absolutely. Players like Dunitwal Lalage, Chamik Karunaratne, especially with Chamik Karunaratne, was at the ICC qualifiers but did not play a single game. And Dunitwal Lalage was one of the standby players. I just feel these two players, along with Avishka Fernando, will be knocking on that door and putting the pressure to the players who are already in the system. That should be the way, isn't it? The players in the squad got to perform. The players who are not, these are the opportunities they could stake their claim and put the pressure on the selectors.
Right, Ripon Mondal's ready to resume his unfinished over. Oh, what a beauty! What a beauty! And remember, there was a breather. The players had gone off the field. He's come back on and bowled that blinder of a delivery as if nothing had happened, and he'd been bowling back-to-back deliveries.
Great Glenn McGrath will be proud with that delivery. And on the fourth off stump, moving away. Definitely deserved a wicket with that kind of delivery. Hit the steps well, this young man. The length has been quite consistent.
He's found his range, he's found the length, he's found the right channel as well. After the first couple of deliveries of his spell, he probably was just angling down leg. Oh, he's forced the batsman to try and do something different. Cruz Pulle just getting bothered by the swing that Ripon Mondal's getting. Just trying to come down the track and upset his length as well.
A brain freeze for Cruz Pulle. He just came down, just wanted to stick to going through the line. And entire Bangladesh players who were in the ring did let Cruz Pulle know whatever they have to. This happens to the players when they just want to get the bowler away from that length. I just think you got to do the hard work in the half an hour, 45 minutes. Do not want to throw it away.
Fantastic 4 deliveries from Ripon Mondal in this over. With an offer, streaky, but 4 more for Cruz Pulle, his second boundary.
Oh, the slip field, flash, you slash hard. Not the most convincing way, but I'm pretty sure Cruz Pulle will take it. It was short, he was probably trying to go over cover point, and the extra bounce took over the first slip fielder. Still encouraging stuff for the big fast bowler. Ripon.
Was a little shorter in length on that previous occasion. What encouraged Cruz Pulle to play that slash. Well, return to orthodox cricketing shots. With the straight bat, ends the over. 3 gone. It's 11 without loss. Well, they say that English weather is fickle, but if you look at what's happened here in Colombo this morning, it rained, then there was bright sunshine, then you probably had sun playing hide and seek behind the clouds. There's a little smattering of rain, and once again it's bright sunshine as if nothing ever happened. There was no rain at all. 2 more meanwhile, added on by Avishka Fernando.
The rainy season just finished in Sri Lanka. But you'll get one of those days where it's hide and seek plus a passing shot here or there. But one thing is for sure, the groundsman will be active and probably will get the covers into the pitch in a flash.
Another thing's changed for Mushfiq when he's come on to bowl. His first over, he had 2 fielders in the slip cordon. They've moved one of those into the cover region for additional protection.
I feel predominantly because Mushfiq is bowling that back of the length. Captain has been forced to change that field more than anything. But for me, when you win the toss bowl, you want to attack and try and get a couple of wickets in the first 10 overs.
Absolutely, but that's when you want your bowlers to be bowling the right lines as well. Another boundary. And this time it's come off the blade of Avishka Fernando. His first boundary.
Easy pickings for Avishka Fernando. Good head position, didn't want to hit it that hard. Probably hanging in the back foot, expecting the back of the delivery, but had the weight transformation going forward. And that was right in front of mid-wicket. That will gain the confidence of Avishka Fernando going forward.
Another boundary, this time punched away through the offside, past mid-off. He waited for it again, just a little too short, had all the time in the world. It was a crisp sound of the ball hitting the bat.
Classic example of trusting the bounce here. Playing through the line, beautiful high elbow. That will give lots of confidence to Avishka Fernando. This is the Avishka Fernando, the old we've seen before. Unfortunately, as I said, was out for a while with an injury. But take a look at that for a stroke. Beautiful. Bisecting that gap perfectly.
He's into double digits now. Avishka Fernando is on 12, and the way he's faced up against Mushfiq in this over sure bodes very well for the Sri Lanka A team. That's additional slip fielders also gone now. They've moved both the slip fielders away from that cordon. One on the off, the other one's gone a short fine now.
Don't understand the tactics. In the toss, you bowl, and there's no absolutely attacking field at all. Just feel Bangladesh has got into a position where all of a sudden in the 4th over has gotten a negative mood. Unfortunately for Bangladesh, but for Sri Lanka, just have to go through the early motions, and the loose delivery will come.
To be fair, sometimes the captain's also, hindered or helped by the bowlers. 4 gone, 21 without loss. Look at that current run rate, 5.25 runs per over. While Ripon Mondal at one end is keeping things tight, problems are manifesting at the other end, where Mushfiq's gone for a few. Play and a miss again. He's asked a lot of questions as Ripon Mondal. To be fair, I think he's just been a little unlucky that he hasn't found the outside edge yet.
Not trying to hit too hard, relying on timing, placement. Beautifully played. He's good form in the first class structure. He's carrying it on for Sri Lanka.
After that tentative start. An appeal there by Rakibul. More in exuberance than in belief, but turned down by the umpire. So 7 gone. Sri Lanka A are 45 without loss.
Come guys!
Without loss. It's a very good start for Sri Lanka. Lasit Cruz Pulle is known to be an aggressive player. Mahedi coming on. He's a pretty experienced player, Mahedi. Seen him feature in a lot of the national games, particularly in the BPL. That's his list A career. So he carries a lot of experience. Avishka Fernando on 14 of 16 has been circumspect, but not Cruz Pulle. He's a very aggressive player, loves to express himself. Bit of off spin. Starts with a dot. Good morning, Shamin.
Very good morning, Roshan. As Bangladesh under early pressure. Very positive start here by the Sri Lanka A team. Really taken a liking to the pace bowlers, now the spinners in action.
45 without loss, it looks a very good surface. In fact, I was a bit surprised in the morning when Bangladesh captain Saif Hassan decided to bowl first. Yes, the SSC offers a little bit in the first half hour or so. There goes the sweep, it's a very safe shot. Short square leg in the circle, they'll get a boundary.
There's been no dearth of boundaries. Every time you just in your line, and on that occasion, Mahdi did just go down the leg side, and with a little bit of turn, all he did was help it on its way. Didn't have to hit it too hard. Just picked the right spot, no protection in that area, and the ball was racing away to the boundary. It's looking very ominous. It's just going back to the point about bowling first, Roshan. I think the early morning conditions, there was a bit of rain in the air in the morning, and that might have just prompted Saif Hassan to decide to bowl first. Unfortunately, it really hasn't paid off.
More runs here. But see, the saving grace as far as Bangladesh is concerned is that this surface looks a good surface. So they'll be confident to try and challenge. The 50 is up, coincidentally, for Sri Lanka. Very good opening partnership into the 8th over. So they'll be telling themselves, they'll be backing themselves to chase down a target. The question here, Shamim, is They got to make sure that they restrict them to something that they can chase, no, not beyond.
Absolutely. I think it's a question of restricting them, but to restrict them, you need wickets, and that has not come. A couple of occasions, there have been chances, opportunities. But if you bowl that down the leg side, that's not going to help your cause. That's a wide.
They need to come up with plan B here. Obviously, they went for wickets at the start, they went for runs, and now they need to bring in some control. They need to start building dots. Just bring this run rate under some kind of control. Pulle chips it in there, finds the bat at long on. You were talking about wickets. I'm afraid Pulle has thrown it away. I say that because he was looking so good, and eventually a pretty soft dismissal.
Well, he got a little carried away, didn't he? Just got those runs early, quick fire 31, and then he tries to go down the ground, didn't get a hold of it. Maybe shimmy down, the toe end of the bat, spooned up into the air. Very simple. That's very comfortably taken. So that's the first strike. Bangladesh desperately in search of wicket. Sheikh Mahdi delivers for them with the ball. And it is Lasit Pulle gone for 31. And Sri Lanka are 51 for 1.
Right, Minod Bhanuka, he's got some international experience. Did open for Sri Lanka in the white ball format, but really able to hold on to a place. But a prolific scorer at domestic level. Got plenty of runs, and this is an experienced lineup for Sri Lanka. They carry plenty of depth. Minod Bhanuka coming out to join Avishka Fernando. So spin from both ends. See, this is his record. This is what I'm talking about. Look at that list A career. Close to 100 games, good strike rate. He's got 200. So we're talking of a package that carries a fair bit of experience.
Indeed, and that experience has got to be utilized in a proper manner in this just the second layer of cricket when you think of these players going on to represent their country. This is the perfect format for them to make an impression. But this is the manner in which Pulle went out. The two Sheikhs combining together. The bowler Sheikh Mahdi and Naeem Sheikh there taking the catch.
Yes,
Pulle wasn't really close to that ball to play that shot. I thought he dipped a little bit, so as a result of it, he just couldn't get the timing. He should have gone on with the shot. The plan obviously was to try and clear the long on. Looks for the sweep and he gets it square. That will be a boundary. See, this is what Bangladesh has to guard against. They got a new batter, Shamim, and this is the time to build pressure.
Indeed, the last thing you want is to give a freebie to the batter to just ease the little bit of nerve. Every time you are off the mark, then in that manner, that tells you, that plays into the hands of the batters. You've got to build up the pressure. New batter in, ensure that you get the dot balls in, build up a little bit of nerves when you come in, but not like that.
Again, the length's bad, but good fielding. Oh, eventually a single. Yes, we know it's a good surface to bat, but as you said, it's important that you hit those straps. Lines and lengths are so important. Don't let the batter play horizontal shots.
You see that shortness of the length in the previous delivery. This has been an odd mix. I'm a little surprised with what he's bowled. He may have got a wicket, but in the earlier over. But it's the mix of lengths playing into the hands of the batters, really not putting them under any kind of duress at all.
धरो ठीक है ठीक है
Off the mark. Still in the first power play, just two fielders allowed outside the circle, so it's pretty demanding for a spinner. And we spoke about how good this surface was, or surface is. Spinners' margin of error is very, very little because they don't have enough protection. Last ball of the over. Single to end the over. 58 for 1. For 1. Over number 10, and then they'll have extra protection after this over. Avishka Fernando on strike. See, if you look at that, Avishka Fernando was playing for some turn. That's straightened down the pitch.
Would you expect too much turn so early in the day? There might be a little bit of grip, and Shak Mahdi is not the biggest turner. Off the ball, he doesn't give too much of a rip, doesn't get too many ribs. Depends more on his control of his lines and lengths. And the first two balls, right on the money, you want to make it consistent.
Slightly shorter. Just keeps mixing it up. As you said, he doesn't look a frontline spinner, but someone who comes on and bowls a few overs. But he's more than useful as an all-rounder. Was good off spin, pretty decent bat.
Now with the left-hander in the newcomer Bhanuka, he's got to slip in position now. He'll be hoping that he can get some purchase off the wicket. Maybe try to float the ball in, give it a bit of air, try to get it to grip. He can afford to just try that ploy with a new batter in.
Good ball,
So this is good captaincy, bringing in the slip. Obviously, they've got a wicket, so they need to look for another one. They need to keep knocking at that door. They just can't afford partnerships to develop. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, will be hoping for just that. Well bowled.
I suppose they had to fall back very quickly. As you mentioned earlier, Roshan, plan B. Because the spinners, you'd have anticipated with the paces in early, if they had success, Mahdi would not have been bowling. But now he's on, he's got the wicket. And that completes the over and the end of the first power play. After 10, 59 for 1.
দিদি ভাই আপনি এদেরকে বাইরে দেন আপনি ভিতরে থাকেন মুশফিককে বাইরে দেন মুশফিককে বাইরে দেন
Right, that's the confirmation of the power play. The first 10 overs, 59 runs and 1 wicket. Whom do you think will be the happier of the two teams? Been put into bat Sri Lanka 59 for 1, or you think Bangladesh on a good-looking pitch will be pleased with their work?
They'll be relieved more than anything else with that wicket they've achieved. But definitely with 5.9 runs per over and power play, Sri Lanka will be the happier of the two, understandably. And particularly Fernando going great guns. I think once again you need a little bit more better effort getting across. 2 or 3 occasions we have seen fumbles in the field, giving away extra runs. Can't afford to do that.
Left hand on strike. Now there is more greater protection for the spinner. Now this is better. He's going to come over the wicket. He's going to have what? He's got 3 men on the leg side boundary. He's got a long off out, which is good.
Come on, guys.
So he'll look to try and bowl that middle and off stump line.
One.
Yes, that will be a ploy. You look to sweep from that length. If you're going to be pegged, looking to try and spin it back into the left hand, that's a good option.
And I like the shot employed. He seemed to be pretty sure that it's going to be pitched in that area with the field placement that you mentioned. And now the test for Rakibul here is the left-right combination. Obviously changes in the field. There's a short third, backward point, short cover, a deepish cover and a long off. So onus on the offside. But he almost drifted down leg there, Roshan. Just got away with that one.
If he can find some turn, then bowling about middle stump is fine. This is good bowling. This is really good bowling. This is a good over. Been right on the money.
He's got to be backed by some good fielding. And this is where Bangladesh trying to sort of pull it back after that quite blistering start by Sri Lanka.
Good bowling. Not the greatest fielding. They get a single, but this is a much better controlled over. Trying to bring in some discipline, some control, still going at over 5 runs and over, which is pretty healthy for a batting side. Last ball of the over. Two extra cover. Very good looking shot. That should run away, I think. It does. Good way to finish the over. 11 overs gone. Going exactly at 6 runs and over. 66 for 1. Another look. Nicely tossed up. He did very well open up that offside area. There is no turn, so there is no real risk in that shot by Minod Bhanuka. And I can tell you that this outfield, despite the rain we've had, very good. Right, we've had some excellent batting at the start after Sri Lanka put into bat. 40 dot balls and 12 boundaries. That's an interesting mix, Shamim.
It is indeed, but very, very good start. Both Ripon Mondol and the two paces on view early on didn't really bowl to perfect lines and lengths and played into the hands
there goes
of
the sweep
the batters, and they're pretty adept in making shots all around the ground till that happened when Sheikh Mahdi came in and Naeem Sheikh took the catch to give the only success to Bangladesh. But tell you what, Roshan, they're going very nicely, very comfortably. That 66 in 11, they haven't really had to bludgeon or take any high-risk shot. They're playing orthodox cricket shots, and it's paid off. Unfortunately, the Bangladesh bowling has been a tad erratic.
It's all about maintaining the consistency there. As you said, 66 for 1. They're going at 6 runs and over. They've lost a wicket as partnership is emerging. But this is a funny game. There are so many twists and turns in this game. Bangladesh will be telling themselves, let's get 2 quick wickets. Let's try and get back into the game. Let's push them back a bit. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, they'll want this pair to bat maybe till the 20th over without a problem and then look at trying to extend it. But it's about building a solid base.
And the base, Roshan, I think, has been built very nicely. They've lost that wicket. They're looking comfortable. They haven't really been troubling the batters per se with sharp turns or movement or swings early on with the pace bowlers. This look pretty much simple to bat out there. It's just a question of not losing your head, not throwing caution to the wind.
Post off the back foot. At least a couple, might be even 3, I think. No, I think the batters are taking it a little bit easy. The running has been a little bit gentle. We didn't really see that urgency, so just a couple of runs.
But you need to be running and tiring yourself early on. You're pacing your innings. You're going at 6. I think the Sri Lankan batters have decided to conserve their energy. It is reasonably warm and humid, so conserve energy. Go for a long innings.
Good, Jack, good.
70 for 1 in the 12th over. I was honestly surprised when the Bangladesh captain decided to bowl first. When we talk about it, ACC looked a very good surface. Played late and in the gap again. Behind point. Another couple. That was very well played by Avishka Fernando. Just look at the length. It was just a touch full, but he gave himself room and played it late.
It's a question of reading it off the pitch and trusting the wicket. And that's what we've seen both the Sri Lankan batters do. It's just the length. It just makes room, backs away, inside out. Very comfortable through that shot.
Dot to end the over. They're still going at 6 and over. 72 for 1. Oh no. No. 72 for 1. Very solid Avishka Fernando, the top 33 of 37. Cruz Pulle batted well, but I thought it was a very soft dismissal. He could have gone on, and had he been there, I'll tell you that there would have been a real run feast. We see some people turning up, which is good. Tell me, Bangladesh's decision to bowl first, do you think it's a negative one? It's a defensive one, not negative, a defensive one.
It's a question, Roshan, of trying to gauge the nature of the wicket. They haven't really seen the wicket earlier. They've played a couple of three practice matches in different grounds. So there's some circumspection in terms of trying and putting yourself into bat with the overhead conditions. You'd feel there's some movement in the air, some help for the Sri Lankan pace bowlers if they were allowed to bowl first. So yeah, maybe on retrospection, on hindsight, it seems it was not the right decision. But I really don't blame Sai for that.
1-1.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a case of wanting to just assess the situation rather than really go in. But having said that, there's so much of information in the modern day and age that is available to you where you can base your judgment. But then, Sri Lanka wasn't too disappointed that they were asked to bat, because Lalagi was quite pleased. I think his plan was to bat first anyway.
Yeah, well, it was a decision which they might be sort of sorry about. But as you said earlier, there's opportunity with the wicket looking so very batter-friendly at the moment anyway, that whatever total is posted by the Sri Lankans, Bangladesh will say, right, if they can do it, we can. And if the nature of the wicket is still similar in the second part of the day, then I think Bangladesh shouldn't have too much to worry about.
Just drifting down the leg side. 13 gone, 74 for 1. That's a look at the bowling. Well, one name that seemed to figure quite prominently is the third name, Sarkar, Sumusaka. I mean, he's been around for a long time, Shamim. I know he's a player. I mean, let me tell you, I'll give it to him. He seems to be oozing with talent. I mean, you just watch him play. Oh, what a shot that is. Let's forget Sumusaka for a moment and focus on this boundary. So very well played. Again, not very short, but quick onto the back foot.
He sure was. Very, very quick. Just initial foot forward movement, correcting himself using the depth of the crease and a little punch. Didn't really try to hit it too hard. It was just placement perfect. The sweet part of the bat, and off it went, racing to the boundary. Now, Shakmadi has been pretty parsimonious, pretty miserly so far, but first delivery off to the boundary, pressure straight on the bowler.
Always important. You get runs off the first ball.
Yes, Mehdi.
Well, that's better.
Good bowling, good bowling.
But just on the subject of Sumusaka, I've seen him. I mean, you watch him.
Good bowling, Mehdi bhai.
Avishka Fernando now just passed 1,000 ODI runs, and I think he's done it in very quick time.
Dhoro, Zakir bhai.
So I've seen Sumusaka and he's so easy on the eye with his batting or bowling. But then when you go back and think that he played in this same tournament 10 years ago and he's still playing, that doesn't really fit the mix, isn't it?
No, it doesn't. Come back to that.
Dhoro,
Another good delivery. This is considered to be a stepping stone towards national selection. You catch the eyes of the selectors. And Shomoshaka, everyone a little surprised with his inclusion.
Brilliant comeback. You give a boundary of the first ball and then you bowl 4 dot balls. This is very clever bowling. Really good bowling by Shak Mahedi. Last ball of the over, Sri Lanka 78 for 1. They'll get a single off the last ball, so 14 gone, 79 for 1.
ওদেরকে একটু বলি যে আমার
79 on the board. Plus that one wicket of Sri Lanka. The important part as far as the Sri Lanka A side is concerned is they got a 51-run partnership for the opening wicket. Then, of course, you had the wicket that went down of Cruz Pulle. But most importantly, Avishka Fernando has carried on. That's the important part, and he's looking good for a big score.
Mehdi bhai, lefter সময় একটু
He's on 40 is Avishka Bhanuka, company on 8, but he's the man to look forward to. Remember, it's a 50-over game, so you've got to pace your innings. Now they've got a left-right combination in play as well. Has that been stopped just inside the boundary rope? That's a good effort by Zakir.
Good option taken by Minod Bhanuka. Fine leg area was vacant. Got the placement right. Another player who's vying in the vying for a national spot. Was there for a while, got dropped. A huge opportunity. He'll be itching to get a big one as well.
This could work well for the Sri Lanka A side. A right-hand, left-hand combination in play, especially against the left-arm spinner. That does come in very handy to have the left-hander out there. I think Bhanuka's got a role to play. Just keep Rakibul from actually dominating proceedings. A lot of times you'd see the left-arm spinner trying to get in a number of dot deliveries against the right-handed batsman who, if they're operating at either end. Against a left-hander, that's where Bhanuka comes in as the X-factor.
And also a run a ball for a left hand against left-arm spin is a must. With the foundation being laid very nicely. Early on, the hard work has been done. This is early on with Avishka Fernando. It's been superb form. Struck 5 boundaries, 5 classical ones. Getting the options right, finding those gaps. Whenever there is invitation for a boundary, he has gone through this. I mean, it's probably one of the best shots of the day. Off the back foot, wasn't that shot? Very strong through the offs, and overall, I think Avishka Fernando has been huge appeal, huge appeal. Says no umpire. Oh, that looked close. Maybe down the leg side. We'll come back to in the next over. 83 for 1.
A close call on the last delivery of the previous over for Avishka Fernando. He's still out there. Minot Bhanuka on 11. Got a role to play as well, but Akibul going at 5 runs and over in the 5 overs that he's bowled. None for 25. The captain, Saif Hassan, now presses himself onto the attack. I think one of the reasons for that could be that the left-hander is out there in the middle. Minot Bhanuka is at the crease, therefore the off-spinner comes into play.
Close call. Probably down the leg side. I think a good decision by the umpire. It has to turn back down the line. It didn't. Just went through the arm. And Avishka Fernando was quite lucky in the end.
Interesting bowling action for Saif Hassan, the captain of the Bangladesh side.
Has a pause before he delivers. I think till the last moment he watches the batsman really closely. Take a look at this. Yeah, he's very, very canny. We have seen bowlers who does that have been successful in ODI cricket. And this is probably just going through a little bit of overs unnoticed.
I think he wants the batsman to commit that little fraction of a pause in that bowling action just before he delivers, but that's going to be 4. Well placed by Avishka Fernando, found the gap beautifully.
As they say in rugby, a drop kick over mid-wicket by Avishka Fernando. Not trying to hit too hard, relied on the placement. The best thing he did was to get to the pitch of the ball as soon as possible. And the way he's timing the ball today, it's a matter of time. He's going for a boundary. Beautiful.
Interesting you mentioned rugby here, did you? For a reason, I think it's pretty big as far as the sport's concerned, that's followed and played in Sri Lanka.
Massively being followed in Sri Lanka. At the moment, the school's rugby tournament is going on. Rugby in my system as well, being a former rugby player. And Sri Lanka loves their rugby, got to be said.
Look at that. That's an interesting stat. 56 dot deliveries in the innings. We're in the 16th over here. So you've almost seen about 9.5 overs approximately bowled in dots. That just tells you that with those dot deliveries have come the boundary balls as well. And that's eased the pressure. Avishka is going to retain strike with that single. 16 gone, 89 for 1. Current run rate over 5.5. Look at that, 89 on the board. Just lost that 1 wicket in 16 overs, and the point would be raised that you've had 56 dot deliveries, which means almost about 9.5 overs have been bowled in dots. Which means the scoring deliveries have been how many? Just about 40 deliveries have been scoring deliveries. And out of those 40 scoring deliveries, for Rays, you had, what, 13 boundaries and a 6.
Impressive with your mathematics, Raman. Brilliant. It's one of those days, isn't it? Dot deliveries has been piling up, but the boundary count is quite high, considering it's just a 17th over.
More runs here, more runs here. Paddled away and paddled fine enough to get for Minod Bhanuka, playing a clever bit of cricket there. Going to force Rakib Bolt to think about what line he's going to bowl.
This is good batting by Minod Bhanuka. Previous over, played the same stroke, got 2 runs. And this occasion, the placement was even better. It's very good stuff by Minod. Batting at number 3, probably the architect in the batting lineup. And a huge opportunity to stake a claim.
Once again, a boundary early on in the over. Now puts the pressure squarely on the bowler's shoulders. He's got to try and follow this up. 3 or 4 dot deliveries, because if he doesn't, this could turn around to be a 7 or an 8 run over. And straight away, that's why the run rate's over 5.5.
Always bounding the first delivery or maybe the second delivery puts lots of pressure on the bowler. The rest of the deliveries bound. The bowler just wants to get through the overs, and hence the singles will be available. That's why a good batsman target a boundary the first 2 deliveries, and exactly what Vinod did. And already 6 runs been scored.
Also puts the bowler on the defensive. He's looking to get through his over without conceding too many more. So you're not looking to attack or look to take wickets. That's where a lot of cricket's not only played on that 22 yards, it's played between the ears.
And also looking at the middle order of Sri Lanka. 2 is the call. Settles for 1 run. Look at the middle order of Sri Lanka. Plenty of big hitters. Sahana Arachchi can lose a long handle, as well as Chamik Karunaratne. And you got Ashin Bandar, who's a player who likes to milk those singles, and when the death overs comes in, he could use the long handle as well. So it's all about concentration in this period by these 2 batters. And the rest of the batters do know how to score quick in the latter overs. Easy single towards the vacant mid-wicket area to end the 17th over. Sri Lanka A, 98 for 1.
Nine runs off that over, and it's also time for a drinks break. Sometimes it's good to lose the toss, and that's what the Sri Lanka A captain would be saying, because they're off to a solid start, 98 for 1 after being put into bat. 17 overs gone in the innings. What's transpired? This is what happened, of course, when play began. A little cautious at one end was Avishka Fernando, but at the other end, Bruce Pulle was playing his shots. He was pulling out all the stops. They're playing an attacking little innings. Took the bowlers to the cleaners, forcing the captain Saif Hassan to get Soumya Sarkar in for an over as well. They put up a 50-run stand in the opening pair before finally the Hassan Sheikh pulled off the first wicket and the only wicket that's fallen in the Sri Lanka A innings so far. Vinod Bhanuka came out to bat and joined Avishka Fernando, and these two have batted very, very comfortably. Put on a 47-run unbeaten partnership so far for the second wicket, as that little interruption in play due to the drinks break being taken. A lot to think about for Bangladesh A. As far as Sri Lanka A are concerned, they're saying, okay, we've got the platform set. How much of a big building can we build from here? But let's take a look at the bowling card for Bangladesh A.
Mondal was quite unlucky with the new ball, that he didn't have any scalps to his name. But apart from that, the pitch has played really well, hence the batsmen have enjoyed. It's been tough work for the bowlers.
While, of course, this is the first match of Bangladesh A taking on Sri Lanka A. It's a Group A encounter, remember? 4 teams in each of the 2 groups. This group also features Afghanistan A and Oman A as well as the other 2 teams in the group. But Group B action commences tomorrow, where India are placed in that group. India A along with Pakistan A, Nepal in that as well, along with the UAE's A side as well. The play resuming now. Captain Saif Hassan. He's yet to play ODI format. He's played, you're focusing on what he can come up with here. It's got an interesting bowling action. We were talking about it earlier in the previous over.
Quite unusual for this pause, isn't it? Comes in. More of a bowler who just wants to bowl, in cricketing terms, the dart deliveries.
Joy! Good try.
Meanwhile, the 100 will come up for Sri Lanka A in this match. Solid start by the Sri Lanka A team. A lot to think about for Saif Hassan.
Comes in quick time for Sri Lanka, just the 18th over, second 15:58 deliveries, consolidating in the middle overs. Pretty sure one of these batsmen will take the initiative. Beautiful play again by Avishka Fernando down the ground. This time just for a single, and 2 experienced players. And brings up the partnership of 50 in 57 deliveries in good time as well. It's all about milking those singles and making sure the scoreboard is busy. And come the business end, there are plenty of batters in the shed who could hurt you.
Good ball.
There's a lot of milestones around the corner. One of them, of course, the partnership of 50 up on the board for the second wicket. Avishka Fernando is also nearing his individual milestone as well. In the as far as contributions in this partnership is concerned, pretty much even. Stevens, Avishka, of course, contributing a little more. And that'll bring up his half-century as well. Talk about personal milestones. A list A half-century for Avishka Fernando.
Yeah, very well played, Avishka. Haven't seen him for a while with an injury, as I said before. But today he looked quite compact. Looks a fourth player for me. He's on a mission to score plenty of runs. Looks in control and looks in good touch.
Come on, guys.
12th list A half-century today. 50 of 56 deliveries, 6 boundaries in that. He's looked very, very much in control. Meanwhile, Saif Hassan's overs come to an end. 18 gone. A little look up towards the heavens to say thank you, Lord, for that opportunity that I've made good of. They say a lot of times you make your own fate. 103 for 1.
My bowler was Rakib. Bowling change, right arm over.
Seven runs of the 2 overs bowled by the captain Saif Hassan, and now we see a bowling change at the far end as well. Start the 19th over. Seems as if been forced to use 6 bowlers already. Sheikh Hassan is coming on the ball.
Straight away, quite evident. He's going across the seam. That usually happens when the bowler wants to hit the deck hard and rely on that awkward bounce. And Avishka Fernando. He's been brilliant today. Man on a mission. After a while, looked in control, composed, as correctly applauded by the reserve players there.
Again, angling down the leg side. A very hopeful appeal by the bowler. Not much belief in that. Avishka Fernando. It's been a good innings from him so far.
Yeah, he's in control. Very strong through the off side, and today he's very impressive through the leg side as well. This is a good option taken. Square leg was up. And same again with Rocky Bull.
Looks for the sweep and he gets it.
There was a final square leg towards mid wicket, and this was one of the best shots of the day. Back foot drive through cow point and a boundary over mid wicket.
Looked very assured even when Mondal was bowling and getting some swing in the initial overs. He still looked very much in control, knew exactly what he was doing, took the singles with ease, played out the new ball. And that's when he opened up and his batting's blossomed in this innings. Talk about a perfectly constructed one-day innings. Probably that's what you'd say in a 50-over format.
I think that for Sri Lanka's sake, I think it's very important that Avishka Fernando carries his bat through at least till the 45th over. Foundation has laid, and he's seeing the ball like a football. And if he can be the anchor and get the rest of the batters to play their natural game, a score of 300, 275 is in the cards as far as I'm concerned.
You know, that brings us again to the question, Farvez, you know, when you there's so much of T20 cricket that's happening, a slam bang format, we're looking to score very quickly, just 120 balls. So you're looking at pacing your innings in a different way. When you come to the 50-over format, suddenly the entire dynamics is changing again. You've got to adjust your game, play yourself in, and one batter ideally would like to carry his bat through, as you said, till about the 40th or 45th over, if not the full 50.
He's hanging in the back foot, weight not transferring to the front foot there. Possibly with Musfiq trying to bowl at back of the length. Avishka Fernando expecting the bounce out the back of the length where he could probably cut it through cow point or to hook it over square leg. And this is where young man Musfiq will be tested against a quality, experienced opening batsman.
But it's a good comeback for Musfiq for sure. 5 dot deliveries in this over. His first 2 overs, remember, in the power play went for 16. It's expensive there. Bowled 5 dots now in his second spell. Won't be a maiden because Avishka's going to get a single, and what's more, will they run for the overthrow? No, they won't. They'll just settle for 1. That'll end the over as well. 19 gone, 104 for 1. Kruspole, the only batter to be dismissed so far, made 31. Falling to Sheikh Mehndi Hassan.
Yeah, Thilla Kandami, the assistant coach of the Sri Lankan A team, along with Sahana Arachige, are the stars of the qualifiers. Got opportunity to score a half century. And Vinodan John, the team manager, experienced setup Sri Lanka A team when it comes to the coaching staff and the management. Avishka Gunawardana, he's the head coach of this team. They got Upul Chandan as the fielding coach, Sajiv Virakon as the bowling coach. Well, all played cricket for Sri Lanka and a prolific career in first-class cricket. I'm pretty sure these youngsters can learn a lot through their experiences.
Meanwhile, Saif Hassan's going to continue from the media, and he's got a lot on his plate at the moment. Purely because not a lot has gone according to plan. Won the toss, elected to bowl first, was hoping that his fast bowlers would get him early breakthroughs, put Sri Lanka A on the back foot. That hasn't happened. Now it's about whether they can execute plan B, because plan A has been blown to smithereens.
Damage control. That's exactly what Bangladesh is trying to do now. You know, Bhanuka is slightly looking at the mid-wicket boundary.
As they've got a man back at deep square and at long on. Mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle. So would he go across the line? That's the offside field for you. On the onside, there you see it. Mid-wicket's in the 30-yard circle. In fact, almost in a catching position, really. Not even a single saving. Look at that. Look at that. He was eyeing the slot. And that's exactly what he's done. Vinod Bhanuka takes up the challenge, smacks the six.
There's a reason why I said mid-wicket. Generally, Vinod Bhanuka, I've known him for a long time. When he looks at it, mid-wicket area or square leg, he doesn't let the others see it. I saw it, I picked it up. That's why my instinct said he will do it. And he did it perfectly. More than a slug, it's nice through the line and clearing that boundary. Quite easy.
Another couple of hits like that, and just thought I saw a glimpse of a couple of cars parked there. Maha, your car's there as well? Want to move it?
About 20-30 meters away from that sixer is mine. Probably my insurance. I've got to keep them on standby. The way Vinod Bhanuka and Avishka Fernando striking.
Take a look at that again. He's picked his slot. He's cleared the boundary with ease. Meanwhile, Avishka's going to get 4. Well done. We've seen him play this shot time and time again. And he's just used his feet to come down the track. And then got the elevation as well.
Runs are flowing for Sri Lanka. This is good batting. Aggressive. And knows where the fielders are. That's a secret with Avishka Fernando's batting today. The big gap between long on and mid-wicket. And he bisected it perfectly. Not a problem for Bangladesh is that it's all quality strokes being played rather than slogging. Full this time. Punch towards long on. Just a single. A huge over for Sri Lanka. 20 gone. 117 for 1.
"13 runs came in that previous over from Saif Hassan, an expensive over from the captain. 6 struck by Vinod Bhanuka, a boundary by Avishka Fernando in that previous over. And suddenly you get a feeling that Sri Lanka A just seemed to be cutting loose in this match. The tempo be going their way.
Beautifully played by Avishka Fernando. And the main Asia Cup is happening in September. Again, 6 teams in 2 groups. India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Bangladesh. That's a tough group again. India, Pakistan, their review play. That's a massive. That's something that I'm looking forward to.
Oh yes, absolutely. But you've got to look forward to shots like these as well that came in the previous over. Won by Minod Bhanuka, and then Avishka Fernando finding that boundary as well. He's not really looked to power the shot through the air. Avishka Fernando, you've seen him time the ball beautifully and also rely very much on the placement as well.
Man in form and man in control. He knows what he's doing and playing the occasion right. Got Minod Bhanuka from the other end. Bounce attempted. And nicely played in the gap, but just a single. It's a quick bouncer by Mushfiq. He's quite good at digging it short, isn't it? He has that hustle, bustly action. Hits the deck hard. Strong looking boy.
Now these are the two groups in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Remember, Group B, they will be in action tomorrow. The four teams in the two matches that will be played tomorrow. India open their campaign against the A side of UAE, and that's going to be played right here at this very ground. So both teams will be watching, especially how this wicket plays out, how the pitch and the surface plays out, build up to tomorrow.
Pitches at SSC generally is high scoring. The half an hour in the morning, probably 45 minutes, helps a bit for the seamers, and then becomes a batsman's paradise.
Just kind of feeling that's the way it's panning out for Sri Lanka A here as well. 120 on the board, another 29 overs to come after this. They're looking at a score well in excess of 275 if they get things right. Just worked away for 4. Just again, sheer timing and placement working for Minod Bhanuka.
Not a bad delivery by any means. It was good delivery, back of the length. Wasn't that away from the offside of the left hand, but the placement and the timing from Minod Bhanuka was perfect. For once, the pace going against the fast bowler. This is brilliant. Using the pace for his advantage, Minod Bhanuka.
And that boundary will change the dynamics of this over, because now 4 deliveries gone. You've got 7 runs off the over and 2 balls still to come. That's why I feel that when you've got fielders standing at backward point and third man, just need to cover the angles so very accurately. Because as you said, this wasn't a bad ball at all, and at best would have just gone for a single.
The other option what Saif Hassan has 2 cover point fielder with mid-wicket moving to the offside and cover that area, because Minod Bhanuka is very strong square of the wicket in the offside. That's an option could have, but it all depends on how comfortable Mushfiq is, and especially bowling across the seam means there's no movement at all. If there's any movement, he's not trying to make any use of it. He's just comfortable hitting that deck, so different dimension.
Just wants more control. And also, Maha, a lot of times when you're bowling with the cross seam, a lot of times what might happen is it might just hit the leather and skid on, might just hit the seam and bounce up a little more awkwardly. But this is a good pick up and throw.
Most of the bowlers do that when the wicket is, the pitch is not so flat and the 2 pace or even uneven bounce. But in these kind of pitches where the bounce is true and coming onto the bat, sometimes bowling with the seam is a very good option to have. 21st gone, Sri Lanka 125 for 1.
Starting to get bigger for Sri Lanka. Some really big buildings emerging. One particularly big one, which is good. at this stage from a Sri Lankan point of view. They're in with a nice partnership established. Banuka, 34 of 30. Avishka Fernando, 59 of 68. Mahedi. See, what I like about this partnership, Shamim, is that both batters have been busy. Yes, they've hit boundaries, but they've also looked to run between wickets, work it into gaps, which is a very good sign. And that's the reason why, despite the dot balls, that they're maintaining a run rate of almost 6 runs and over.
Yeah, I think you just mentioned the dot balls. I mean, if you just see it in isolation, the dot balls would seem quite a lot in this format of the game, but they have in more ways than one, with the big shots on a regular basis made up for the dot balls, and they seem so very comfortable, Roshan, in the middle. Hardly anything from the bowlers to really create any kind of pressure on them, to force them into shots of indiscretion. They've had that luxury of just waiting for the loose ball to come along.
The rare delivery that goes past the outside edge. But see, in the modern day and age, an amazing amount of planning and emphasis that gets paid. Little areas of a game. Now this is what happened. Played and missed. Interested in the stumping. Initially that back foot drag, then managed to just get in. See, they look at the dot balls in the first 10 overs. They look at the dot balls in the power plays, middle overs. There is so much of work that analysts put together and provide to teams when it comes to planning. And today artificial intelligence is playing such a massive role, from where it used to be a simple game, Shamim. Where I remember the days where you would rely on your coach to advise you and planning and strategize, and you go on assumptions. But today you got so much that's going for you behind the scenes. Sometimes I feel that it's a little bit too much. It's how one actually utilizes it. End of the over, 128 for 1. So it's an 8-team tournament, and this is how the Group A looks. Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and there is also Oman. Now, interestingly, Shamim, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka in the same group come the main tournament, which happens in a little while.
And they're locking horns at the moment in Bangladesh itself. Couple of T20 internationals coming up. Just going back to that little discussion you're having, we'll have a look at the Group B before we go on to that one. That's other group with India, Pakistan, Nepal and the United Arab Emirates. A team playing in that group. And so I think this is a perfect opportunity for the selectors to have a look-see at what's available before the main Asia comes up for all the teams on view.
Well, talking about events, India, Pakistan, good Lord, it takes top billing, whether it's an under-19 game or a women's game or an A-team game or the real game between the two national teams. India, Pakistan, massive. This is the India A squad. So much of upcoming cricketers, so much of potential. India is producing cricketers by the ton. I mean, the IPL has helped them. There's so much of good cricketers unearthed.
Civil round, didn't quite get a hold of that one. They're going to get a single for the effort. We're just going to have a look back at the Indian squad here. Some of the names, as you mentioned, have featured in the IPL. Yashdul, we've seen him. We saw Professor Simran Singh and Harshit Rana, Dhruv Jurel, the keeper. There have been names that have been just popping up in the recent past.
My advice is keep an eye on all these names. They will emerge at some stage. They will definitely emerge at the next stage. They're looking for the next Bumrah. They're looking for the next Virat Kohli. They're looking for all their greats. And I can tell you, oh, close, close. Now, had that hit, do you think Vinod Bhanuka was struggling? Direct hits can always be tight.
Oh, absolutely. I think he might have been struggling, but these are the little opportunities that you've got to make use of. Have another look square on. Went off. There wasn't that quick response. And, been touch and go. Pretty close call, but Bangladesh have been a little tardy in the outfield today. We've seen some spills, we've seen some fumbles, and direct hit always encourages you, even if you don't get a run out. Something of a moral victory. That's what Saif Hassan and his team have been struggling to maintain so far, under complete domination by the Sri Lankan batters.
This is clever batting, really clever batting. It's not about hitting boundaries, it's about working balls into gaps. Vinod Bhanuka has been very good. He's opened up areas much against the run of play when it comes to the Bangladeshi planning. Mushfiq has gone for almost 6 runs and over. The second wicket partnership. You see, this is what is important for a batting side, where you just make sure that you keep building on a good solid base. Now, they had a good solid base in an opening partnership. Now they got this second wicket partnership going. Last ball of the over.
Hey.
131 for 1.
এইবার ওভারেটটা শুনে নিয়ে একটু পরে হেল্প হবে। পরবর্তীতে আমাদের একটু সময় বেশি
I
লাগবে।
can tell you that batting order is wrong.
স্লগের সময়।
Ashin Bandara will not bat at number 11. He's a top order batter. Dushan Hemanta is an all-rounder. There'll definitely be a change in that batting lineup.
গুড মেহেদি ভাই। ধরো মেহেদি ভাই ধরো।
You can see a distinctive effort from the part of Shah Mahdi to entice the batters. His ball flatter early on, ball getting a little older.
All right, passing to Surya Bandara, someone who's been thought of very highly. Player with immense potential. There you see number 19, he's padded up.
গুড মেহেদি ভাই।
Let's take a look at the batting card and let's see where passing to Surya Bandara is slotted to come in. Certainly padded up to come in next. I know the batting order that was given on the card is not exactly right.
সাইদ ভাই। গুড মেহেদি।
Let's take a look at the batting card and I'll tell you. Right, so Surya Bandara is next. Ashin Bandara should move up the batting order. Should come in at 4 or 5. Then there is, Sahanara Chige, Velalage, then Dushan Hemanta should go up a few notches. Short delivery. And that's gone, I think, gone all the way for 6. The umpire will confirm it, but a good blow.
You see, he bowled for 3 or 4 good deliveries, 4 dot balls. You feel that there was the pressure building up, then that loose short pitch delivery comes up. So very easy to rock back and just hit it with a lot of power. Just striking the ropes there. That'll be directly on the rope, so it'll be given as a maximum there. But really indisciplined bowling here. Gotta be so consistent. Bowl out a maiden over, build up the pressure. Instead, you give a freebie away.
আরে মেহেদি ভাই।
137 for 1. Almost at the halfway stage, Sri Lanka looking solid. 137 for 1. Minod Bhanuka getting an opportunity. I know he was in the radar of the selectors. He was given an opportunity. He just couldn't live up. But now being brought back, he's making the most of it. And why not? And that's another look. Chamin, this is the 6.
Well, you give you the long hop and you say, thank you very much. I'm going to put it away. And so very comfortable. And right through the innings, what's even significant to me has been the manner in which they played their shots. Hardly any shots in anger per se. And it's mostly very well directed shot. The selection of the balls to be hit away has been absolutely perfect.
You mean they haven't broken sweat? Is that what you're saying? But
In
they're
a way.
sweating. They're sweating out there though.
It's warm, it's warm. It's been difficult for the bowlers. Mondol went for runs, but he came back economic eventually. Mushfiq, 5.6, Shoma Shaka just given that odd over in the middle, came in for a better stick. But it's up to Shak Mahdi to really try and get the wickets. And been one success. Bangladesh will be feeling the pressure. And you could see that the consistency that's required, the demeanor, the body language that's needed to keep your spirits up is lacking a bit. Someone's got to talk to them. In that little break we had, I hope there's been some thoughts coming from the think tank.
We're going to have some pace. A swing. Punch down the ground on the bounce. It tells you that this pitch is not pacey. He was looking to hit it on the up. It's not something that's rushing the batter, so he has time to play it.
Mushfiq Hasan was recently called for the Bangladesh Test squad for Afghanistan at home. This tall right arm spinner, seamer rather, is from a place called Lalmonihhat, and one of the areas in the what we call outskirts, not outskirts of Dhaka, but in the not in the main zone where the cricket is always played. Lalmonihhat quite a bit away from the main arenas, but did well come back. The district towns are where you're picking a lot of your players from in Bangladesh now.
You said quite a bit away, 500 kilometers away?
Bangladesh not a massive country. I
Well,
think,
by our standards, you are massive.
well, yes, Sri Lanka is a little smaller.
Little. 22,225 square miles.
56,000 is, I think, 56,000 is Bangladesh.
Officially, I think.
Yeah, 56,000 square miles is what, if I'm not wrong. Swivel round. Now, once again, the way you pick the ball with that maximum, he gets to his 50. Tremendous innings by Bhanuka here.
Not great bowling by Bangladesh, I'm afraid. This is really a good innings by Binod Bhanuka. Short delivery. Waited for it. Look at how he waits for it. Tells you that he had so much of time to play that shot that he hit him behind square leg. Just waited for it. And he could have gone over square leg, but he went over fine leg because he swirled. And then hit it over fine leg. That's a 6, brings up its 14th, 15 list A matches. Strike rate is starting to be impressive. It's now going at above 100 runs, 108.7. Still 3 balls to go in the over. 7 runs already.
That's the channel you want to bowl on at consistency. Across the line of the left-handed batter. Get the ball to shape away if you can.
Excellent knock by Minod Bhanuka. Sri Lanka needed a partnership. Yes, they appreciate it. Why not? It's been a very fine innings.
Mushfiq, the bowler, needs to get a wicket. He managed to get some wickets versus the West Indies A team recently. Picked up 5 wickets in 2 games.
Chip down the ground, but passing mid-off. Should be a boundary, I think. The timing is perfect. He didn't really overhit it. Just look at the way he hit through the line. It was a mere push, but it's the timing that is impressive.
Absolutely. This is so easily done. Moving into the shot, bat showing the full face. Look at him, waited for it to come onto him. As you said, didn't try to hit it too hard. Just eased into it and a little punch, off it went. Perfect timing, wonderful placement. Yeah, he is a worried bowler now.
97 runs now added for the second wicket. It's come in quick time this over. Smith has gone for 11 runs. Seam bowlers have struggled a bit. Last ball of the over. Time. A dot ball. It's 148 for 1. It's looking ominous from a Bangladesh point of view. Sri Lanka establishing yet another partnership, 97 of 102. Now the way forward for Bangladesh here obviously is wickets. See, dot balls with an established set of batters, it's not easy. Try and get wickets, try and push the batting side back. Ideally, Shamin, get both set batters in so that you get two new batters to the crease so that you try and exploit it. But it's easier said than done.
Absolutely. I think we say that one gets two. Maybe that'll work out for Bangladesh, but you've got to get the first one. And the way these two batters are going about their business, they did not seem to be any kind of trouble at all. Mahmood Hassan Joy is the new bowler in, trying something different. Tries to give some air. He falls into a decent line straight away. That is what he's going to need to do on a consistent basis.
Tell me, Shamim, if you look at the Bangladesh bowling makeup, I've seen a fair bit of cricket in Bangladesh. I've seen finger spinners emerging, lots of off spinners, left arm spinners. But where is the wrist spinner? Why isn't Bangladesh producing quality wrist spinners, whether it's left hand or right arm?
They've been searching. It's not the lack of searching, but I think what Bangladesh, the domestic circuit, need is to have the team, the Dhaka Premier League teams in particular, who support the rise of any kind of a player. They're not sometimes prepared to risk including a wrist spinner in the side for fear of them being expensive. That old adage we hear of leg spinners purchasing their wickets. But that seems to have played on the minds. And also, you emulate a hero. There have been successes with left-arm orthodox spinners over the years. And that has prompted a lot of youngsters, as we see the 150 taking over for the Sri Lanka A team. Just finishing that point off. So there needs to be some support. There needs to be a camp. We've seen pace bowling camps being done, you know, where you look around for pace bowlers and it has borne fruit. I think that similar thing has to be done with leg spinners. Make a camp, go around the country, try and search for leg spinners and try to fit them in. 50 balls for the third 50.
Was it uppish? Did it carry? Just a single of the last ball.
Good over, good over.
151 for 1. And in fact, that also brings up the 100 partnership. A 100-run partnership. Very good partnership here between Minod Banuka 55. He's contributed 55 runs in this partnership. Avishka Fernando slightly slower, but still very effective, this partnership. Sri Lanka will be looking at something beyond 300 from here. They've got a strong batting lineup, plenty of all-rounders and depth. A very, very solid foundation that they have set. Mind you, Bangladesh inserted them after they won the toss.
Ripon Mondol is going to come in for another spell. He's been, compared to the others, a little miserly with his bowling. There's a cotton bowled opportunity there in the previous over. Just went past him. Yeah, catchable height. Looks at his fingers as it slips through, and these you got to take. We saw a run out opportunity missed earlier, and this would have made the difference.
Again, good work at point. But yeah, you talk about a good surface, you talk about a partnership. The fielding side needs something special to try and lift the team, to try and change the momentum. And one way is either you come up with a magnificent run out, an outstanding catch. Just take a look at this. Fielded well. He was aiming for that non-strikers and he was well in. But you need something to lift the team. That cotton ball, as you said, would have been ideal, just to try and lift that team with something special, because at the moment out cricket is a little bit flat.
Look, Roshan, it's not, you've got to make your option. You've got to try and do something out of the ordinary, as you mentioned. But in addition to what is happening around the ground with the fumbles in the field, those little opportunities have got to be taken. It's a simple matter. You just lose focus. You lose your momentum. Your shoulders droop. And Saif Hassan has got to do something as a skipper to lift the spirits. Here's another look at that. Should have been taken at this level. You're playing in the emerging Men's Asia Cup. People are looking at you to say, what a good catch that is, and what difference it might have made to the state of the game itself. And then the bowler gets smashed because he's not brimming with confidence, is he? He's all over the place.
That's not good bowling. That's really not good bowling. He's not expressing pace. Short and wide becomes very easy for Avishka Fernando. Just take a look at this. Gave himself a bit of room, and look where he's hitting it, because he's got so much time to play that shot. You would expect to hit it behind point with the pace, but he's hitting it to extra cover.
It's been pretty noticeable. A lot of shots coming forward of square, and that tells you the batters are pretty confident in just gauging the length of the ball and taking them on and getting them to hit early.
What I would like to see a little bit more, there's no complaint, Sri Lanka has been very good. But what I would like to see is boundaries. We'll come to that. This is Minod Banuka. He started opening up areas. That's a very good shot. And again, that sweep, the loft. He's gone for his full repertoire. He's got runs right around the pitch, including that pulled six. Some really lovely drives, punching down the ground, and that pulled hook six that brought up his 50. Avishka goes again. This time there is a fielder. See, the point I was trying to make, Shamim, is we've seen a bit too many dot balls after a boundary. Sri Lanka hasn't really looked to maximize that boundary. You get a boundary, then you look to rotate the strike. That, I'm afraid, has been an area that Sri Lanka have been found wanting.
You're searching for some defects here, Roshan.
No,
the
I'm
boundaries,
not.
there have been enough boundaries. There might have been an extra percentage of dot balls. But look at the scoring rate. I mean, does that make you unhappy? I think they're doing exceedingly well.
But I'm saying you can always strive to do better. So this is, as I said, whilst I have no complaint, this could be a minor little area that Sri Lanka will want to work on. Last ball of the over. $158 for 1.
Ashish.
$158 for one. Avishka Fernando 70 of 82, but Minod Bhanuka, he's been impressive, hasn't he? 56 of 52 balls. He's really started to move. But on the other hand, it's been a disciplined effort as far as the Bangladeshi bowling has been concerned. Just one extra. They'll be pleased with that. And generally, you'll find under pressure, you bowl wides, you can bowl no balls. There'll be buys, but that area of Bangladesh's cricket has been good.
Something of a solace in that regard, but you can see at the bowling figures they've come in for a bit of stick. And these two in the middle, Fernando and Bhanuka, have not been really troubled out in any manner. Mahmudullah Sanjoy, Saif Hassan, the skipper, racking his brains as to how they can get amongst the wickets. It's imperative. It's high time that they break this partnership, get a foot back in. Because slowly and gradually that screw is going to be turned further and further, and the pressure is going to build up.
Hold on, leg.
A test of temperament, even in this format of the game. Can afford, you can try to be patient. Same time, you need some success to back it up.
Down the ground.
It's
It's gone all the way for 6. Avishka Fernando using his fate. I don't think he got to the pitch of the ball, but he went through with the shot and the timing was good.
It was terrific. It's a shimmy down the wicket. You may be right, maybe didn't get a hold of it, maybe the lower part of the bat, but the full flourish of the bat, the full follow through and the power as he came down the wicket and met the ball, is prepared to take him on first ball.
This is very good cricket. This is what I'm talking about. You start maximizing the effects of boundaries. Well, he's got a 6, he's got a 4. Now let's see what he does of the next 4 balls. He's got a very good start to the over.
So you want him to take a couple of runs now and a single after?
I just don't want to see dot balls, very simply. That's how you put pressure on the bowling unit. Yes, 10 runs has given a lot of pressure, but you need to try and add on. Sensible, well done. Really sensible.
Listening to you after the 2 big hits, this is good cricket.
Come on, boys.
Just going across and pushing the ball, running with the ball, getting the single. This is the boundary.
Come on, boys.
The manner he plays it might have seemed to be a little more close to his body, but it's just the angle of the body, and then he puts it away in the wide open spaces. Very impressive from both these players.
Good cricket. Good cricket by Sri Lanka. They're starting to milk the bowling, and this is how you try and create pressure. Now this is turning out to be a big over for Sri Lanka, and obviously the pressure heavily on Bangladesh. 12 runs already. 2 balls to go in the over. Another single. They've got 13 now.
We said that's what the doctor ordered. That's what Dr. Roshan ordered. He wanted the singles, the milking of the runs, the rotation of the strike, in addition to the big hits early on in the over.
Good joy, very good joy, very
Well,
good.
he does well. Dot ball. Still a big over. 171 for 1.
Hello. Come here.
You look at that Manhattan and you'd see some big overs in that. And what's interesting is that a couple of them have come from the 20th over onwards. That's when the field is actually spread. A lot of times in the Manhattan you see big overs in the top 10 when the fielding restrictions are on. You can only have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. But here for Sri Lanka A, had some big overs. The field spread and there is no protection in the deep. Just tells you that there's been some very, very intelligent and clever batting by Avishka Fernando and Minod Bhanuka.
It's been brilliant so far by these two experienced players. Claiming the authority, stamping the authority I should say, and claiming the opportunity. Especially Avishka Fernando. Has been brutal, massive 6 over. The bowler's head in the last over, Minod Bhanuka not that far behind. Hammers! This time extra car was quite close to the batter. The gap wasn't that much, but the way Avishka Fernando is batting, he's going to find the slightest of gaps. And this occasion was coming towards the batsman and piercing that gap through the offside.
Cracking shot this. Look at that, he's just made room for himself. He's just backed away from the stumps. He's made room for himself to play inside out. He's got the gap as well, threaded the needle as they say. Beautifully hit.
Yeah, 20 boundaries and 5 sixes, 110 runs out of 175 coming from boundaries this time. Oh, first for a second I thought Cow Point fielder was in play. A slow delivery by Mondal. The figures doesn't suggest that he has bowled well for me. He's been the pick of the bowler, especially with the new ball. Now with Avishka Fernando set and firing all cylinders, it's going to be tough work.
Oh yes, but remember, today we're seeing teams in Group A in action. Tomorrow it's going to be Group B teams in action. India take on India A, remember, take on UAE A, and that's at this very ground, 10 AM at the SSC. And then Pakistan A open their campaign against Nepal, and that's at the Colombo Cricket Club ground, right next door. Oh, that's a ball that's gone high in the air, won't get the distance, and a wicket will go down. And finally, Mondal tastes success. He's been the pick of the Bangladesh A bowlers, and finally he gets a wicket to his name.
Yeah, you're right. He rewards with a wicket for Mondal. He's bowled really well with the new ball. Was smashed away to for a bound the first ball of this over. Slow delivery this time, and got the elevation. Minod Bhanuka, for a second he would have thought that's gone all the way, but a slower delivery, a lack of pace off the pitch, only goes in the air. A good catch. Never easy those skiers. And Mehdi Hassan at square leg and a few feet. And in the end, Minod Bhanuka batted really well for his 57 with 4 boundaries and 3 sixes, gone for 57 or 55. Sri Lanka 176 for 2.
Well, what a fantastic knock from Minod Bhanuka. Better than a runner ball. 57 or 55 deliveries. And what a partnership it was for the second wicket. Worth 125 runs. Remember, the first wicket had fallen at 51. Now finally, second wicket going down at 176. But he's done his job as Minod Bhanuka. Tahan Arachige walks out into the middle. 13 half centuries to his name in List A. Over 1,500 runs to his credit. Strike rate about 71. That's something that you've got to keep an eye on now. We're heading into the 30th over after this. The strike rate is going to be an important factor here.
I think from now onwards, the small cameos will be crucial for Sri Lanka to reach that 300 mark, which is quite gettable. And Arachige is here because Minod Bhanuka was undone by a slow delivery by Ripon Mondal. Good catch, very good catch. Those high skies are never easy.
It's Mehdi latching on to that. Ripon Mondal. It's a wicket against his name. Been a tad expensive, but that doesn't really highlight how well he's bowled today, especially with the new ball. End of a wicket taking over. 5 runs off it. It's 176 for 2. Avishka Fernando still out there, reaching towards another list A 100. But let's take a look at the bowling card. 7 bowlers used, just 2 among wickets. Mehdi Hassan picking up 1, and then Mondal claiming a wicket in his previous over. Goes on 87, remember. The way he is going, he's probably the pivot around which this entire Sri Lanka innings is revolving around. So he's been that one man who's kept the one end going. The other end, you've seen quick innings from Minod Bhanuka as well. That's what Arachige would aspire to do as well.
Mehdi Hassan will just want to run through some dot deliveries against the left-hander. And as you correctly said, Avishka Fernando will hold the key for Sri Lanka, be the anchor, bat at least till the 45th over and get the other batters to bat around him and play those cameos. And Sri Lanka does that. This field, even a 300 mark is definitely gettable. This is good batting, Sahan. Just about the doctor ordered single every delivery and get the batter who's striking it well to face much as possible.
That's what Arachige has got to do. Remember, another left-hander at the crease, so the left-hand, right-hand combination still continuing for Sri Lanka, eh? That's what makes things a little tricky, especially with Rakibul having 4 overs still to go. I think that's an important aspect that Sri Lanka will look at, to have a left-hander to cancel out the left-arm spin.
Battle of cats and mouses, isn't it? Pasun Surya Bandara due to come next, and Ashin Bandara to follow, and then those 2 right-handers, and that number 7 possibly Dunitwell Lalage. These are the spin options for Bangladesh. So this is where I think tactics will work from the dressing room, and the message has to go out to the middle as well.
Because there's a left-hander there, that's why you're seeing Mehdi Hassan, who's operating, he's into his 7th over. The captain rolled his arm over as well. Saif Hassan bowled 3 overs, remember, was expensive, went for 24. Therefore turned towards Sheikh Mehdi Hassan and said, okay, you come on with the left-hander still out there, have some off-spin bowling options available.
The luxury what Sri Lanka has is a wrist spinner in Dushan Hemanta. Don't think Bangladesh do have that option. And in modern day cricket, especially in one-day cricket and T20, a wrist spinner is like a gold dust. And the teams who has it utilize the options really well. For example, from Sri Lanka, Vanidhu Hasaranga, the ICC qualifier he had. 30 gone, 181 for 2.
Well, Ripon Mondal's bowled well with the new ball. He's come back with his second spell and picked up a wicket as well with slightly older delivery, with the slightly older ball. And he's trying to mix things up. He's now relying a lot more on change of pace to restrict the batsman or to look to pick up a wicket.
And also quite happy to give a single to Avishka Fernando, the man who's been striking really well.
Lots of action in store with the Group B fixtures. That's what we're looking at. These 4 teams get into action from tomorrow onwards. But the one date to look forward to is the 19th of July, a day-nighter at the Premadasa Stadium where Pakistan A take on India A. It's always a humdinger of a contest when it's an India-Pakistan game, whether it's an A side, whether it's women's cricket or the main national teams. It will be a cracker of a contest. That's a good ball. Talked about Mondal relying on change of pace. Here he's just mixing things up. Went for the short ball.
Yeah, good change of length this time by Mondal. Was quick, right on the money.
Look at the squad for India A. Lots of talented youngsters in that side. Yash Dole captaining the side. Abhishek Sharma is the vice captain. There's Sai Sudarshan, who had a prolific run in the IPL. Got a 96 in that final as well. You look at how Prabh Simran Singh, the wicketkeeper batsman from Punjab, performed in the domestic season leading up to the IPL, and then of course had a cracking 100 in the IPL as well.
And also Riyan Parag and Angekar, who played for Chennai Super Kings. That's somebody that I'm really looking forward to have a look, as well as Akash Singh, the left arm quick. Plenty of big names and a lot of opportunities. In West Indies, the test team is there. Plenty of players in the one-day setup, T20. It is a perfect opportunity for these youngsters to get their value up with the new chairman of selectors, Ajit Dagakar.
Oh yes, and there's another name in this. Dhruv Jurel had a very good IPL. A promising wicketkeeper back. Got a look in. But there's a good delivery. Just working the angle. Forcing a tentative push from Arachige.
Nicely bowled this time by Mondal. Just going across Sahana Arachige.
Talking about this particular tournament turning out to be the grooming ground for a lot of youngsters who performed as the years have passed. But look at this lineup for Pakistan A. You get some very interesting names that feature, including Mohammad Wasim Jr. in this lineup. There's Mohammad Haris as well, the captain of the side. A wicket here. Meanwhile, for Mondal, he tastes success in back-to-back overs of his second spell.
This is reward for good bowling here. Mondal, the new ball was very unlucky, and in the second spell, he's got rid of both the left-handers. First Vinod Bhanuka, and now Sahana Arachige. A good bouncer, good height, good length, just outside the off stump. Arachige trying to play the pull shot downwards, gets the outside edge and gone for 2. Sri Lanka A 182 for 3.
So another wicket going down quickly. Glimmer of hope for Bangladesh A here. After that mammoth 125 run stand, it just seemed as if Sri Lanka A were holding all the cards. But Ripon Mondal has come back with 2 wickets in his second spell. Just given Bangladesh some opportunity to try and peg Sri Lanka A back. Maybe under 275 if they pick up another couple of wickets here.
The new batsman, Pasindu Surya Bandar, a prolific scorer in the first class setup. Not the list I'm talking about. The 3-day, the 4-day games, he has been in prolific scoring with Moore Sports Club. Gets the opportunity. Playing for the Sri Lankan A team. Coming at number 5. He's one of those players where he takes a little time to get going and get used to the pace. And that's where I think Bangladesh, if they can squeeze in few dot deliveries, could add the pressure back to the Sri Lankans. Sahana Arachige was undone by a proper bouncer. Good pace, good bounce. And Mondal, as we said, rewarded for some good bowling.
Mixing things up very well, Mondal. Talking about how he's using the slower one. Now the ball's gotten older, but this time around it was genuine pace and short. Well directed at Arachige that led to that dismissal. Now, what have we got here? Fielders moved into a gully position. Short gully. Something to think about for Surya Bandara.
Showing his intent straight away. The first ball. End of the over. 182 for 3.
So 182 for 3. Ishka still out there in the middle, holding the key to what Sri Lanka A can get on the board. But for Bangladesh, a couple of wickets taken by Ripon Mondal in his second spell have just pegged things back a little. Be more economical. Most importantly, a new batter at the crease means that you can peg him down for a couple of deliveries. Just make sure you don't give away easy runs.
And also Avishka Fernando will change gears now. This was the last over. Going across Sahan Arachige with a good length, a good bounce right on the money. Well left as well by Sahan Arachige, and then bullseye. Beautiful bouncer. Rewarded completely the young man. And the captain wanted some wickets, and this man on screen, lanky fast ball, has provided. And all of a sudden we can hear some chatter from Bangladeshis. Akbar Ali especially behind the stumps.
Again, for the new batsman who's come out to bat, whether it was Arachige earlier or Surya Bandara, who faced the last couple of deliveries, made sure that he was bowling quick. He used the change of pace against the set batsman and got him out, Vinod Bhanuka. But again, genuine quick deliveries, short deliveries for the new batters.
Good intelligent bowling, showing his entire repertoire. Bouncers, good length, slow deliveries. For a moment, Avishka Fernando's heart would have been in his mouth, batting for so long in these testing conditions, but he had his big Usain Bolt shoes in and made it look easy.
Also thought that the fielder chose the wrong end to throw at. He would have probably been better off targeting Avishka Fernando's end. The throw came at the non-striker's end. Probably a lot of times what happens, you think that the non-striker would take a start, so he'd probably be a yard or two ahead, and maybe therefore you don't want to try and run him out. You try and run the striker out, who may be playing the ball on the back foot.
And also the tired legs, isn't it? This guy been batting for such a long time, and in this heat is never easy. Surya Bandara, generally a very good athlete. I'm not saying Avishka Fernando is not, but he has been batting for 30 years. It'll be testing.
Sun's out in all its glory. It's bright and sunny. Did have the first couple of overs where there was cloud cover.
Don't be fooled, Raman, don't be fooled. The weather in Colombo has been quite unpredictable. But so far, I think we are good, at least for the next 2-3 hours.
We've got a good game of cricket and a full game of cricket. Oh, saw him coming. I think he saw Surya Bandara coming, and he's just fired that one quicker as Mehdi Hassan. End of the over with that dot delivery. 32 gone. 185 for 3. And it's time for another drinks break. The top three batters contributing for Sri Lanka A, and Avishka Fernando isn't done yet. Unbeaten on 93. Cruz Pulle making 31. Those two shared a 51-run opening wicket partnership. And then Minod Bhanuka contributing with a half century as well, sharing a 125-run stand for the second wicket. It's really gone Sri Lanka A's way. Everything except the toss, because they lost the toss and were put into bat. Oh, this was
Nice, good pitch. Good pitch. Lasit Cruz Pulle was solid in his brief knock, and then that's Avishka Fernando going on. Then had a brain freeze. Long on was in place, trying to go probably over the top of the bowler and paid the price. Minod Bhanuka batted really well. Straight away it came in and was attacking. Avishka Fernando finding those gaps, little pockets, as you say. Minod Bhanuka using all his experience. It's not all about hammer and tongue. It's all about being guile. And this is beautiful shot over long on for a maximum. Avishka Fernando, he's been $1 million today. Talk about grabbing the opportunity. Perfect example is so far been Avishka Fernando, and this was the second six by Minod Bhanuka. That shot has brought so much runs for Avishka today. Beautiful stroke down the ground again. Hammered through extra cover, giving him some room. Avishka. This was a massive six. Absolutely massive. Over long on. And a slow ball undone to Minod Bhanuka. Got the elevation but not the distance. Safely taken. And Sahana Arachige was undone by a beautiful bounce just outside the off stump. Good pace, good bounce, and the young man Ripon Mondal was rewarded.
He's been the pick of the bowlers for the Bangladesh A side. Ripon Mondal. Those two quick wickets, second and third, both being accounted for by Mondal. A good spell, if I remember, in that under-19 World Cup quarter-final versus India as well, where I think he picked up 3 or 4 quick wickets against the Indian batting lineup. Did Mondal back in 2022. Then, of course, India came back in that match and got the better of the Bangladesh side.
Recently, I was in Bangladesh covering the Bangladesh-Afghanistan Test Series, and I had a chat with Champaka Ramanayaka, Sri Lankan, who's coaching the Bangladesh setup as an emerging coach, and Chandik Hatru Singh, the head coach. But they both commonly said was the pace battery of talent what's coming through the Bangladesh rank is amazing. At the moment, they got Ibadat Hussain, Shamim Islam, beg your pardon, and Taskin Ahmed in their test lineup, and they got Mustafiz as their leading ODI bowler. Plenty of Khalid Ahmed, another bowler that I can name. Those are good options to have.
Look at that shot. Look at that shot. Stand and deliver. Surya Bandara smacks a six as if it's almost like he's taking a walk in the park.
The bounce against Minod Bhanuka was much more quicker at height and had meaningful pace. But this occasion for Surya Bandara, it was a half tracker. And that too pulled in front of mid-wicket. That shows the amount of time Surya Bandara had to play that stroke. Stamping his authority, young Surya Bandara.
So he's just letting the bowler know a short ball might have got you Arachige's wicket. But this is a different kettle of fish. He takes the aerial route again. And, oh dear Lord, he almost holed out to deep mid-wicket. Almost. How deft was that from the boundary rider? Did he step over the boundary rope with the ball still in hand?
I'm pretty sure the third umpire will be consulted for this decision. That was a valiant attempt at deep square leg. For a moment I thought it's going to go all the way. But again, Surya Bandara not afraid to go over the top and take that aerial route.
Now, key question is that foot touching the ground when he had the ball in his hand? This is the moment of reckoning. He's caught the ball here, all right. But where does that left foot land? Does it touch the boundary cushion or does it touch the ground? Oh yes, it's touched the ground. That's going to be 6.
That's quite clear. A valiant attempt by the field at deep square leg. But back-to-back maximum for Surya Bandara.
He's taking the attack to the opposition. Surya Bandara is moved to 13 of just 5 deliveries, thanks to those 2 back-to-back 6s that he struck in this over. Ripon Mondal banged one short, got pulled. The other one was a little fuller and quicker, but clipped off the pads for 6.
7 sixers in the 33rd over. That's brilliant. And Pasun Surya Bandara in the first club setup, he has the reputation of grinding out innings, playing those long innings, and grinding out the bowlers. But today he has shown a different side of Surya Bandara, which is quite impressive. And just what the team need. These were the first 6. Beg your pardon, the second one. The first one was even bigger.
This was the one, the first one that was struck cleanly. And then the second one, oh, almost holding out. 4 more. And this is turning out to be a very expensive over from Ripon Mondal. 17 runs have come off 5 deliveries already.
Cricket is a great leveler. The previous over, Ripon Mondal was brilliant, but this over, he has been taken to the cleaners. 17 runs with 1 ball to spare. Shot again, a slow delivery attempted. Surya Bandara deep in the crease. With fine leg up, it's almost like a free hit. Right hand is bounded towards the scoreboard end, which is the leg side for Surya Bandara. Is quite short. If you get it wrong, you will travel the distance.
Tried the slower delivery, but angled it on the leg stump. Finishes off with a dot delivery, but it's been an expensive over at that from Mondal. 33 gone, 202 for 3. The most expensive over of the innings was the previous one. 17 runs came off it. Off the bowler who's taken 2 wickets today, Ripon Mondal. He's been the most successful bowler for Bangladesh A. But he was taken to the cleaners by Surya Bandara in the previous one. 2 6s and a 4 by this young lad. That's why he's raced away to 17 of just 8 deliveries.
The game plan for Sri Lanka is quite clear, isn't it? Pasun Surya Bandara to be the aggressor, and Avishka Fernando to play that anchor role and carry his bat probably right through the innings. Ashen Bandara, Dunit Tellalage, Chamik Karanatha are the batsmen to follow. This was the first maximum. Second was taken, but he did overstep the ground and went for a maximum. This time, a slow delivery down the leg side. Altogether 17 runs from that over.
It was a little surprising, and we'll talk about it. Swept there, should just be a single. For Ripon Mondal, just question the thought process in that over, because those 2 6s and the 4 were all struck on the leg side. And look at that, the 50 split, the fastest 50 in the innings came from 150 to 200, that 4th 50 coming off just 43 deliveries.
Stepping on that pedal, isn't it? Doing really well, Sri Lanka. Got the tactics right, got to be said. Pretty sure skipper Avishka Fernando and Dunit Tullalage has got that tactics right. Get Surya Bandar to be the aggressor and get Avishka Fernando. Mini batting card, Fernando. Nearing his ninth first list A 100.
Oh, looking for a reverse there. Always fraught with danger. Surya Bandara is just looking to unsettle the rhythm of the bowler.
Mehdi Hasan, I thought he saw Pasun Surya Bandar changing his stance and bowl wicket to wicket. He got probably bat or glove. I just feel it's better off taking the aerial route to the leg side.
A no ball called by the umpire.
No ball.
They come back for 2. So 3 added on to the total.
Christmas comes early for Pasun Surya Bandar. A free hit. Yeah, good call. That is a crime, a spinner bowling no ball, isn't it? Mehdi Hasan
Come on, boys. Come on,
paying the
boys.
price. Free hit coming up. Where does he target? Probably long on, mid wicket. Those are the options. You cannot change the field. Remember that? I reckon Pasun Surya Bandar, for me, he's been looking at the probably long on or mid wicket.
Just missed that feeling. That was a little straight up, flatter, right on the pad line.
As they call a full banger. Right on the toe.
Gets out of jail there. Had the free hit ball to contend with, and Mehdi Hasan's done well. Bowled a dot delivery. So it hasn't cost Bangladesh A there. A good comeback over after the previous one was expensive. 34 gone, 208 for 3.
আগে কি চান্স নিবে ও মনে হয় তারপর আমি জিন্সের ওখানে গিয়ে মনে হচ্ছে
Avishka Fernando is just 1 shot away from what would be his 9th list A 100. For the moment, he's got 8 list A 100s and 12 list A half centuries. So that's a very good conversion rate. You know, converting those 50s to 100s in list A cricket.
Hallmark of a good player, converting those starts into big ones. Exactly what he's doing and what the team needs at the moment.
Punched away again, it's placed well. They'll come back for 2 thanks to a little fumble in the outfield.
Showing good fitness as well, Avishka Fernando. Sprinting back for his second run there. Rakib Hasan bowling his 7th over clearly. Bangladesh skipper Saif Hassan bringing the changes.
Just felt with 2 right-handers there, Rakibul could have been pressed back into service a little earlier. Captain probably wanted to give another over to Mondal, whom he thought had taken 2 wickets. But then you wanted the left-arm spinner in operation against the 2 right-handers at the crease.
Yeah, fair point. I thought skipper Saif Hassan gambled with that idea, but didn't pay off very well. With Surya Bandar breaking the shackles and a couple of sixes, and all of a sudden Sri Lanka back on track.
That's where your ground fielding needs to back the spinner up as well. Cut these singles off. Make Surya Bandara play a big shot or attempt a big shot. But now, all eyes on Avishka Fernando. He's on 99. He'll have to wait a little more to get to that 3-figure mark.
Yeah, Rakib Hasan firing it in. Understands that Avishka Fernando is just looking for a single.
Well, he will get the single and he will bring up 100 in the very first match of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Avishka Fernando becomes the first centurion.
Take a bow, Avishka Fernando. With the hard yards, was injured a while ago, had an operation on his knee, came back, played a lot of first-class cricket, got a big opportunity in this tournament, and the first game itself, what a brilliant 100. Lights up this tournament.
Ninth this day, 100 of 104 deliveries. Remember, he got to his 50 of 56 deliveries, and the next 50 of the innings, he's taken 48 deliveries. 10 of the over, 35 gone, 213 for 3.
We are into the last 15 overs and Sri Lanka looking solid. That's pretty ominous for Bangladesh. See, the good thing about Sri Lanka is that they got somebody. We'll come to that. This is Avishka Fernando, the 100. He's reached 1,000 runs in international cricket, became the fastest Sri Lankan to do that. Now he's captain with 100 in an important game. And yeah, they appreciate it. They know how important it is. But the key here, as far as I'm concerned, Shamim, 213 for 3. And there is a partnership that's happening. Surya Bandara has made 21. Avishka Fernando, we'll come to that. He's done the fundamentals right as an opening bat. And that is to bat and to be that pivot. And he's into the 36th over. He's still there. He's got the 100. And he will be the foundation that Bangladesh will, Sri Lanka will want to build on.
Whenever we're talking about building up an innings, a one-day international innings, this is the essential ingredient, is the sheet anchor role by a batter. That is what the coaches, the think tank, they expect. The reverse now coming into action and played very, very confidently and precisely for a boundary. Oozing with confidence there. That was, there's always an element of risk when you play the reverse, but with the way they're going, Surya Bandara also is eased into this shot.
He's a very impressive young man, I'll tell you, passing to Surya Bandara. Plays for the Moore Sports Club. Was amongst the runs in the recent major club tournament, the league tournament, which is the first class tournament in Sri Lanka. But he's in at the right time. He's in at a perfect time, because he's got a strong ally at the non-striker's end. And he goes over the top. How far has he gone? Not far enough. It's on the bounce. And he's also trying to feast in on a rather tiring attack.
Yeah, but he almost fell for the trap there. In a way, he stood his ground. It's just not timing it to perfection. Maybe if he did. Uh-oh, what was that, a beamer? That was pretty high up. Wait and see if there's a signal from the square leg umpires to the height. Was it over waist high? It's quite humid out there. The hands are sweating. Difficult to get a grip of it. We'll come back to that shot that Surya Bandara attempted and almost went to hand.
Last ball of the over. Seven of the over, 220 for 3.
Take now, you take it now. Glove change for batsman, just the glove change.
Avishka Fernando, 73rd match for him. Avishka Fernando into 73rd match, 2,689 run. What a strike rate that is in his list A career. He's been Mr. Consistent over the years. He's really stood out, making a name for himself, making people think about him with a century in very quick time here against Bangladesh A.
Bangladesh now need to get their bowling resources sorted out well. They are into the last 14 overs. You talk about the depth, you talk about good finishers when it comes to batting, and also you need quality bowlers who could come in and bowl economically. See, this is where Bangladesh has to make a big decision, Shamim. Who are the bowlers that is going to retain to try and bowl towards the end? Because the fast bowlers have gone for runs. Now this is Avishka Fernando. Has batted extremely well, played some delightful shots. He's played the sweep well. Some really good sweep shots behind square leg. I mean, you're just watching lovely square cuts. This is Surya Bandara, that's back live. So it's been a wonderful innings by Avishka Fernando.
It has indeed, and when you think about the shots, really not too many that we've seen him innovate or improvise. It's been proper orthodox cricketing shots, and it's paid dividends. And sometimes when you play the original manner, in the original manner, not try to take on the bowlers with risky shots on a wicket that's pretty batter friendly. What about that one? Little punch away, chase on here, and it's just going to hold it up. Just the timing, maybe a little awry on that occasion, but more often than not, it has been the timing from Avishka Fernando that has been so very impressive. But that was Surya Bandara, the partnership now worth 41. Rakibul under duress into his 8th over. 42 runs already given away.
To swing it. Now obviously Pasindu Surya Bandara is here with clear instructions, and this is the time that he's looking to take on the bowling. I mean, he may not worry too much of sacrificing his wicket if he could get a few runs. He's looking to try and take on the bowling, play the slogs. That last shot that he went over extra cover was excellent. A little drop kick. Square leg goes behind square, mid-wicket front on the boundary. Short delivery. Where has that gone? Exactly where the mid-wicket fielder was moved, but I thought the running should have been a bit more aggressive, Shamim. Just a single.
I think they thought they got the boundary. Thought that in that cow corner area, two fielders converging on it did well. And that's a commitment you need to see in the deep. Swivel round, maybe not from the meaty part of the bat, but he seems to be in a different frame of mind now. Surya Bandara trying to take the bowlers on. Ends the 37th over. It's 225 for 3.
Well, at the current rate, 304. I think Sri Lanka will be looking at 8 runs. Minimum. 8 runs an over from here. So they got 13 overs left. That's a lot of balls, Shamim. If you look at the number of balls, 78. So 225 and 78 is what, 293? Or no, 303, right? So at a runner ball, that's what they'll get. But they'll be looking for something more.
Bangladesh will be looking to stem the flow of runs, that's for sure, and take a couple of quick wickets. Because they've managed to just keep it under wraps, not quite under wraps, around the 6 mark. And if they can continue to do that till the end of the innings, around the 300 mark, you tell yourself maybe that is a gettable target. Anything over 330, that makes it much more difficult with more pressure, scoreboard pressure. Bangladesh have used 7 bowlers. They've used Chomo Sharkar, that odd over which was blasted away. Saif Hassan also has gone for runs, 8 and over so far in his first 3. He's going to try and be a little more disciplined in his bowling and maybe force some errors from the batters.
Well, Bangladesh hasn't had too much of joy in terms of wickets. There was a good opening partnership, and then Mahedi, the chips it in there, finds the ball caught on the long on boundary, and then this is Minod Bhanuka looking to try and clear the boundary on the leg side. Very well taken. Haven't had too much of joy as far as the bowling is concerned. Just 3 wickets. Then of course Sahan Arachige didn't have too much of a innings as far as he was concerned. Real reward for the bowler. Set him up quite beautifully with some really quick deliveries, and then finally getting the batter with a short rising one. Fine tickle. Oh, beaten the fielder at short fine leg. He needed a dive. There. He didn't. And eventually allowed the ball to go past him.
The young Tamim was in 2 minds. You can see that. Initially, he thought of just going for the ball with his hands, then decided to go for it with his feet. In the process, neither worked. There you see. In 2 minds, had to chase on. Recovered it.
Needed an interception. Again, the sweep. Like the way Pasindu Surya Bandara is looking to open up areas on the leg side. Look at how he moves across the crease. Look how he's trying to create those opening areas on the leg side. He played that fine tickle and then the sweep shot. So letting the bowler think and adjust. Look how he gets across and looks to open it almost from the off stump.
But at the same time, he's exposing all the 3 stumps. Maybe that is what the Bangladesh's bowlers want. For him to take a few risks, and maybe in that regard they might get an opening through and get a wicket. Sometimes with the batter with that kind of a mindset like Surya Bandara, you feel that you have an opportunity to get him out. But at the other end, they've got the steady Fernando going. 48 runs of 43 balls, this partnership. Going great guns at the moment.
Oh, very lucky, the bowler that is. 230 for 3.
Everything has fallen into place so very nicely with Fernando. You talk about the phases of the play, not only just the power play phases. You're talking about, say, 10, 15 over phases. And then you think that you've got that sheet anchor with Fernando. Bruce Bullock went quickly for 31. And Bhanuka has chipped in with 57. Now Surya Bandara just stepping on the gas. Everything in perfect position after that decision by Saif Hassan to put Sri Lanka in. He must be pondering on that decision, whether it was the right choice to be made. We talked about it earlier, Roshan. Maybe on hindsight it has not been. But you've got to carry on. You've got to try and have some damage control now.
Goes over extra cover. Well, I was about to tell you that there hadn't been a boundary for 15 balls, and there comes the 6. 6 number 8 in addition to 22 fours. This is Avishka Fernando, just went down the wicket. Look at the way he plays that shot. He goes down the pitch, opens up just a little bit, inside out, playing with whatever turn the left arm spinner might give, and he deposits it over extra cover.
I made it look so very simple, didn't he? Just the shimmy down the wicket. The inside out shot, very well controlled. Now he seems to be opening up too, and another 4 coming in quick time. This is just backward to square on the onside. Little correction attempted by the bowler, and it went a little awry on that occasion again.
Certainly Sri Lanka put on the gas here. 1 over extra cover, then makes the bowler bowl more towards the leg stump because he created an opportunity the previous delivery, and that is the result. This is really good batting by Avishka Fernando. Just picking his spots.
Becomes such a difficult task for the bowling unit and the fielders. It's bad enough with Surya Bandara going after you, and then suddenly Fernando was just more conservative in his approach, suddenly deciding that, okay, I'm going to join the party, I'm going to join the fun and start hitting all around the ground. Gives headaches to the bowling unit.
Down the leg side, I think it brushed something. Not given a wide, but see, we talk of little faces. Now, most teams now will look at the last 10 overs as a batting unit and where they are and what they would intend to try and get. Now, short and wide. That's 4. That is really poor bowling. I say it's poor bowling because point was moved to extra cover 2 balls ago with the intention of looking to bowl straight, not short and wide. And then you drop short, plenty of open spaces.
Complete disarray. He, as you mentioned, has not bowled to the field that's been set for him. He's given the width, the shortness of the length, every element which favors the batter. He's got to be more disciplined.
Straight to the fielder that time. End of the over, 14 off it, 244 for 3. Well, they've used 7 bowlers. Shaq Mehdi has been the best. Actually, I called him a part-time bowler. He's a front-line spinner. I stand corrected. Million apologies to Shaq Mehdi. I called him an all-rounder, so because he's an all-rounder, I thought he's not considered a front-line bowler, but then I was completely wrong.
What's happening here? They're thinking about a change in the bowling. Akbar Ali, the keeper, the most experienced player. He was captain of that under-19 World Cup winning team. The keeper have a few words of advice for the captain now, Saif Hassan, who must be just racking his brains. How do I go about stemming the flow of runs? How do my bowlers perform and stop this wonderful phase that the Sri Lankan A team are in now? Desperately in search of a wicket. And even tried a different bowler and suddenly decided bring a pacer on. And Shomo Sharka, who went for 11. Now he can be deceptive with his pace. He's military medium to say the least. But at times when the batter's in this form of mind, they want to take on a part-time bowler. And in the process you can tend to get a little cocky, a little arrogant. Maybe that is the break that Bangladesh needs so far. See if Shomo Sharka can deliver with the ball. More field changes. Deep mid-wicket fielder going to the boundary. There's a long on, a deep backward square. The 3 boundary riders on the onside.
See, this is an interesting field because mid-off comes into the circle. Now Shomo Sharka will have to be very, very careful with the length and line to pass into Surya Bandara. Surya Bandara has favoured a lot on the leg side, but he's a player who can go over the top. So you've got to be careful. It's a large area over mid-off, large acreage. If it's on a length at this pace, Surya Bandara would be tempted to look to go over mid-off. Short, and that's gone down to third man. With a short third man in, you can't bowl short and wide, and it is asking for trouble.
This is ridiculous bowling from Shomo Sharka, really uncalled for. He'll have the senses about him in realization of the fact that with his pace and the way the track is playing, it's going to stand up to be ramped away. Maybe not in absolute control, but still the flourish of the bat, gets the thick outside part and takes it away to the boundary. With this kind of pace, he needs to be more meticulous with his lines and lengths.
Musaka carries a lot of experience. I think we spoke about the fact that he was part of this tournament in 2013. So he carries tons of experience. So he can be considered an ideal kind of bowler to have at this stage, considering the experience that he has, because he's bowled in different situations, bowled at different batters. But then, time for him to prove that he could rise to it. At the moment, he's looking to follow the batter. Avishka Fernando, I beg your pardon, giving himself a bit of room.
I just don't think that Shomo Shoker is the right person to come in and bowl. Maybe the thing I mentioned about the batters getting a little complacent and taking him on might yield some results. But it's just that he's not a regular bowler per se. Bowls within himself. Once again, there you see the batter taking him on and getting the top edge, chase on, ball wins the race to the boundary. That was on the cards when Shomo Shoker came in to bowl.
Surya Bandara throwing his bat at almost everything. Short delivery, I thought pace off it. Ball really didn't arrive, but again the problem is when you have that field, short fine legs was inside the circle. Yeah, he bowled a cutter, he bowled into the pitch. So when you have that fielder inside the 30-yard circle, you're playing with fire. When you bowl deliveries that are offline in length, just like that, he's already gone for 10 runs. Look, Shamim, this is the dilemma the Bangladesh captain is up against. Who is he going to pick when it comes to the death? So that's why I think Musaka has been looked at yet again. And he's given away 11 runs in that over, 255 for 3. Right now, the Bangladesh captain needs to find 10 overs as the last power play, or power play number 3 comes in, which means they can have 5 fielders outside the circle. Now they got Rakibul has left with 1 over. Now if you look at the bowlers, Mondal has been the best, 2 for 43 in 7, so he's left with 3. Mushfiq has 4, so that's 7 overs. So they need to find 2 more. Shamim, Saif Hassan has a few overs left. Joy has bowled just 2 overs. So that's the dilemma. That's what I was talking about. See, that's why Musaka needed to come in and bowled 1 or 2 really good overs just to try and relieve the captain, which he didn't do.
Far from it. He's done exactly the opposite. He's put more pressure on the captain by bowling, giving away 22 runs in the 2 overs. So now you've got to work it out, the permutation combinations that you're talking about in the last 10 as swings down the line, finds the fielder in the deep. It's going to be a difficult task. I mean, sometimes when you get early wickets, all these things that we're talking about, who to bowl the last 10, would not even be pondered. But now with the extreme duress they are in, and with Bangladesh looking down the barrel of a gun, as we see a big shot there, into the deep and into the hand. At last, a breakthrough, something that Bangladesh have been striving for quite a long time. Surya Bandara holds out.
Well, that was his role, passing to Surya Bandara. He was under strict instructions to go on and take on the bowling. 43 of 31, looking to go over the top. Again, a little chip, not going on with the shot. Really didn't throw the kitchen sink at it and eventually caught in the deep. So a much needed wicket for Bangladesh, wicket number 4. But an impressive innings from young passing to Surya Bandara, out to 43. And he's out for 43 of 32, and Sri Lanka A have lost their 4th wicket. 257 for 4. Out for 43. 257 for 4.
তামিম হ্যাঁ আপনি তাহলে থাকতে পারবেন ভিতরে এই বাইরে যাও রিপন মেহেদি ভাই তুই থাক
Ashen Bandara is the new batter now. This the new rule of the ICC
এই ধরো
is where that irrespective of whether the batsman crossed or otherwise, the new batter will always face. This is Surya Bandara looking to go over the top. Really didn't go on with that amount of vigor and eventually holding on, but impressed with his innings.
Very impressive, that's for sure. And at last some relief for the bowlers. Rakibul getting that breakthrough. One gets two, that's what Bangladesh will be thinking about.
Sri Lanka, on the other hand, want to pile on the pressure. They just want to make sure that they don't lose too many wickets in the last 10 overs. As you said, this is a very good surface to bat, and the good batting side will always back themselves to try and chase a runner ball score. This is Ashen Bandara's record. Good strike rate. He's got 100. The prolific sweeper, I'll tell you, he can sweep. End of the over, 260 for 4. One of Bangladesh's problems have been, Shamim, is to make up that 5th bowler. Sumusaka, Saif Hassan and Joy have been the ones who had to make up the 5th bowler. Sumusaka has been expensive. He's gone for 22 in 2. And then Saif Hassan has gone for 29 in 4. Joy has gone for 16 in 2. So they need to make up that 5th bowler. They need to try, and that in most cases when you don't have a specialist but you try and make up with all-rounders, turns out to be a weak link. If you get wickets and you keep the batting side under pressure, then you could use that 5th bowler judiciously, come in, bowl a few cheap overs. But when you're really under pressure, when the batting side is after you, that's where you get exposed.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about a short while earlier. The whole scenario of the game dictates things that you need to do as a captain. And the enforced use of Shomo here, and that's blasted down the ground. No one's going to stop that, racing away. I think giving him the 3rd over wasn't the best option. I know you're talking about making up the numbers and everything, but look at the ease with which the batters are really blasting the ball all around the ground.
It's a case of backing your experienced player. Now, he's an experienced player. I mean, the captain is taking that route rather than going with an inexperienced player. You're hoping that your experienced player will rise to the occasion. But unfortunately, very nearly could have been an outstanding catch. The fielder running around on the boundary, it's confirmed 6, but it would have been a fantastic catch had that been taken.
It would have been very, very difficult one. It would have been a stunner. The effort was made there. The commitment was shown. Struck it truly enough, and it kept on hanging for a while. The fielder just came around, covered a lot of ground, but just not quite being able. Even he managed to get a hand to it. It would have hardly have stuck. It was going away from him.
Oh, done him. He's done him with a full toss. Avishka Fernando gave himself room. He's got 11 runs in the over. And Shumusaka finally can... I don't know what to say. Smile?
Yeah, smile, relieved. A full toss, low full toss. And he's got the big fish. Against the run of play, Avishka Fernando, the smiles break out. After the boundary, the over boundary, here comes the wicket. Back to back trying to make room for himself. The ball just dipping at the last moment from Shommo Sharkar. And it's bowled him out. Well, that is a success that will take, and it's the big wicket of Avishka Fernando. Gone for 133. 221, 271, beg your pardon, for 5.
ভাই দুইজন নতুন একদম ছাইরা দিও না লেফটি লেফটি
Sri Lanka down to their all-rounders now. Dunit Wellalage, the captain, he's a young man, captain the under-19 side. Must be barely 20, around that age, but been thought of very highly, already played at the highest level. The young man with a lot of potential. He's already proved his mettle. Tough situations, one game for Sri Lanka, on games I must say. And gets off the mark, Billy. Where's the throw? That was tight. That was definitely tight. End of the over, 272 for 5. Are we changing? .272 for 5. Just take a look at what happened. Now, where was Shumusaka? Now, he wasn't sure of the run, but he was called through by Ashane Bandar. Shumusaka was not behind the stumps. And the throw was directed at the stumps. Now, if you're behind the stumps, you could collect it and take the bails off. He was in no position.
Yeah, and you're talking about the experience he's had. He just waited for it to happen. It just should have come around. Good effort from Akbar Ali, going across and trying to throw down the stumps. If you don't get it directed, you always expect someone, particularly the bowler, who's not at an extreme pace, that he follows through and loses balance. He's just hanging around. Lucky escape.
Spikus back. Runs to Wellalage. Not good fielding. They'll come back for 2. Really good running. Very, very good running indeed. Great intent by the captain. He was off of the first shot. Ashane Bandara is a quick runner. And Wellalage really complimented.
No, you saw a chance of run out in the previous over, but this time around, first one taken rather casually, a realization that there was a fumble in the field, and then scampering through for the second one. Very good. Just alert to the situation. That is so very important, getting you some extra runs.
Well bowled, didn't bounce as much, but this is a perfect situation for Bangladesh to be in. They got 2 new batters, Bandara on 3, Wellalage on 3. Now Bangladesh can still salvage something out of it. Now Sri Lanka at one stage was looking at what, 330? But now they may be telling themselves we can keep them to around 310. To do that, they need to keep knocking over wickets. Ideally, they got 2 new batters, all set batters gone. So that's a big moment for Bangladesh in this game, if they're able to exploit it. And the other thing, Shamim, is the batters will look to do it more in singles than before the boundary starts to come.
Absolutely, it's about reading the game, and look at the fall of the wickets. 176, the second wicket. Since then, well, 2 wickets in close proximity, and then the 2 wickets once again. And this is where Bangladesh have got to tell themselves, look, we have managed to retrieve the situation. We were looking at a massive total. Now is the opportunity. Stem the flow of runs, some disciplined bowling, some good fielding. Ensure that the pressure is put on the batters to try and play some shots, expect some shots from them, which will be of high risk. Another run taken, but I think Bangladesh will need to assess the situation. The captain has got to talk to his bowlers. Keep the tight lines and lengths going. Wait for the batters to make a mistake.
Important phase in the game. Sri Lanka may be 276 for 5, but as I said, they're into the last 8 overs, including this one. Bangladesh's plan has to be to try and knock over. Just keep knocking over the batters, keep getting new batters. Why are they moving around? When they keep moving around, I get worried because those guys seem to know something that we don't know. Now this is again another single. This is a good over. Just 5 runs so far in the context of the game where you've been having 10s and 11s and 12s, just 5 runs.
Indeed, I think even Bangladesh will say 6 runs and over from now on. We'll keep it under wraps. In the meantime, if we can manage to get a wicket, that's even better. As we look out, we see the groundspersons running around preparing. We don't see threatening clouds overhead. Maybe something behind the comm box. That's skirted away, but straight to the fielder once again. And once again, a single. That is the over. 43 done. Sri Lanka are now 278 for 5.
.278. 7 remaining. They should feel they've just about pegged things back a little, especially having taken wickets at regular intervals. 2 new batters at the crease. Hope would be that they can finish the innings better than the way they started. Look at the projected scores here. At, current run rate 6.46. Sri Lanka can still get to 323. Score at a brisk clip. They might just get a lot more. Another 6 overs to come after this. I think it's just about ensuring, as far as if you're the Sri Lanka A side, probably thinking about at least now having a partnership for the next 3 or 4 overs. Just to make sure that you can set yourself up for a flourish towards the last 3 overs. You lose another wicket here, then you're always playing the catch-up game.
The intent what Ashin Bandara has shown, I think he wants to go right now. Look at the last 3 overs. And he's been also in good form for Police Sports Club, where the club team he's playing for. And Dunit Vellalage, fresh from that flight all the way from Zimbabwe as a standby player after the qualifiers. Top edge here, slow ball. No damage done. One thing is for sure with Ashin Bandara, it's never a dull moment. He will run hard, dive across, and if he's in his arc, he's a powerful batter as well.
I think a lot of times what teams will look at is how many resources do you have left? What's the kind of batting depth that you've got? And maybe if you still feel at 5 down, you still have batting depth. Another 3 batters can bat and get you runs. Then you might just as well go for it right now. If not, then maybe just hold back a little.
And the remaining batters who come in, Chami Karunaratne, Dushan Hemanta could use a long handle. Chami Karunaratne has shown in international cricket the talent he has, the ability he has. Pramod Madhushan can hold the bat as well. Pinder Fernando, I think there is enough in the shed. It's all about trying to maximize as much as possible. Pitch is good. The outfield is lightning quick as well. So I think even a 325 is quite gettable if Bangladesh starts well.
Shorter delivery. He's bowled well this over. Just 4 singles and now a dot delivery. The one bouncer for the over signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, good change up. Slow ball bouncer by Somisarka. And Ashen Bandar was through the shot a little too early.
He stop edged it. It still get him runs. He's lucky. He's got 4 for it. But at this stage of the innings, anything counts. 44 gone, 286 for 5.
Sir, you kept the nuts? Nuts? You kept it? Yeah, I kept it. Yeah. Oh, I mean you have that?
.286 for 5 after 44. A lucky boundary of the last ball of Somi Sarkar's over.
Yeah, more of a top edge over short fine leg. Ashen Bandara would have loved to have more bat in it. Almost like a freebie, isn't it? A full toss down the leg side. Help yourself.
Lucky he didn't top edge it straight into the hands of the fielder. What was otherwise turning out to be a good over from Somi Sarkar, in the end yielded 8.
Last over and last ball portion amader 2
Last delivery. Gunit Lal been hurried up. Srikasan has generated some decent pace out of this pitch. Bending his back, looks very, very strong. Strong action. Definitely a bowler for the future.
Strongly built lad. Srikasan. Broad shoulders, but he's holding the ball cross seam. Change up. Should get 2. Yes, they'll come back for the second. Little hesitation while turning for the second run. I wonder why.
You mentioned about cross the seam. That's something that I picked up with the new ball. It was seam up. Came for the second spell. It was all cross seam. And we spoke about his action and how strong he is. This is a beautiful build up to the crease. Nice gathering. That was a slow ball that occasion, but he's a bowler who likes to hit the pitch, has that busy action, isn't he? Just runs through the crease and plenty of effort.
But this time width on offer. This could be runs. 4 more. Cleanly struck. A welcome boundary for Sri Lanka.
The sound that came out of Ashen Bandara's bat, so crisp, isn't it? There was some width. The length was there. And Ashen Bandara, oh, fast hands. And the pace going against the bowler for this occasion. But I just don't believe length deliveries with the feel what he said is the right way to go.
Especially when the quicker they come, the quicker they go. This could have been taken. Well, I think he got both hands to the ball, but just couldn't latch on, the fielder in the deep.
Saif Hassan, the captain, at deep mid-wicket. For a moment, I thought he had it in his grasp. This time it's another slow delivery, lack of pace. Ashen Bandara trying to go over mid-wicket, got the bottom of the bat. Valiant attempt, but I got to say that should have been taken in this level.
I think it's very important to keep your eyes on the ball, especially when it's the captain and you've got to lead by example.
Those are the half chances got to be taken, isn't it? But nevertheless, a valiant attempt. It's quite a Mohammad Saif Hassan, the captain of Bangladesh, has had a tough work so far. For Ashen Bandar is plenty of slow deliveries. This was a drop chance again. Yeah, should have been taken. Should have been taken. Unfortunately, for Saif Hassan, it will go against his name as a drop catch.
Angled it across the left-hander. Dot ball to end the over from Mushfiq. 45 gone to 96 for 5. That 100 from Fernando, highlighting this batting card. 133, Vinod Bhanuka making 57. 43 from Surya Bandara of just 32 deliveries, remember. Another quick fire innings right now in progress from Bandara, who's just taken 14 deliveries to get to 20. And if he can stay at the crease for the next 5, well, you feel that 315 could become 335 and thereabouts.
As we predicted, the cameos will be important. Pasan Surya Bandara started off. Now Ashin Bandara. The two Bandaras are doing the job for Sri Lanka. And the 140 strike rate is quite impressive. As I said, he's been in superb form in the domestic matches going on at the moment prior to this emerging trophy. Plenty of movement in the field. Long off comes into the circle. And short third man dropping down. 3 fielders in the leg side, Petrol in the boundary, deep square leg, deep mid wicket and long on.
Well, Ripon Mondal just trying to change things up as he comes back for another over. Another spell, just sprays that down the leg side with the change up that he was attempting.
Yeah, leg cutter gone wrong. So it's just a no ball by the spinner and 2 wides. It's quite disciplined effort so far by Bangladesh.
I think Sri Lanka would be wondering how many are going to be enough on this surface. Need more lusty blows like this one. Down the ground for 4.
Again, the sound of that bat, so crisp. Doing the cardinal error there. Young Ripon Mondal giving length in death overs. For quality batsman like Ashen Bandara, he's not going to miss out. He's just on standby and a good base, just trying to throw through the line. And those lengths can be, and that boundary picks up the 300 for Sri Lanka.
Slower one. That was the side of the hand, slower ball from Ripon. Away with a dot ball.
I like the way Ashen Bandara pointing towards where the ball was supposed to go. Take a look at this for replay. Misses it. And goes, no, was aiming there.
Another slow ball. And was that missing the stumps? Yes, that's what the umpire seems to think. He thinks it's going down the leg side. So leg by signaled.
Tell you what, Raman, that looked very, very close to my eyes. Slow ball again. Just like the last delivery on a length. Oh, missing leg. Missing leg. Maybe I should make a visit to the vision care to check my eyesight.
I think the reason why you said that, Faraz, was because, yeah, as a fast bowler, you'd want the wicket, no? So you'll always side with the bowler there until you have the bat in hand.
It's batsman's game. I always keep saying fast bowlers, especially the match fee should be double with all the rules, regulations, and this heat. In good batting conditions, they put the hard yards.
Change of angle. But what a shot this. Has he got the distance? I wonder. Yes, he does. Just about. Just about.
Shot of the day for me. The replay comes. Take a look at the pose of Dunit Vellalage. For a small stature player, take a look at that. Nice high elbow. on a length again, Ripon Mondal, and clears the field. It's not a small hit, mind you. It's a big hit, and got the timing and the elevation perfectly. Skipper Will Lalage.
Most importantly, in the end, he managed to get the distance as well. Just for a moment, I thought long off was in the hunt. Emon was stationed there at long off. Another change of pace, and there's going to be 4 more. The runs flowing off the blade of Velalage as well.
Same mistake being continued. Length deliveries in this over. Ashen Bandara went over mid-off. Previous delivery, Dunit Vellalage went over long off for a maximum. This occasion with third man up, you bowl a length delivery way outside the off-stump, you're asking for trouble. Ripon Mondal's death over skills being tested at the moment. The 2 Sri Lankan players are coming on top.
But I think there was some hesitation in the bowler's mind about the field that he wanted. Had a chat with the captain. Remember, they were thinking about getting long on up inside the 30-yard circle. They haven't done that. Single of the last ball of the over. An expensive over from Mondal. 313 for 5.
Buddhi, that ball has to come.
.313 for 5, Sri Lanka A. That score's pretty relevant because if you look back at the last 5 odd years, Sri Lanka A playing a game against Australia A at this very ground got this score because they were chasing 312 and got the target, did the Sri Lanka A side against an Australia A team for his.
Slow ball to start by the impressive Mushfiq Hassan. Yeah, that game Raman is talking about, I did cover exactly a year ago, just more than a year ago, month of June. Australia scored 312 with Travis Head opening the batting, got 100. Lots of contributions in the middle order. And in the chase, Sri Lanka chased down in the 49th over with Niroshan Dikpella and Ashen Bandar again. He was unbeaten on 73 not out, and Dikpella by opening the batting scored 84. And that was a belter of a pitch. Similar day, hot, humid, and the outfield was lightning quick. Should be a wide, yeah, called a wide. So I just feel until Bangladesh bats in this surface, you shouldn't be writing off them. These conditions are so good. It's all about 2 batsmen getting set and going big.
Absolutely. That's why there's a difference between getting about 310, 315 and getting about 345, 350, which I think Sri Lanka are in position to get at the moment, especially the way Bandara's been batting.
I told you, I warned you, never a dull moment with Ashen Bandara at the crease. He'll run fast, he'll tonk it, he'll do all sorts, and one of the best fielders going around in Sri Lanka as well. I remember when he was at college, he was asked to come for a test match as a reserve fielder. It was long years ago. He has that reputation and lightning kick across the field. Unfortunately, last time he played for Sri Lanka up in India, he had a collision with Jeffrey Van der Sey and was injured. Ever since then, he's making a comeback to the national team.
They say he should stay fit. Big asset to the Sri Lankan side. Velalage meanwhile moves up to 21, and both these batters, one has to look at the strike rate that they're maintaining. It's a strike rate of well over 100. Velalage looking at a strike rate of about 150, while Bandara, he's no mean bunny with the bat. He's carrying on with a strike rate of close to about 140 and thereabouts. Spiked away and powerfully as well. One bounce and over. It's been signalled for.
Targeting the shorter boundary again, Ashen Bandara. Slow ball attempted by Hassan. The length was a juicy full toss in the end. Ashen Bandara, when it comes to cross-batted strokes, very powerful. Strong wrist, strong forearm, flat bat.
50 for the partnership as well for the 6th wicket with that boundary. Can they get some more? That's going to fall short of long off. Another single. Lucky he didn't get hold of it, Bandara, because if he timed it any better, would have gone straight down the throat of the man. But what a fantastic partnership this.
Both these players backs a punch, don't they? Small in stature, but they are quite strong in their own different ways. The contribution. Skipper Lalage always, when he has had the opportunity at any level, has grabbed it both hands. And again, another player knocking on that door for the selection for the Asia Cup and the World Cup.
The 4th 50-plus partnership for Sri Lanka A in this match. And add some more runs to it. Deftly played by Welalage. 4 more. That'll end the over as well. The second boundary of that over. 47 gone. 326 for 5. They need the refreshments because they've been batting at express pace, both these batters. Bandara on 30, Welalage on 25. The captain playing a nice little cameo. And this is what he did on the last ball of the previous over.
Trying to bowl that slow ball into the pitch delivery, but Welalage played it really neatly. Got it really fine as well. Not all about hammer and tongue. Sometimes guile also works. The perfect example was that little final delivery.
Just wondering what the bowlers are thinking. You bowl short, you get hit for 4. You bowl full, you get hit for 4. You bowl length, you get hit for 4. Expected scores at this current run rate. Get close to 350. Come back for the second, yes. Bandara wants the strike.
Definitely tough work for the bowlers who are bowling the death, especially for 2 batters who have been set and striking it well. Never easy.
Stage was set with that second wicket partnership for 125. That really just set Sri Lanka A up for a big score. Down the ground. Well fielded, well stopped by long off. Got across quickly there. Joy. Providing some joy and solace for the bowler, preventing a boundary.
That's a brilliant effort by Hassan Joy. Ashen Bandar for a moment thought he was going for a boundary, took it easy. But in the end, good bit of feeling, who saved 3 runs there. Cardinal again trying to bowl the York and at least 6 to 8 inches short. This is where the experience of a fast bowler bowling in depth overs coming in handy.
You want your long off to be a little straighter in case you're looking to do that, especially against a right-hander. But for the moment, it's the left-handed Welalage on strike.
With these mood of the batsman, you want the boundary line at least 10 meters behind. 329 for 5. Tough work, tough work.
Maybe a couple of extra boundary riders. Bonus height, 7+.
It's amazing how over the years, even at 325 in international cricket is not safe. Gone are the days where 275, 260 is a winning score. Nowadays, nothing is safe.
Oh, he just changed his shot at the last minute. Interesting. The bowler saw the batter coming down. Change of pace against Bandara, who adjusts his shot and still gets a single.
Presence of mind by young Mondal. Saw Shin Bandara coming down the track, possibly expecting a fuller delivery. Goes short and slow. And Shin Bandara was foxed for a while, but in the end was good enough to get a single.
Coming back to that point you were making about how even 330, 340 or 350 right now isn't a safe score. Is that the T20 effect?
Highest score at this venue in a List A game is 353. For me, even that is threatening today, the way Ashin Bandara and Vellarage is going at the moment.
Also, the other part is how teams have started figuring out how to bat in the middle overs. From 11 to 40 is the key when you're trying to figure things out in terms of how you're going to score at a brisk clip during those 30 odd overs. Not leave everything for the final 10. Another slower delivery. That's been the order of the day, especially in the final spell that Mondal's bowling. Still another single that will end the over. They got 7 off it. That's the last ball of the over. The 48 gone. 333 for 5.
তুই আগের ওভারটা কি করছিস বলতো ভাইয়া?
Sarkar is being pressed into service from the far end. 4 overs, 1 for 42. He's been expensive, going at 10.5 runs per over. Got that wicket of the big fish today. Well, that's cleanly struck, but too cleanly struck straight into the hands of the fielder. Zakir makes no mistake, and Swami Sarkar gets another wicket, and this time it's Bandara who's gone.
Swami Sarkar was under pressure coming into this over, and straight away, first delivery itself a wicket will give a lot of confidence to the young man. Doing the right thing, bowling outside the off stump and getting the right hand to be striking to the far end of the crease. And in the end, Ashin Bandar just slicing it to a deep extra cover where Zakir Hassan takes a neat catch. Bandara, a brisk 35 of 25, Sri Lanka 333 for 6.
Bandara doing his job, just taking 25 deliveries to get those 35 quick-fire runs, getting a half-century plus partnership for the 6th wicket as well. But the new man in, Chamika Karunaratne, 5 half-centuries for him in his List A career, but that strike rate close to 88. That's the key in these stages when you've just got about 11 odd deliveries to go. It's about getting those quick runs, getting those big hits in.
A far better player than that strike rate, Chamik Karunaratne. Another player. Massive opportunity in this tournament to stake his claim. Come the Asia Cup selection for the senior team as well as the World Cup. Did not play a single game in the ICC qualifiers. This is his opportunity. Chamika is here because Ashin Bandara was caught at a deep extra cover. Slicing it and couldn't get the distance. Got the elevation, not the power. Still, important 35. A brisk knock after the start what Avishka Fernando and Minod Banuka provided for Sri Lanka.
Top edged, and that will go to the boundary rope for 4. Lucky boundary this, and welcome for Sri Lanka.
You feel it for Soumya Sarkar, don't you? Slow ball bouncer. I think at some moment I thought Villalge was beaten, but in the end, having a third man fine leg in the circles, always dangerous delivery to ball, and pays the price. Fortune favours the brave this time for Villalge.
Captain will take all the runs he can get. Up to 31. Sliced away straight to the hands of the fielder. Short third, gleefully accepting the catch. Ripon Mondal doesn't make any mistake there. That is the end of Villalage's stay at the crease.
The second wicket in the over for Soumya Sarkar. Slow ball again. Banging in the middle of the pitch. Trying to go over third man, the skipper Villalge, but just couldn't get the elevation or the distance. An easy catch for Ripon Mondal at short third man. Villalge, good contribution of 31. Sri Lanka 338 for 7.
Almost 153, going to be 4.
Hemanta, the new batsman who's come in at the crease, Dushan Hemanta. He can hit the cricket ball. Those numbers tell a story. 5 half centuries and 100 in list A cricket. To come in and bat number 8 or 9 in a 50 over game when you've got 100 to your name and 5 half centuries, you'll be telling the captain and coach, hey, I can bat a little higher up.
Has a reputation of in those big sixers in domestic cricket. Dushan Hemanta, leg spinner. This man with 7 deliveries to go will be eyeing those big sixes. Charmika.
2 new batters at the crease. Placed very well. And the moment it beat the infielder, you knew it'll get to the boundary rope. End of the over, 49 gone, 343 for 7. Soumya Sarkar conceding 10 runs in that previous over, but he picked up a couple of wickets as well in that last over that he bowled, but he's been expensive. 3 for 52 in his 5 overs.
There's a pure power by Charmi Karunaratne through extra cover. The last 9 overs for Sri Lanka, 88 runs, loss of 4 wickets, just what the doctor ordered.
All about this final over from Ripon Mondal. Just giving away a single of the first delivery. Can he come up with an economical over? Psychologically, can they keep Sri Lanka A to under 350? It's just about clutching at the straws now.
A tough task, 100%, but I feel Ripon Mondal got the right feel at the moment. Having 3 fielders in the leg side are all patrolling the boundary except short fine leg. Means the batsman got to take the long boundary. Might work into Bangladesh's favour, but knowing Charmi Karunaratne's strength, it's a matter of time.
Got one, would like to come back for the second, and he will. Played it wide of long off, so there was the opportunity to come back with the second run.
Ripon Mondal just heavily relying on the slower deliveries. Maybe Chamik Karunaratne will be eyeing that. That's why I think it was straight down the crease, trying to target the straighter boundary, but in the end just slicing to the extra cover.
Two boundary riders on the off. Another slower one. But at the time he doesn't concede a boundary and just keeps the batsman down to the single or the odd two, he'll be okay with that in the final over.
Final over. The start was 343, just given away 4 runs in 3 deliveries. I think he has done a decent job so far. Mind you, 3 more deliveries to go. But the young man has been tested, hasn't he? Very bowled really well with the new ball. In the middle path as well, got a couple of wickets, got Bangladesh back into the game, and now finishing up innings never easy in the death overs.
Oh, that was struck hard. And I wonder if he got a fingertip to it, did Mondal. Struck very firmly back towards the bowler by Hemantha. I think he may have got a fingertip to it.
Stuck powerfully. I thought the field at long off did really well to get down on in time.
Again, just kept the batsman down to a single. 2 balls remaining in the innings. Karunaratne on strike. That has come off the bat. Was it the glove? The batsman's walking. The batsman's walking and the umpire finally signals. And I think Karunaratne was straight away sure that he'd played it. So he walked the moment he saw the keeper taking the catch.
Another slow ball into the pitch. That was nicely bowled. Gripped as well, slightly. More of a top edge of Chamik Karunaratne was foxed by that slow delivery. Probably trying to target the mid-wicket boundary. In the end, young Ripon Mondal being rewarded with another wicket of Chamik Karunaratne, who's gone for 8. Sri Lanka 348 for 8.
One ball remaining in the innings. 348 on the board. Can Sri Lanka A get to 350? Adushan, new batsman on strike. Gets it on the pad. There's an imploring cry from the bowler for a leg before. That's not going to happen. There was missing the leg stump, but a leg by it will be.
It was more like a plea than an appeal by young Ripon Mondal. But nevertheless, Sri Lanka mustering a massive 349 in their low order 50 overs, thanks to some superb knocks from the top order players as well as the middle order. Avishka Fernando leading the pack. But I feel this is a huge task for the Bangladesh A team to chase down.
Yes, 350. That's the target that's been set for Bangladesh A in this first match of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Remember, their captain won the toss for Bangladesh A and put Sri Lanka A into bat. And then you see the opposition notching up 349 for 8 in 50 overs. Then you're always going to be under the pump. But 350, it's going to be a tough ask for Bangladesh A. They'll have to really go about their task with aplomb. But the batting card for Sri Lanka A dominated by that 100 from Avishka Fernando. Of 124 balls, that 133 really set the tone. 57 from Minod Dhanuka as well. Surya Bandara scoring 43 of just 32. Very handy cameo from Bandara as well of 35. The captain, Lalage, scoring 31. At the end, it's gone well for Sri Lanka A. We've got Roshan Abesinghe with the Centurion out there. Let's hear what he has to say.
Well, I got Avishka Fernando, got a brilliant 100 in this opening game of the Emerging Asia Cup. Avishka, congratulations on your 100. First and foremost, you got 348 for 8. Do you think you've got enough runs on the board?
Yes, thank you very much. And I think it's a good score this pitch. So we'll see how do this manage this.
Tell us about your innings because you were put into bat. So was it tough at the start or what was your plan?
Earlier, a little bit, I thought a little bit patience, and I'm betting here. So now I think it's a good thing for me for the 100 runs for getting me, and so yeah.
The ball is coming onto the bat?
Yeah, it's a really nice wicket.
So you enjoyed batting on it?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying.
So what do you think bowlers need to do on this pitch? Because bowlers had no chance.
I think hit the deck, and I think it's good for bowlers. So yeah.
So now there is a chase of 349. You got a good bowling attack. So is Sri Lanka going to depend on spin or is it going to be fast bowling?
I think we have a very good bowling side. So I think it's enough for this wicket.
All right, Avishka, very well played. Thank you for the entertainment and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Well, he really did dominate proceedings there. Did Avishka Fernando. But look at the bowling card, and that makes for really sorry reading. If you look at the economy rate of all the bowlers, barring Mehdi Hassan, whose 10 overs went for just 48. He was the most economical of them all. Got the first wicket that fell as well. 3 wickets apiece for Mondal as well as Soumya Sarkar. But let's take a look at the highlights of the innings.
After losing the toss, put into bat, this is exactly what Sri Lanka needed. A solid start. Bruce Pulle and Avishka Fernando did provide it. Bruce Pulle was quite aggressive. Avishka Fernando was playing the percentages right, and Bruce Pulle, long on was there, straight into him. Just a huge opportunity miss as far as I see it. And Vinod Bhanuka coming back into the frame after a while, started really well. Parallel along with Avishka Fernando beautifully, took the gaps, was quite positive, proactive. And Avishka Fernando was in supreme touch, just going through his business. This was his first sixer by Vinod Bhanuka. But Avishka Fernando did really well right throughout this game, because he found those gaps pretty easily. Anything short, anything full, Vinod Bhanuka is quite powerful through the leg side especially.
A very good partnership of 125 for the second wicket. That really did set the platform for what would be a mammoth score. Avishka Fernando, just the way he paced his innings was absolutely fantastic. This was the change of pace by Ripon Mondal that brought about the downfall of Bhanuka's wicket. Not before he got a very handy 57. Then, quick bouncer, getting another wicket, but Bandara was saying, I'll have nothing to do with it. He played some glorious shots.
Yeah, Surya Bandara was in superb form. Couple of sixers, then a boundary in the same over. Beautiful inside-out stroke by Avishka Fernando. Brings up his 9th list 100. It was clean bowl. Soumya Sarkar, he hit the bullseye. Found it hard, but he bowled some good deliveries. Ashan Bandara came to the crease. Started off like a traceable at a couple of boundaries. Was busy. He was over mid-wicket. Skipper Saif Hassan missing that catch. Vellalage, one of the best strokes of the day. Down the ground. Got the elevation, distant power. Sieve 6. Bandara, as we've seen right throughout his career, he's very good at these cameos, playing around in the middle overs as well as in the death overs, holding out at square leg. And Dunit Vellalage follows suit against Soumya Sarkar with that slow delivery. Chamik Karunaratne was undone by a leg cutter and a neat catch by Akbar Ali.
Yes, and a good final over from Ripon Mondal. Didn't bowl too many boundary deliveries at all. And 349 is what Sri Lanka A have managed with their 50 overs, which means the target for Bangladesh A will be 350 runs to get. We'll take a short breather and be back with the run chase as soon as it gets underway.
welcome to the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. We are live at the SSC grounds, and this is the second half of this opening game between Sri Lanka A and Bangladesh A. Sri Lanka made a very impressive 349 for 8, and just a little bit of Sri Lanka. And as you know, hosting the Emerging Asia Cup, ACC Men's Emerging Asia Cup, and there are some lovely, lovely places in Sri Lanka if you want to come around and visit. That's as far as the country is concerned. But let's focus now on the game. Sri Lanka put into bat, made a very, very healthy and impressive 349 for 8. It's an imposing total. Avishka Fernando at the top, a magnificent 133, and good batting down the order, with Vilalage chipping in with 31 of just 19 balls, and Bandara quickening 35 of 25, making sure that Sri Lanka end up on 349 for 8.
The partnerships have been exceedingly good. It started off with a 51-run partnership in quick time of 49 balls, and then the big one between Fernando and Bhanuka, 125, and that is where Bangladesh sort of started their struggle. Then wicket fell, but Fernando continued with Surya Bandara, 75-run partnership, and a quick fast 62 between Bandara and Vilalage right then really ensured that Sri Lanka posted that imposing total.
Yeah, they got off to a good start. Avishka Fernando and Cruz Pulle making batting look very easy with some really good shots, hitting on the up, some big ones, some good sweep shots too. Then Cruz Pulle holding out rather soft. The dismissal to mid-on about 20 yards in from the line, and then Vinod Bhanuka looked very good and in good touch. Avishka Fernando just continued to chip away at the Bangladesh bowling.
It was always going to be a catch-up kind of effort from Bangladesh, with little lapses in the field, with drop catches, opportunities for run-out, goes begging, and once in a while they did manage to get the wickets, but most often than not you could see the Sri Lankans really on song, really tonking the balls all around the ground, shimmy down the wicket there, but not often did it go to hand, and not often did the Bangladeshis get the wickets. Very, very good domination right to the end of the innings to compile those 349 runs.
Excellent finish by the Sri Lankans. Wickets were far and few earlier on. One of the batters that missed out, Sahana Arachige, done by a quicker delivery. Pasidhu Surya Bandara came in, played a little cameo. Just afraid to play those shots. Really good shots, but favoured the leg side a lot. Avishka Fernando, meanwhile, was in very good touch and reached 100, a magnificent 100. And then just looking to improvise was done by a tipping full toss.
Yeah, not often did he try to improvise while he was playing that innings, and right then, look at that tired also, but he had done his job prior to that, Avishka Fernando, and then some lusty hitting right on the end by the batters. You can say that the tail, despite the fact it wasn't the tail, it was Vilalage and Bandara who really ensured that that momentum right at the end was given, and they really took off to take that 94 runs in the last 10 overs. That tells a story. And despite a few catches being taken, it was too little, too late for Bangladesh.
Yeah, good efforts towards the end by the Bangladesh fielders, but 94 of the last 10 overs proving to be absolutely costly from a Bangladesh point of view. And the bowlers had a massive price to pay. Look at Sumisaka, 52 runs and 3 wickets, going at more than 10 and over. Mondal at the top, 3 wickets. Just Shaq Mehdi at 4.8 runs and over, the only impressive of the Bangladesh bowling. I'll tell you that 349 for 8 is a massive score as far as Bangladesh is concerned to chase. It's a good pitch, we've been telling you, but still the question, Shamim, is have they given too many runs? Have they leaked too many runs? Is 349 beyond them? Well, those questions will be answered in the next few hours. But let's see how the Bangladeshis set about.
Well, what they have to do first is ensure they do not lose early wickets. That will be the key. We've seen the batters asserting the authority, the Sri Lankan A batters getting a solid start, and that's exactly what Bangladesh want to replicate with the two openers coming out here. Naeem Sheikh on the flight with me yesterday, coming from Dhaka, just finishing off the Afghanistan Bangladesh one-day internationals. 3,537 runs for Naeem Sheikh in his listed career, 700s, and he'd dearly love to repeat one of those century, get himself back into form and give his team a flying start. He needs the support from his partner. Well, maybe not the Tamim who has been talked about in the recent past, the younger Tamim here.
I was nearly fooled. I was wondering, either he was carrying the name Tamim or that's his name, but it goes as Tanzid Hassan. There is no Tamim there.
Well, it's his nickname that's used in the back of the jersey there. Tanzid Hassan has been pretty impressive. Now, we talk about the past, we talk about the numbers you carry through as you come into an innings, but there will be tremendous scoreboard pressure. No question about that. Sri Lanka A bowlers will be having their tails up, two slips in position as we get off to the Bangladesh chase here.
Pinura Fernando. Starts off on a length on the off stump. Used to be called Rambo with that headband. And plays for Ragama cricket. That's so Russell Arnold started calling him Ragama Rambo. And that I think it got stuck. It stuck with him. And some people refer to him by that name. But he's a young man who's gone through a lot of difficulties in terms of injuries. Good to see him in the 50-over format. But a lot of T20 cricket. He's a white ball specialist. To endure real challenging times when it came to injuries, but thankfully they all seem to be behind him. He was fit, played a full season of white ball cricket without breaking down. That is domestic. Selectors are cautious with him, Shamim, before he's thrown into the deep end, that is to the national level. They're just letting him ease into the system by getting him to play these tournaments and getting him to bowl these 10 overs just to see how his body stands up to it.
Indeed, with the pace bowlers, you're always considering the fitness levels, and at times we see recent past Bangladesh pacers have been sort of paced in between. They've been managed and given days off. People like Taskin Ahmed, Ibadat Hussain in the main team who have been given a time off, and that's when you can do that, when you have the luxury of a pack of pace bowlers to operate with.
Inside edge. But on a length, straight away, Pinura Fernando.
Well, doubt in the mind of the batter straight away, and despite the fact there was an inside edge which didn't interest the umpire, the bowler wouldn't be too unhappy with that. Batter could be more in line. It just seemed to close the face of the bat a little bit to allow almost the ball to creep in. Fortunately, got a bit of bat to that one. A good start here for Pinura Fernando.
Again, just a hint of movement away from the left-hander. Fernando is a tall lad. He's about 6'7", gets about a bit of bounce. But so far, he's looked to pitch it up. He's looked to swing it away. See that hint away from the left-hander, but on a good area. Just outside the off stump on a drivable length that is tempting the batsman to try and play a shot at it.
He'll be knowing that maybe he won't get too much help off the track. Try to swing in the air is a better option.
A little bit more effort, bending his back a bit, getting him on the pads.
Despite his height, Roshan, I don't just seeing him from here, doesn't seem to be the paciest. Doesn't seem to be generating 140 plus. Seems to be bowling within himself. But it's controlled, accurate bowling, which is the need of the hour.
But he could do hurry the batsman a bit. Good first over, 2 without loss. Two without loss. Pramod Madhushan. Again another who's knocking on that national door quite regularly. Played international cricket, but wasn't in that team that flew to Zimbabwe for that qualifiers where Sri Lanka did extremely well, where they swept the board. Well, we're very proud that Sri Lanka won that qualifiers and have now qualified to play in the ultimate thing, the World Cup. But as a Sri Lankan, and Sri Lankan fans would have never wanted to see them in the qualifiers, being a World Cup winning team and one of the top teams in the world.
Yeah, including Sri Lankans, the West Indians who eventually couldn't even qualify. Zimbabwe, who looked pretty strong. Guides it. Just going back to the Zimbabwe, who started off pretty well in that qualifier, eventually petered out. They couldn't qualify. And it was a surprise package who joined the big boys.
See, you can never take any team for granted. I mean, I'm positive that if we were told to pick a team, two teams that will go through to the World Cup, I'm not sure many would have picked the Netherlands, but anyway, that's done and dusted. Madhushan has been good at with the white ball. Played in that Asia Cup last year where Sri Lanka won, but talk about this shot for timing. What a magnificent shot. Waited for the ball to come on to him, used the pace. Just look at the way, the point where the ball hits the bat. It's pure timing.
Perfectly done. Look at that. Just a punch away. He was into line, sheer timing. You got exactly the position he wanted to place the bat with, slightly opening the face enough to race away through the covers. This is a good positive start here by Tanzania. And he wants to replicate that. They've got to keep up with that pretty high asking rate straight from the word go. They just can't afford to play too many dot balls.
Oh, inside edge, lucky this time. This will run away to the boundary. It was a good delivery, almost burst through the defences. But at this moment, Bangladesh will take every run that come their way.
Oh, they'll take it, of course, but that was very fortunate. Unlucky for the bowler that deserved better. Cut him in half. Look at this. Just check back, just past, just inside edge. Could have gone and hit the stumps, but instead it's just going through for 4 runs.
Well, he's a skiddy kind of fast bowler, Pramod Madhushan. He's not very tall, but he skids on, he hurries you. And he's somebody that can surprise you with the type of pace that he gets off the pitch. Just like that last delivery. Rushed the batter, found the inside edge. Goes over the top. Pass point, that's another boundary. Well, 2 good ones and one of the inside edge. Very useful for Bangladesh.
This is a lovely use of the feet. He's ready to take on the bowler. I mean, look at that. Shimmy down the wicket, gets to the pitch. The bowler seeing him come forward early, and he tries to shorten the length, but the batter, equal to the task, took him on. Exactly what Bangladesh need to get off to a quick start. But I tell you what, 13 of 5 to Tanzania Tamim. Do not get carried away. Just play the ball to its merit. You've seen the Sri Lankans, how we talked about them mixing the boundaries with a lot of dot balls. And I think now that you've got the boundaries, be content if there's a good ball coming to pay respect to it.
That's better, that's tighter. That's what he needs to do. The last delivery was a bit wide, as you said. He saw him coming But I thought Tansik was very good, the way he used his wrists, opened the face of the bat. Just look at the way he opened the face of the bat. His wrists were very strong, went over cover. As he mates, see how he opens the face. His wrists are very strong and just maneuvers it over point for 4. That was a very well played shot. So already 12 runs, 3 boundaries. Last ball of the over. Again punched down the ground. What timing! What timing! A cracking shot. 16 off the over. Bangladesh 18 without loss. (18) without loss. That second over was very, very productive. Take a look at this shot.
Terrific shot. This time he allowed the ball to come onto him. Once again, the full face of the bat, uses the pace, gave it back to the bowler.
It tells me how good this surface is. He was looking to drive on the up. Just one delivery went off an inside edge. Lovely cover drive. Then another one over cover. And then that punch down the ground tells you that the ball's coming onto the bat. So that's why Bangladesh needs to back themselves. They need a good solid stand, a good solid foundation, and then use their strong batting lineup to try and challenge the Sri Lankans. At least that should be the plan.
That's the point we were discussing, Roshan, earlier, that Bangladesh should be telling themselves there are no gremlins in the wicket per se, can trust the bounce. Value for their shots. And once in a while they can just afford to play the dot balls. But the distinct difference I feel between the start of the Sri Lankan innings and the Bangladesh, the way they go about it, is that Sri Lanka could afford to play a lot of dot balls, which was quite significant in the early part of the innings. Bangladesh need to be trying to milk the runs more, because just feel, despite the fact there were 3 boundaries in the previous over, it's not going to come in close proximity. So milking the runs, rotation of the strike, imperative.
Oh, good shot. Very good shot. Will run away to the boundary, again working the angle. Vinura Fernando from over the wicket angles it back into the left-hander. And what he did so well was he used the angle, used the pace, and the result was a boundary.
He is just drifting down. He uses his height very well. Naeem Sheikh, you see, he's a tall lad. He gets to the pitch and it's a pickup shot. Simply done, oozing with confidence. And that is something, some runs that he needs under his belt. He's promised a lot, taken into the national team and then given an opportunity here in the Asia Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. And this is where he's got to prove his worth, Naeem Sheikh.
Fernando from over the wicket, angling it back into the left-hander. Time he goes wide, good fielding. See, this is that last shot really forcing Vinura Fernando to go there. The previous one was in line with the stumps, which was hit over square leg. This time, Vinura Fernando going wide, but again, lot of width. Unlucky for the batter that it went straight to the fielder.
Yeah, very, very bad luck. But once again, if you're trying to hit it too hard without really making an effort to evade the fielder, that can be the result. But Vinura Fernando will be under a bit of pressure now. 2 deliveries. This last one being overcompensated on the offside. Let's see what he comes up with next.
Pace off the ball. Boundaries have been flowing for Bangladesh. This is the boundary that is hit over mid-wicket with the angle.
Right leg up, touch of Calypso from Naeem Sheikh. He's normally a very correct player, more in the mode of, you're talking about the style of Shommo Shorkar when he was on song. Left-handers are always classy to look at. looks so very elegant when they're playing the shots.
Again, hit on the up. Looks a wonderful surface to bat. 22 without loss. Well, that's where the game is at the moment. Early days for Bangladesh, just 3 overs, but they got off to a very good start. Sri Lanka, an impressive 349 for 8. But I can tell you that batsmen, once you're in, will always back yourself for something big on the surface. The 3 overs we've seen so far from the Sri Lankan seamers have shown us with plenty of evidence that it is a good pitch for batters to try and exploit. Right, Pramod Madhushan went for 16 in the first over. Back for a second.
Well, he's got to try and redeem himself, but in Tanzid Hassan, he's got a 4 to be wary of. Second highest scorer when Bangladesh won the Under-19 World Cup for Bangladesh. He started off exceedingly well here.
That time just a touch fuller from Madhushan. Really seen too much of movement for the seam bowlers here. But plenty of exciting cricket expected. Well, this is Group A, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan and Oman. Sri Lanka A, Afghanistan A, Bangladesh A and Oman A. And just to tell you, just to give you an update, 269 for 8. Afghanistan in their game against Oman. They're making some headway there. 267 for 8. Afghanistan. That game happening at the Colombo Cricket Club, just a few doors next to us.
Yeah, a lot of cricket grounds. We talk about 2 more venues that are going to be used later on in the tournament. Group B, they've got the big boys in the India and Pakistan. India playing the United Arab Emirates. Pakistan playing the first game against Nepal. It's going to be an interesting tussle. And the big one between the 2 teams on 19th of July. That's a day-night match from the Rana Premadasa International Cricket Stadium.
Day-night game. Pakistan, or at least he's been leaking runs. This is his 4th or 5th boundary in his second over.
Just oaring a line there, giving the opportunity to the batter to just put it away. Just waited on that one. Look at the shot he's played. Decided that there's no protection behind square on the onside. Little whip away, and the pace used. He's annoyed with himself, understandably so. The batter's taking a fancy to him. Once again, I have to emphasize on the fact that despite the bad balls, some good ones will be bowled. These are players in the A team, the second-tier team of the national side. And so you just cannot be complacent. Change of angles for him.
He hasn't had a good start, Pramod Madhushan, which is a bit surprising. 5 so far of just the first 9 balls he's bowled. Sri Lanka needs to draw even, and how they do that is by getting wickets. Can't afford to let Bangladesh get off to a good start. Afraid to try and hit it away on the offside. He's looking to try and make the pace. He's looking to come down the pitch. Madhushan, so far, we've seen him look to pitch the ball up. We haven't still seen that short delivery. We haven't seen too much of a change in length.
He hasn't tried that, but the batter, see the way he sort of walked down the wicket to take on a pace bowler. That tells you the trust they have on the nature of the wicket, and maybe the not blistering pace from Madhushan. So Tanzid quite enterprising here. Quick fire 21 of 11.
Better, that's better. He needs to change it up because he was looking a bit predictable. He bowled one good delivery in that first over, which went down to fine leg of an inside edge. But otherwise, the 3 boundaries he got were all that was pitched up. Now that didn't bounce as much, but still it's good to have a change in length. Just gets the batter thinking a little bit.
Again, going back to how they garner the runs. Haven't seen too many singles or the rotation of the strike as yet. More often than not, they're depending on the boundaries. Now, he's pitched it short. It's gone over the head. That completes 4 overs, 26 without loss.
Right, Binra Fernando continues. This is over number 5. 2 left-handers. Binra Fernando has been angling his deliveries into the left-hander. We haven't seen a delivery that held its line or that left the left-hander. That's the one that Binra Fernando will be looking to bowl to try and create that uncertainty. See that angle from over the wicket, pace of the ball. You could see that just angling down the leg side.
Good Lamai, good Lamai.
That's intelligent bowling. The pace that was offered was he has really hit the balls all around the ground using the pace of the ball, but then he just slowed it down and doesn't give the pace to the batter. So you manufacture the shot, but what they should have done here, Roshan, is just angle the bat. They are just not looking for the singles, looking only for dots or big hits. It's got to be something in between.
Straight to the man at extra cover. What you see in Tanzit is that he has this tendency to come forward, loves to play on the front foot, loves to drive. Interesting if the bowlers look to push him back. Now, Pramod Madhushan in the last over looked to push him back. Now, well, there'll be 9 scoring shots, 17 dots. That's not a surprise, but 9 scoring shots, out of which 6 boundaries.
That's the point I was making. Maybe it is a replication of how the Sri Lankans went about their work, but this is a target they're chasing, a 350-run target. They have got to rotate strike. We've seen 3 deliveries, 2 deliveries in this over, which could be just angled away and runs taken. They haven't not utilized that. They haven't gone that way.
The slip is off. Well, short extra cover in. I was going to say to watch the ball, the one that pace is off, that last delivery, pace off. Binra Fernando looking to bowl it into the pitch, which he does, and gets a bit of bounce. So he's got short extra cover in to try and beat the batter on the drive. When he holds the pace, he knows that the ball's not been carrying to slip, so short extra cover seemed to be a better option.
Four dot balls, and that's going to build up the pressure. That's going to tell Tanzit that, look, I haven't had a run in this over, and the pressure's built on. He might be thinking in the back of his mind, I've got to take the bowler on. Maybe he'll pick the wrong ball to hit away, and that is the problem when you're not rotating strike.
I think that's where the experience counts, isn't it? I mean, these guys have played international cricket. They know exactly the situation. They don't mind, I think, giving the bowler. Pace off the ball again. When the opportunity permits, he's quite willing to take it. Well, it doesn't matter. He was biding his time when it is in his zone. The good thing about these players is that they have maximized it.
Yes, it's a delight to watch the shimmy down the wicket. Look at him, just getting to the pitch. He's very balanced when he goes through with his shot. No very elaborate flourish no sort of movement, too much movement of the body, despite the fact that you're going forward pretty balanced at point of impact on the ball. And I suppose he's got the 4 runs in the over, but still it's gone over the 7 mark, the required run rate. Continuation of runs needs to happen every over, at least 6 or 7 runs and over. Absolute necessity.
Last ball of the over. At the field at third man. 5 of the over, 32 without loss. It's been all Tanzit in these opening partnership, 26 of 18. Sheikh Naim has been the most second fiddle. He's been watching at the other end. In fairness, Tanzit has been the man who's got most of the strike. Mahmood Madhushan has been expensive. He went for 16 in the first over. Came back strongly in his second, but still going at 10 runs and over. Tells you how good this surface is.
Is that threatening? Looming dark clouds, Roshan?
Just an illusion. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Don't pitch it up to him. Don't pitch it there. If you keep pitching it on a length, that's where the ball will end up.
That's a marvelous looking shot. Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the vein of form Hayes at the moment. Just little adjustments that he makes. Ball about to be delivered, he just makes that trigger movement, then comes across to the line of the ball, to the pitch of it, and that lovely follow through with the bat, with the impact so very nicely in the meaty part. And that tells you that ball races off to the boundary. Looking very solid is Tanzit Tamim on 30 of 19 now.
Again, oh, just to the right of the man at mid-off. That's the captain, Dunitwel Lalage. He gets a boundary. Talk about the length that one needs to bowl at Tanzit. Again, it was pitched up. That time, he miscued it.
Can't afford to get carried away. Yeah, just face off the ball too. Oh, didn't allow him to really time it properly. Very fortunate that it just went beyond. Just water it down, Tanzit, because as a young man this age, you feel that you're on top of the world and you're trying to take on the bowler with virtually every delivery coming your way. But the bowler is also there to take wickets and stem your flow of runs. So pay heed to that. Play the ball to its merit. Detect the slower deliveries. It's mind games being played out there in addition to your skill sets.
Better. That's better. There's one thing that's very clear. You give the batter width on a length, he'll hurt you. But every time that Madhushan has pulled his length back or gone straighter on a good length, he's managed to keep the batter quiet, just like that last delivery. So Sri Lanka will have to look at a strategy here. They got to look at plan B. At the moment with Madhushan, it's been up and sadly with width.
At this point in time, it's about even Stevens in terms of scores, 30 without loss. Sri Lanka A, Bangladesh now 40.
Pace off the ball. He needs to mix it up. This is good thinking. Just looking to mix things up a bit, not become predictable. Just making sure that he's bowling it into the pitch, bowling straighter. Just getting the batter thinking a little bit.
We've been very impressed with the power hitting by Tanzit in particular. Naim Sheikh, 6 of 12 deliveries, been content to play the second fiddle in this partnership. But once again, I emphasize on the fact that there has been hardly any rotation of strike. One of the reasons why Naim Sheikh has faced only 12 deliveries is the fact that They're batting at either end, trying to get the boundaries. Nothing in between.
Well bowled again. Much better over. The length is better, the mix is better. That's what you would expect from Pramod Madhushan here without being predictable. Another look.
Yeah, but with the short pitch deliveries, it allows the batsman ample time with the nature of the wicket. It's not vicious. They can already sway away. On occasions, it should be the surprise ball, the short pitch deliveries. But I suppose it has come a little more with regularity now that he hasn't had success with the regular sort of pace deliveries and the length balls.
Case of breaking the momentum of the batter. Straight to the man at cover. That's what you could see. 6 overs gone, 40 without loss. That required run rate is not frightening. 7 point, just over 7 runs is not at all frightening, because see, one thing is they're going at 6.67 runs, which means they're good as a pair of openers. They're maintaining a decent momentum. What is in their favor is they got a very good pitch. What they're hoping, I'm sure, the Bangladeshis are a solid pace. Now they've already got halfway there. 40 in 6 overs. They'll be having targets. They'll have targets as to where they want to be at the end of 10 overs. Now this is between overs. Lot of shadow batting, weaving, playing the short ball, playing outside the off stump. This is what goes through players' minds, isn't it? They do so much of that, so much of concentration. Oh, good effort, good effort. The question is, did it carry? Was it catchable? Was it a catch? Whatever it is, it was a very good effort.
Definitely an excellent effort. Seemed to be in the air for a while. Wait and see whether it went to hand. Just didn't latch onto it. The toe end of the bat. Oh, maybe just past. The sparing dive, half a stop, saved the runs. But was it dropped? We'll get another look. Fernando. Naim Sheikh, we saw him going through that little bit of mental exercise, shadowing. He needs that. He hasn't been focused in the recent past. Have a look at this. No, just pumping. So he can rest easy, thinking that he didn't drop a chance there.
Again, bowling into the pitch. Sri Lanka's first task will be to try and bring in some control, because Bangladesh going at better than a run and over. Now these are the boundaries that we have seen from Tansit, some absolutely delightful ones. Not that one, but the ones that followed. Over cover, then look at this drive. But just take a look at the length. Now that was full. Everything that's pitched up, he looks so good. And then he also makes his own length. That's what we've seen with those boundaries. Everything pitched up on a length or just outside your stump has gone for 4.
Once again, Naim Sheikh really trying to just create a gap between the fielders and get a single. And you can feel that he's not in the same kind of mindset or that his partner is at the other end. I know they're going at a good rate of knots and they need not worry. But as the balls pile up on Naim Sheikh and he doesn't get the runs, it's going to build up pressure. He has had a bad run with the bat in the recent past and needs a good innings behind him now.
Pace of the ball again. Good bowling. This is really good bowling. You see that the Sri Lankan fast bowlers are now looking for those change-ups. Pace of the ball, length, rather than becoming predictable. But I think both bowlers, Shamim, have found that pitched up, asking for trouble.
Indeed, and don't give any pace at all, and it's worked. And even if you bowl back a length, there is that doubt in the mind of the batter whether to go forward or hang back. That also curtails their initial thoughts of shot making. So intelligent thinking on the part of the bowlers. Always when you have a pitch in front of you which is not conducive to the pace bowlers, you've got to find ways and means of trying to stop the run getting by the batters.
Get a single. That's a good over. It's a very good over. Just 2 runs off it. 43 without loss.
.307 required from remaining 43 overs, but to be fair, Bangladesh haven't lost a wicket yet, and that's the good part for them in this run chase. 43 on the board, 7 overs, that means they're scoring at over 6 and over, and Tanzil Hassan's been aggressive as far as going about this run chase is concerned. Chige is being pressed into the attack. 39 wickets in 69 matches for him in his List A career. Economy just under 4.5. Remember, the target is 350. It's about mixing caution with aggression. It's about how you go about that. The first 10 overs, they've done the job well so far. 43 on the board. 60 in the first 10. It will be important how they go about the next 30 middle overs, so to speak. This stage, remember, Sri Lanka were 45 without loss, so it's pretty much even Stevens here. Not much to choose between the two sides at this stage.
Lalage bringing in San Arachige as the first change bowler. I had the feeling once the first 2 overs bowled by Pramod Madhushan, nothing was happening. But Lalage took another chance in bowling in 3rd over of Madhushan. I would have been really tempted to bring San Arachige, especially with 2 left-handers at the crease, taking the ball away from the left-hander. Those are the mind games what you talk about. But saying that, Binder Fernando was quite impressive in these conditions when the Pramod Madhushan is going all around the park. Binder Fernando did a decent job in his 4 overs. Ragama Rambo is his nickname, who celebrated his 28th birthday yesterday. Bindra has had a difficult career so far with lots of injuries. Hopefully this is the start of something new for him, as selectors clearly has him in their plans going for the future.
Remember, he's bowling within the power play, which means he's only allowed 2 boundary riders. Arachige also means that, especially shots like these when they're played, if they clear the infield, there'll be more runs for the batsman. Sliding it down the leg side.
Come on! No sweep shots here, boys. Come on!
The 2 boundary riders that they've taken for Arachige, one of them, there you see him at deep mid-wicket, the other is at long off.
Oh yes, Machan, Niyamai. Good, Machan, Niyamai.
The other interesting factor is that Tanzil, who's been the aggressor so far in this innings, hasn't looked to take on the spinner just yet.
Oh yeah, one. That's it, son.
Just works it away for a single, so that will end a quiet over from Arachige. 8 gone, it's 45 without loss. Required run rate over 7, the current run rate over 5.5. Just trying to make sure that they stay within striking distance of that required run rate. Do Bangladesh A. But 3 bowlers used so far. Arachige coming on his first change, giving away just 2 runs of his previous over. Good start by him.
Pramod Madhushan switching ends now, replacing Binder Fernando, who bowled his 4 overs for 15 runs, did a decent job. Found out that there was no swing at all. Went into those variations, damage control. And Madhushan will be targeted by these 2 left-handers. Previous over, as you said, Sahana Arachige was a quiet over. Pretty sure Tanzid and Naeem Sheikh will be targeting Pramod Madhushan. Deep square leg, deep finally, the 2 fielders outside the circle. Remember, still in the power play, just the 2 fielders are permitted outside. Cannot give any width outside the awesome, can he?
No chance, and the field that he's set pretty much sets it up for a short ball. Some point of time, but not now. Over the top, and that'll be 4. They call it the red herring. You show the batsman a deep square, show the batsman a fine leg, and try pitch it up in the hope that he's going to be on the back foot or his front foot won't come out that quickly.
As expected, Pramod Madhushan put under pressure early on in the over. This is good batting. Putting the bowler under pressure. The first delivery itself. Now, naturally, the fast bowler will be aiming to control the damage, especially in the power play. The 2 left hands of Bangladesh have been really impressive. And plenty of advice to the young man from Avishka Fernando and Chamik Karunaratne, the seasoned pros. Probably Chamik is letting him know to bowl the hard length.
What's that saying? Too many cooks spoil the broth? Too many people in that huddle. Just the captain having a word with the young fast bowler. Quite understandable, but 3 or 4 people coming together maybe could just muddle the opinion.
Correct. Always keep it simple when the difficult situation is on.
Width outside off stump and 4 more. Beautifully played this. Tanzid is cutting loose. He's moved up to 44 now.
This is poor bowling. Brings out the 50 for Bangladesh. All the fielders in the offside. In fact, 5 of them are all in the circle. One thing you cannot do is to give them width. And Pramod Madhushan pays the price. Back-to-back boundaries in his comeback over. Dressing room of Bangladesh is quite happy with the reply. Required rates just a 7.13. And even Sri Lanka openers did muster up a half-century partnership. In return, Bangladesh returns the favour as well.
That is what is making this match interesting. Now, he's changing to over the wicket. The angle being changed by Madhushan.
Clearly rattled, isn't he? One worst thing you could do as a bowler, though it will be a spinner or a fast bowler, is not to have a clear plan, having too many changes. Sometimes a batsman plays a good stroke and goes to the boundary. Give to the batsman, you can't do much. The first delivery was a good shot. And all of a sudden, and you were right, too many cooks. Spoils the broth. And now, Madhushan is 2 minds what to do. I think on top of the mark, he should be pretty clear on top of his head. Yes, it's going to be difficult. Power play on, only 2 fielders outside. But you do the right thing. If the batsman scores a boundary, you just have to say well played and come back to the crease. You can't do much.
I think he'll be better off now, Madhushan, because he's got Sheikh on strike. Naeem Sheikh hasn't looked as good touch as Tanzit, because you look at that, 20 deliveries faced for just 9 runs scored.
Yes, he hasn't hit the steps as yet. Tanzit Hassan was just informed. He was just one of the stars in that under-19 victorious team in 2020 up in South Africa, Potchefstroom.
Absolutely. Akbar Ali, the captain of that side. Rakibul, who's playing in this team, was also part of that squad. Mrityunjay Chowdhury, Tanzid, Abdul Hassan, Tanzim, Imon, were all part of that side. Were now playing in this team for Bangladesh A in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Those youngsters just moving up the ladder, so to speak. But what's an interesting fact, when you look at that scorecard, is that all 54 runs that have been scored off the bat. No extras. Oh, what a cracking shot. You can just stand and watch. Beautifully struck for 6. And that'll end the over as well. 9 gone, 60 without loss.
Vella.
15 runs with that previous over from Madhushan. And this is what happened to the last ball of the over.
It's more of a slap over square leg than a stroke. It went a mile. The previous deliveries, he wasn't timing it well. He was struggling for runs. But that stroke would have made him feel so much better. And in fact, normally a batsman goes through a quiet period and all of a sudden a big sixer comes in. That's a relief stroke, and that'll get him going even better. Arachige's 10 overs will be very crucial for Sri Lanka. Just wanting to see how Dunitha Lalage uses his off spinner against the left-handers.
He's bowling his second over within the power play with the fielding restrictions in place. So that just tells you the captain's looking for from him. His first over was very economical, but you need an economical over after what happened in the previous over. Look at that 6.
Stand and deliver. That went a long way. Absolutely middle of the bat. Into the grass bank it goes.
Oh, what a shot this. And he's cleared the boundary rope. Brilliant hit for 6.
And Naeem Sheikh all of a sudden back-to-back maximums. First one was against Premod Madhushan. Take a look at this for a stroke. Not to the pitch of the ball. Goes through the line. Crossing the bounce, and rest is history. Putting the pressure back on the Sri Lankan attack.
Suddenly, you look at the strike rate for Naeem Sheikh. He's moved up to 21 of 23 balls. There was a time when he was batting on 9 of 20. And now, those 2 hits have just kind of evened things out completely. That strike rate close to 100 for him.
Just what the reply Bangladesh needed to chase down a mammoth score of 350. As we said, in modern day cricket, nothing is safe. All been boundaries being scored by both these batsmen.
Tanzit, he's just 1 shot away from a half century. 10 boundaries for him in the innings so far. Accords a lot of respect to that delivery from Arachige.
11 boundaries and 2 sixes, 56 in boundary itself, just the 12 singles.
It's just A single there thanks to that little misfield at square leg. Otherwise that would have been a dot ball.
Yeah, Minod Bhanuka's arms were in his head, thinking that if he had missed it, it was bang in front. Luck favors the brave most of the time, isn't it? The chances what Bangladesh have taken has gone their way so far.
Last ball of the power play. Oh, yeah! Oh, did he drag that back foot outside the crease? The keeper seems to be very sure of that.
Tell you what, Naeem Sheikh's guilty look towards square leg tells me a story there. But a neat bit of stumping by Minod Bhanuka. Quick hands. An even better ball by Sahan Arachige. All these deliveries he has bowled so far were gun barrel straight, but this gripped enough and completely foxed Naeem Sheikh.
Rahul Asher, the TV umpire, is going to come into play here. They'll first check for the no ball. Have a big bowling stride as a spinner, so that's a good thing. No case of overstepping there. Did the batsman lead the safety to the crease? Yes, he did. And he didn't get back. So that's great work by Minod Bhanuka.
Neat, quick, efficient by Minod Bhanuka. Just what the doctor ordered for Sri Lanka. A breakthrough to put the brakes on the scoring rate. And as red light comes in, the correct call has been made. Naeem Sheikh with those couple of sixes. I thought he must be on his way, but in the end, he was undone by a beauty of delivery by Sahan Arachige.
Look at that. He's just expecting the ball to come in with the angle. This one's pitched, gripped and turned just enough to beat the outside edge. Naeem Sheikh gone for 22. Stumped by Bhanuka of the bowling of Arachige. 69 for 1.
Machan, ayah to palla ini ikman settle lamai. Hamar ikman dharan hoga.
Arachige might have given away 9 runs in his second over, but most importantly, off the last ball of the power play, he picked up a wicket. First blow being struck by Sri Lanka A in this match. Zakir Hasan walks out into the middle, playing his 100th List A career match. 2,500 plus runs to his name, 17 half centuries, 300s in his List A career. Impressive numbers. And it just tells you that if he gets going, then more often than not, he gets a half century or a big 100.
Start of the second power play for Sri Lanka. Looks like the action man, Chami Karunaratne, with the ball. A point to prove. Did not play a single game in the ICC qualifiers up in Zimbabwe. All of a sudden, he's in the limelight. His opportunity.
Zakir, remember, fantastic 100 as well. His debut. Against the Indian side, so he'd be keen to get some runs under his belt. Tanzit, meanwhile, he's been the aggressor in the innings so far consistently. Just shy of his half century.
Chamika Karunaratne will be aggressive, and he has to be aggressive. I think Sri Lanka just not should be targeting the dot deliveries. They should be targeting wickets as well. The best way to stop and put the brakes on the scoring area is picking up wickets. Chamika does have that knack of picking up important wickets, and I think be better off being aggressive.
You want to see a little more spin now in operation. No ball from Karunaratne, and this is going to be runs. nonetheless, 4 off the bat, 1 for the no ball, 5 added on, plus a free hit ball coming as well.
Rubbing salt into the wound. A boundary and a free hit to follow. Overstriding, probably overstriding for pace. The form that Tanzil Hasan is in, he's timing and everything and finding the gap as well.
And with that boundary, he's brought up his half century as well as Tanzil. Very, very good innings from Tanzil. 51 not out of just 37 balls. 11 boundaries in his innings so far.
Hardly dropped a sweat in that 50, did he? Someone that times the ball really well, relies on placement, proper opening batsman. The Charmi Karunaratne, free hit coming up. Not too sure what's the plan's going to be. Charmi, usually they have the option of bowling a slow ball or a Yorker. He'll opt to bowl the slow ball. That's Tanzil Hasan. Not much celebration. He knows a big job ahead for his team.
Oh, a free hit ball not resulting in any runs, and that's not the first time that we've seen that happen in the match today.
Outfoxed all of us, Charmika. We were expecting either a slow ball or a Yorker. All of a sudden, when the batsman wasn't thinking, don't think Tanzil was expecting a bouncer, which he had good pace and height, and the line was good as well. Big in shot, good effort delivery. I think it's perfectly fine.
Good comeback ball. Oh, he's edged it, and that's a soft dismissal. The man who is getting them the runs in double quick time is the man who's been sent back to the hut. And Karunaratne does the damage.
Living up to his reputation of picking up good wickets when the team is down and team in need. This time, the informed Tanzil Hasan just outside the off stump, flirting with danger. More like a bottom edge than an outside edge, I think. A simple catch to Minod Banuka outside the off stump's corridor of uncertainty. This over has had everything. A no ball, a boundary, and now a big wicket of Tanzil Hasan. He's gone for 51 of 39. Bangladesh 74 for 2.
The captain's walking out into the middle. Saif Hasan. He's got a job to do here for Bangladesh. Not played an ODI for Bangladesh, but has represented Bangladesh in 6 test matches and 2 T20 internationals. He's coming at the fall of a wicket, which bodes ill for Bangladesh A. Tanzil was very aggressive, getting those 51 runs in double quick time of 39 deliveries, but he's fallen to Karunaratne. What is the approach that the captain adopts now? Saif Hasan, who's walked out into the middle.
As I told you, I think Charmi Karunaratne will be at his best when he's aggressive. This is where I think Sri Lanka A needs that aggression from somebody. This was Tanzil Hasan's wicket, bottom edge. Easy catch to Minod Banuka. He'll take it 10 out of 10. Grant, the anger and the frustration being shown there.
Finally having got his man, because as you said, that over had everything. Had a no ball, had a boundary, and then the comeback from Karunaratne.
Never a dull moment, is he? Whether he's bowling, batting, or in normal life, there's something to talk about.
He's got 24 wickets in ODIs as well, Karunaratne. So he's a solid if I may, a partnership breaker. Someone who comes in, tries to hustle the batsman, get something going. Scamper through for a single. Be it, you look at this over and it's been a good comeback from Karunaratne.
What he's doing well, comparing especially Pramod Madushan, is not to dish out any full deliveries. He's hitting the deck hard. Brindo Fernando found out as well, and then first over he was trying to swing it. There was absolutely nothing. Then he got that length right back of the length. Similarly, Chamika has learned from the mistakes what Pramod Madushan did in his first spell. Most importantly, picking up that all-important wicket of Tanzir Hassan.
That's the length, key factor. End of the over, a wicket-taking one. 11 gone, 76 for 2. .274 still required by Bangladesh A. They've been set a mammoth total of 350 to get. Quite a task. What happened when the innings began? Tanzir was aggressive. This was a lucky reprieve that went for 4. But otherwise, he played strokes that were very, very confident. Off the meat of the blade as well. Got a handy half century. 51 of 39. Knock that comprised 11 boundaries.
Batted well. Relied on timing and placement. As we said, as the bowlers pitch full, easy pickings for him. Brilliant half century by the young man. Sahana Arachige to continue after the power play. I like this move by Dunit Lalage. Though there's a right hand, he believes in Sahana Arachige. I think Dushan Hemant, the main spinner. There's 2 wickets. The first one, beautiful delivery by Arachige. There's some drift, turn, bounce and good stumping by Vinod Bhanuka. And then Vinod Bhanuka has a say in the second wicket as well. Chamika Karunaratne in the first over itself, getting rid of the big fish, Tanzir Hassan. Talking about Dushan Hemant, the main spinner, the leg spinner. He will be better off with a slightly older ball. So I think the Lalage's game plans are quite clear. Get Dushan Hemant latter part of the game, probably 15th, 16th over once the ball loses the hardness and get the maximum out of his #1 spinner.
Interesting thought, because any which way you'll see some wear and tear on the surface as well, which may come into play for spinner apart from the ball being older.
When you say wear and tear, I think odd ball will definitely grip, but most of the time at SSC, historically, it's good wicket. Hardly turns. 1 or 2 it does for sure, but most of the time batsman could trust the bounce, trust the two surface and play through the line. And Dushan Hemant lately have been in superb form, made his one-day debut against Afghanistan last month and went on the qualifiers, played a game there as well, bowled decently well. So I think he's on a roll as well, young Dushan Hemant.
No running.
This is another interesting stat. 39 dot deliveries in this innings for Bangladesh A. We saw that when Sri Lanka A were batting as well. A lot of dot deliveries. In fact, for 16 odd overs, there were 56 dot deliveries, if I remember correctly. That they had almost 9.5 overs bowled as dot overs, or, without conceding a run in 16. Yet they were scoring at about 5.5 or 6 runs per over and thereabouts.
We'll take a look at the successful teams in the world in ODI cricket. They have the least number of dot deliveries. Even the dot delivery, most of the players do milk it for a single. That's how you've got to be successful. Neatly played just outside the off-stump using the pace, but Sahana Arachige offered that, and the outfield is lightning quick, and rest is history. For a moment I just thought it's 2 runs, but it's a boundary. 12 gone, 84 for 2.
Bangladesh 84 for 2. They can't afford to let up, even if wickets were to go down. They've got to try and make sure that they keep that required run rate in the horizon. They just can't let it run away from them. Look at that. The current run rate exactly matching the required run rate.
Neck to neck, isn't it? Just a matter of a good partnership here. With the experience of Zakir Hassan and skipper Saif Hassan will be very, very crucial for the chances of Bangladesh win this game. Down the track this time. Charlie Karanatha did well to get some hand and the boot as well. Saif Hassan clearly showing his intent.
The captain gave it his all. This is what happened on the last ball of the previous over. Just guided away past that fielder at backward point. Ball literally raced away to the fence.
He just gathered pace. I was thinking it's going to be a couple of runs there, but in the end, Pramod Madhushar at cow point had no chance.
A little late into that shot. That's why he hit it into the ground, Saif Hassan. A predominant bottom hand that comes into play when he's batting, Saif Hassan.
The way he's holding the bat, for sure. Looks a bottom man dominated player. And Charmik Karanatha will definitely enjoy this battle. Economy of 5.43, strike rate of 25. And in his short ODI career has taken 24 ODI wickets. Have some big names there. Rohit Sharma, Aaron Finch, Hardik Pandya, Aiden Markham, Sikandar Raza, Sean Williams, Jason Roy, Stephen Smith, Glenn Maxwell as well. Bounce again, this time field rapid on. Oh, valiant attempt. Pramod Madhushar was flying across. Saif Hassan coming down the track again. And Charmik Karanatha.
And I think Karunaratne saw him coming. 100% as far as effort's concerned from Madhushar. Just couldn't get close enough to the ball to get a fingertip to it.
We are in for a great battle, don't we? We're fire with fire. Charmik against Saif Hassan. Both trying to be aggressive.
Did get the edge, but it didn't carry, but it's a no ball. And once again, Chamika Karunaratne is guilty of overstepping.
Only he has to blame himself for overstepping. This will be testing now. Saif Hassan clearly showing his intention. Wanting to be attacking, aggressive. Striving for pace. And a good call by the umpire. Line belongs to the umpire. Nothing was behind the line. The correct call was made. Free hit coming up. What is this going to be? Bouncer, Yorker.
He tried the bouncer and got away with it earlier. So the track record favors that. Went for it. And Saif Hassan is connected well for maximum. The captain this time around gets hold of it.
He certainly tried the bouncer, but this time there was no bounce. And lack of pace off the pitch. Only pace gathered was from the bat. That side, the leg side for Saif Hassan is the longest hit. And he managed to clear it pretty easily. Massive stroke. Predictable, wasn't he? It's going to be short. Boy, oh boy. Massive six.
I think he expected it. This one takes off. It's called a wide by the umpire. So the extras adding up now. 2 no balls and a wide. And all 3 extras have been conceded by Chamika Karunaratne.
The umpire at square leg did call it a wide. It has some pace, but just had the feeling that it was too high. Clearly, aggressive nature of Charmik Karunaratne going against him for the moment. But that's his nature. I think he should stick to it.
Typical fast bowler's response now after being hit for a 4 or a 6. You come in and bang the next one short, put a little extra shoulder, bend your back a little, extract a little more juice out of the surface. That predominant bottom hand that prevents Saif Hassan from timing it well.
Shot a ball with Saif Hassan, isn't it? Never a dull moment with him as well. Batting at number 4, captain. Again, down the ground. Possibly targeting over mid-off with long off being vacant. Lucky for him, there was an inside edge up to his pads and not ricocheting to the stumps. But I'm enjoying this aggressive nature from both these players.
The 20 ahead of Bangladesh A, remember, because at this stage Sri Lanka A was 74 for 1. So they've lost the extra wicket of Bangladesh, but they're 20 runs ahead. This is better. If you can't hit every ball for a 4, look to rotate strike. End of the over, 13 gone, 95 for 2.
Exactly how much down?
Take a chill, take a nimble punt.
That's the match summary for you. Sri Lanka A were put into bat, remember, earlier this morning. Got 349 for 8 in their 50 overs. Avishka Fernando, masterful 100 from him. 124 balls, he scored 133. This was the innings that really shaped the Sri Lankan total to what it finally became.
There goes the sweep. It's a very safe. Looks for this. I mean, you just watch him play. Oh, what a shot then.
That was a fantastic 100 from Avishka Fernando. Then you had support coming in from Minot Panuka and Surya Bandara, and then Bandara himself came on and played some fine cameos, these batters, to make sure that Bangladesh were always under the pump as Sri Lanka got 349.
Yeah, started off it was Surya Bandara and then it was Ashin Bandara. Gave that bit of power in the middle. Dunit Wellala, the captain, bring himself to the attack, playing his 30th List A game. A very good economy, under 5 for a spinner. A very handy player for Sri Lanka, earmarked as the next big thing coming through the system. And rightly so for me, the selectors have trusted him as the leader in this squad, giving him that emphasis when he's young giving that challenge, which I think he thrives under pressure, the young man.
Captain the under-19 side as well. Capable bat in the middle order as well, lower middle order, gets you some handy runs. Very efficient with his left arm spin, so quality action, a quality act really for Sri Lanka.
Very useful for Sri Lanka. If you take a look at the Sri Lankan lineup, keeping it really simple, giving it a bit of a rip. When it comes to left arm spinners in the Sri Lankan setup in the white ball circuit, I don't think we have much options. Prabhat Jayasuriya mainly plays Test cricket, and shadowing Prabhat Jayasuriya, it's Lasith Muldenia and Praveen Jayavikrama. And predominantly in the one-day cricket and T20 cricket, Mahesh Deekshana and Vanidhu Hasaranga has been playing a lot of cricket. And recently Dushan Hemantha was the understudy, and I think Dunith Vellalage is there or thereabout, not that far. And bringing that left arm option adds more value for his place in the team.
That's just what I was about to say. The fact that you'll cover all your bases when you've got the left arm spin bowling option that comes in as well. You've got a mystery spinner or a wrist spinner and the off break bowler, so that kind of complements the entire spin department. Looks a lot more complete.
Sri Lanka is blessed with those spinning bowlers, isn't it? When it comes to Vanidhu Hasaranga, proper leg spinner, world beater. Mahesh Deekshana, lots of mystery behind him as well. Dushan Hemantha has started well. And you've got Dunith Vellalage fighting for a spot. Probably the fourth choice at the moment, but it's always important to keep knocking on that door, putting the pressure on the players who are already in the scene.
Good to see some talented youngsters breaking through the ranks. Meanwhile, they'll end the over. 4 from it. It's 99 for 2 after 14.
$99 for 2, spirited effort by Bangladesh. I must concede. They maintain that required rate, not let it get out of their grasp, so to speak. Little over 7 runs and over, which is not at all frightening at this stage. And they're going at a near 7 runs and over. Chamika Karunaratne, 1 for 18. Oh, this guy Zakir Hassan excites me. I've seen him play. I've seen him play for Bangladesh, seen him play in the BPL. I think he's a hot property as far as Bangladesh is concerned. The 100's up. There's another guy, Afif Hussain. Yeah, he's another very exciting young player. And look at that. That's second 50, Shamim, of just 35 balls.
That's quite a performance, I must say, with the loss of the 2 wickets early on of the 2 openers. The way these 2 have carried on is very impressive. Just have to maintain this required run rate on a consistent basis.
And the other name that comes to my mind is Tawhid Ridoy. Did I pronounce that name correctly?
You did. Well done. Tawhid Ridoy, actually.
Tawhid, right. So these 3 names, I mean, I think this guy, Afif Hussain, he's going to break a few records for Bangladesh. I mean, he looks such a good player. His temperament, he's cool. And the way he conducts himself. And this guy, Hassan, I saw him bat, Zakir Hassan. These guys, they're special. I can tell you, Bangladesh cricket is in a very good place with young cricketers like this. And even Saif Hassan. Now this is high. And it is going to fall safe, I think. Yes, 1 bounce for 4. Pace of the ball. He gave himself room and he found his spot.
Well, he found his spot, all right, but that was a lucky spot. Tell you what, once he tried the shot, he had to eventually reach to make contact with the ball. At a real extent, he's a tall guy, he's got long levers. And look at it, he's just backing away, then trying to reach for it, gets the toe in. What he does well is to go through with the flourish of the bat, thus just making sure that the ball goes over and then into the boundary. But a huge element of risk in that shot, not in absolute control.
I still give him full marks. That was a good shot. Short delivery, very safe. Now the Sri Lankan bowlers, they have been inconsistent with their lengths. They have been forced to do that. They've been mixing it up, and you have that short fine leg fielder in, and a bouncer down the leg side will get the appropriate result.
Well, at his pace, Karunaratne can't afford to do that. Short, that hook, very well employed, very simple. A bit of frustration keep creeping into it after seeing that ball go to the boundary, a couple of balls back, and then he tries one short. But this is not the wicket, particularly if you're at a striking range above the shoulders. Makes easier for the batter to negotiate and put it away to the boundary. So a little bit of a frustration. He's got to keep calm.
Shamika Karunaratne, I must tell you, is a trier. He's a wholehearted trier. He's been out of the white ball side, the Sri Lankan white ball side, the 50 over side. He sat out the entire qualifying tournament. So he's back playing some top cricket after a while, but he should be given full marks for the way he plays his cricket. Either the bat in hand or with the ball, he gives it his all. And even here, he's mixing things up because he's looking for wickets. That's his plan. That's why he's aggressive. That's why he's leaking a few runs, but he's searching for wickets. Zakir Hasan on strike.
You're talking about the players coming through from Bangladesh. As we'll bring that up after the end of this over. The 15th is 109 for 2. Talking about when Bangladesh were bowling, when they had the problems in completing the 50 overs, which saw Shamma Shocker being brought in, but are Sri Lanka going to be faced with the same kind of dilemma? They've used 5, some of them have gone for runs. Well, Alagi, he just cuts that away. It's just in front, dropping in front. Just asking you the question whether Sri Lanka have further bowlers, number 6 or even 7 bowlers to sort of be used if need be.
Well fielded, very well fielded. Yes, they do. They have Dushan Hemant. Hemanta hasn't bowled as yet. The right arm leg spinner. We've seen Sahana Arachige. I think basically we've seen all the rest of the bowling. Maybe with the exception of Ashen Bandara, who could turn his arm over, but I doubt very much that he'll be somebody that the captain would go to. But definitely Dushan Hemanta. They got Joy, they got Sarkar. Sarkar batting quite late at number 6. Wide.
And also the 2 guys in the middle, in addition to have similar surnames, the 2 Hassans, they've represented Bangladesh in test matches and T20s. Would you believe it? Not yet in one-day internationals. So they can stake a claim. That's what the point I was making about players coming through. So these are options that are coming through in this, the Asia Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup tournament, where you have a chance to prove your worth, even in this format of the game. Catch the eye of the selectors. And one of the selectors, Habibul Bashar, is here, overseeing the team, managing the team. So he'll keep a keen eye on the performance of these two in the middle.
I think this tournament as a whole, Shamin, will really showcase a lot of young talent or emerging talent. Yes, we know that Nepal is having their national team, but everyone else, it's all the emerging ones, the ones that are pushing the seniors. This is brilliant. I wish ACC organizes this more regularly. And even, I mean, even if there is a World Cup, the major teams, done 11 for 2. Yep.
Hey, Sahana.
Well, just to remind you about fixtures in Group A, Afghanistan, Oman, they're playing the game in progress, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh here. And quite a few games, I think 15 in all in this tournament. India, Pakistan, everybody's very keen, lots of eyes will be plenty. I think millions of eyeballs will be on that game, Shamim, on the 19th. In fact, it's a day-night game at the R. Premadasa. To see more spin, Sahana Arachige coming on, replacing Shamika Karnaratne. He's been the man who got a wicket. Karnaratne did get a wicket as well. But what Sri Lanka needs here is first control. Now, how do you get that control? One way of getting it is quick wickets. That will be perfect. Or otherwise, you just keep building dots. Just try and bowl a few cheap overs. To speak of frustrating batters, where you force batters to do something different.
Yeah, Bangladeshi batters will be trying to do exactly the opposite. And that's trying to rotate strike, milk the runs, which has not really happened in the first part of the innings. Particularly in the first power play. There you go, that's exactly what they need. Ill effort to exert pressure on themselves, get the singles, get the couples. We've seen a lot of boundaries coming along. And then the bowlers get frustrated. Fixtures in the Group B, we're talking about India A playing UAE A, Pakistan and Nepal locking horns, and then that big one that you mentioned on the 19th of July, but a lot of people were looking forward to, a day-night match. So all to look forward to, but good games right the way through, especially for the young uns from the associate members who've been given the opportunity to play and garner experience with the big boys. They might spring a surprise or two, Roshan.
Well, we've seen too many surprises at international level. We've just seen a few there in Zimbabwe. This is a very safe shot. And it's gone the distance. Long on is on the boundary, mid off is inside the circle. So when you pitch it up on the off stump, it becomes a fairly easy option for the batter because the risk factor it's taken out of that shot, because you get it over mid off, it's going to sail.
And the Saif Hassan is always going to be within his zone. He is a tall lad, he's got long arms, and with the bat striking, getting into that arc, he can really put it away. If he gets it in the sweet part of the bat, no way that it's not going to go over the top.
Another one. Another one. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. This guy. Well, we've spoken about talent from Bangladesh. How did I miss out this man? He's batting so brilliantly. He's hit back-to-back sixers, and he's already started to make a massive statement here.
Would you believe he's known as a longer version specialist? By the way he's going today. Look at him. As soon as he hit that shot, he knew that he had struck it well. Once again, lovely use of the feet, coming to the pitch, getting behind, full flourish of the bat, and 6 sweet runs.
No running, Mandy.
You did say that he's considered a longer version. Tournaments like this will showcase something different. 126 for 2. Just look at that. Sri Lanka 98 for 1. Bangladesh 28 runs ahead at this stage. And yes, the extra wicket is lost, but they're looking so good trying to overhaul that 349 for 8.
Loving the wonderful attitude to the batting here. You've talked about one wicket being lost, but you'd have thought when the innings started, that's chopped away, but straight to the field. When the innings started, you feel it was quite a daunting task, a big mountain to climb, 350 looking at you, and the pressure would be on the batters, but none of that at all.
I think it's still a pretty daunting task. I mean, we will all concede, but the fact is, what impresses me is that they've not been overawed by it. They've set about trying to get this target in a very methodical way. They came out, they started playing shots, and now this pair of batters have continued doing that. See, what is important for Bangladesh here is to make sure they maintain the momentum, they maintain the consistency. See, the rate of scoring is important, but you can't afford to lose wickets. So if you keep wickets in hand, you can create that pressure towards the back end.
One.
One is the call and one is to be achieved quite easily. Absolutely, I completely agree with you on that. They can take a leaf out of the way the Sri Lankan batters went about their innings when they build up these partnerships. On 2 occasions, there were a couple of wickets falling, and some fell right at the end, but that was by the time they got enough runs on the board. So this pair wants to replicate what the opening pair had done. Both have gone. Now what's going on here?
Let's see. What is the concern here? They're all pointing in different directions. Maybe they'll first look at that front leg. I doubt very much whether Dunithwel Lalage bowls has that long stride. I don't think he's somebody who will step over that line. Let's see what happens here. This is the next phase. I think he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. I don't think that foot came off the ground at all. It's just raised a bit, but I think he's fine, Shamin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was more an appeal in hope rather than a commitment shown there by the keeper, which is worth having a look. It was all in slow motion. No one was overly elated with the appeal and no vociferous appeals per se. But it's good you have the technology, use it and get the correct decision.
End of the over. 128 for 2. Well, it's nicely poised, tantalizingly poised, if that's the word. 222 of 32 overs, very, very gettable if you have wickets in hand in the modern day and age. And you'll suddenly find at this rate, Bangladesh getting close to that target. Well, just 2 doors next. Afghanistan 268 and Oman has got 72 for 3. That's the latest from that game between Afghanistan and Oman A. Afghanistan A and Oman A. And meanwhile, here Sri Lanka searching for wickets. They're quite desperate. What they can't afford is a partnership to develop and get Bangladesh into a position where they can afford to play it a little bit easy with more time to spare. They need to create pressure. And how do you do that? You do that by starting off with dots and trying to be accurate, but more importantly, from a Sri Lankan point of view, as I said before, they need wickets.
Well, catcher is a call, and it's going to fall short. Just controlled shot there for an amble single. Just going back to getting the runs at what used to be called the slug overs in the last 10. With the advent of T20 cricket, getting about 90 to 100 runs at the end of an innings if you have wickets in hand. Seems to be a simple task these days. I think Sri Lanka got around the 90 mark even today, because they had that platform to base on and to carry on, throw their bats around. And Bangladesh with that also a little bit of lead. Sri Lanka 103 for 1, Bangladesh 129. Have got that little bit of an advantage. So if they can just target, we're talking about phases in play. If they can just say last 10 overs, we'll leave about 75 to 80 runs, hang on to the wickets and pace the innings accordingly, they have a good chance.
It's a defensive line. That's understandable. Sahanara Chige is here to do a job, and that is to try and bring in some damage control. With the right hand on strike, he's looking to push the ball through a little bit quicker. Ball both middle and leg with that leg side field. Not letting Saifa Sen go over the top. Now with the left hand on strike, he was bowling a bit slower. Searching for some grip. Just like that. Hasn't found turn. But it's a decent over, 3 of it. 130 for 2, 131 for 2.
Got to fix this. Comes on and off. No, this is connection.
Well, tomorrow at the SSC, India A making their first appearance in the ACC Emerging Teams Asia Cup. They take on UAE A. India, one of the strong sides in this tournament. Lots of eyes will be on them. This is hit powerfully. Will run away to the boundary. Now, Zakir Hassan wouldn't mind facing the left-arm spinner because the ball spinning back into him and the option of going over mid-wicket is there, just like the way he completed that shot.
Did it in a lovely manner. Just so early into the movement, into the line. See, he sees the ball, he susses out the length, goes forward, meets it, and gets a meaty part of the bat. Now he hangs back with that quicker, shorter delivery. There's good mix of deliveries, but at the same time, with the confidence level that is in Zakir and Saif Hassan, they can sort of actually read the ball out of the hand of the spinner and do accordingly. Just tuck it away. I'm liking this rotation of strike, which was missing in the earlier part.
Now, there's always this story about left-arm spinners and right-arm leg spinners not wanting to bowl to left-handers because the ball keeps turning back into the left-hander. But this is a good test for young Dunit Welalage bowling to Zakir Hassan, a left-hander. See what the left-arm spinners or right-arm leg spinners prefer to do. Oh, that's a good effort, but still a boundary. Didn't look like a boundary to me, but it's sped away from the fielder. And I can tell you it's coming at an alarming rate. Just the 20th over, Shamim, 140 now.
Yeah, coming at a rate of knots. The width of it, length back. Played it late enough, and that's why that chase from the cover fielder wasn't effective, and it was a futile effort. Played late enough and had enough pace on it to take it to the boundary.
Gives himself inside out that time. 4 more runs. This man is making batting look easy. I'll tell you, the captain is in very good form. Gave himself just that little bit of room.
That ball is coming in for a bit of hammering. Of course, 2 balls used from either side in these OD one-day days, and he made it look so simple, as you said. Stood his ground, just backing away. Not the easiest shot to play, the inside-out shot, but he made it seem so very easy, so pleasing to the eye.
Last ball of the over. That's the line. Still a big over. 13 runs off it. 144 for 2.
Why are they not bowling Dushan?
Roma.
144 for 2. Now that required rate is under 7 runs and over. And Bangladesh going at more than 7 runs and over, which is very good, very healthy. But what surprises me is that Sri Lanka A has Dushan Hemantha, who's considered a frontline leg spinner, made his test debut, has played wide ball cricket. He's not bowled now. It's 20 overs. I'm wondering at what point skipper Dunit Welalage intends to bring him on. Yes, there might be a thinking about having a left-hander, but you can't help that. I mean, leg spinners, left-arm spinners need to know how to bowl to left-handers.
Yeah, this, what I consider a fallacy in a way. Back to that. There's a left-hander, a right-hander, and the left-hander on that occasion gets that cut shot late and gets 4 more runs. So doesn't matter who is bowling, it's worth a try. You're mentioning the fact that you need a difference in the style of bowling to stem the flow of runs, the comfort zone that the bowlers are in at the moment. Once again, you see, it's just open the face, quick flush of the bat enables that little bit of extra power to put on to the pace of the bowler. Add on to that, and the value for your shots, it's pretty good at the SSC ground here.
See, I can understand Hemantha not bowling at this end with Sahana Arachige bowling, because you have Welalage also spinning back into the left-hander, and Hemantha will be doing the same thing. So what I feel is, if they want to have spin from both ends, maybe the skipper can take a break and bring on the leg spinner at the far end and continue with the off spinner.
And they're making it look so very, very simple. Maybe the dimensions of the ground, as we see the 150 coming up for Bangladesh, is for the loss of 2 wickets. They've done well, done all the hard work, these two Hassan Zakir and Saif. Need to continue. Look at the pace. First 50 coming in much slower. The second one, very pacey. And pretty much similar to the third 50.
They'll be disappointed with the third. The 3 balls slower. They did it in 35, the second one.
But just going back to the change of bowling, even forget all the reasons for not bringing in a leg spinner. It is just a different type of bowling that the batters have to face. So they'll have to adjust. They'll have to see the release of the balls. You see if there's a googly coming. So something for the batters to think about. And at the moment, they're lulled into a security of seeing 2 bowlers coming in, doing it over and over again with virtually lack of variation.
I would have got the leg spinner on earlier. Leg spinner is a wicket-taking option. He's someone may go for runs, but he can get you a wicket or 2 quickly. Just can change the entire complexion of the game in very quick time. Last ball of the over. Now will this be taken? It is! It is being taken. Zakir Hassan has thrown it away. It's a short delivery, and he found Lasit Cruzpulle on the boundary, and that's a wicket Sri Lanka was desperately after, and Sahana Arachige has finally produced the results they wanted.
Having played so very well, his eyes lit up when that short pitch delivery arrived. Look at that. He went back, swivel round, didn't get 100% on the bat in the process. Straight away, good catch, simple catch taken, and is very, very disappointed with himself. And so should he be, because he was looking to have things under control. But that is cricket for you. Against the run of play, a wicket falls. And Zakir Hassan has to walk back for 26. And it's 152 for 3.
Zakir being dismissed for 26 of 24 deliveries and an important wicket being claimed by Arachige. And that brings Mahmudul Hassan Joy out there in the middle. 5 half centuries and 100 in his List A career for Mahmudul Hassan. Can he bring joy to his side by ensuring that he keeps one end going, keeps the scoring rate up, and keeps Bangladesh A in the hunt in this run chase? Remember, they're chasing a mammoth 350 to win this against Sri Lanka A. Hemantha now coming on to bowl for the first time in this match. An interesting ploy. I think the captain, Velalage, just taking himself out of the attack and getting Hemantha in.
This was a half tracker. Zakir Hassan in the other day would have smashed it for a 6 and knew it straight away when he struck the ball. It was bottom of the bat. And Lasit Cruz pulled at mid wicket, safe as a house. Zakir Hassan, oh, what has you done? For a second we all thought it's another maximum. But finally Sri Lanka brings their ace spinner Dushan Hemantha into the attack.
Well, coming back to that dismissal, Zakir should have cleared the boundary rope. That's the shorter boundary. Remember, the strip that's being used for the match today, the leg side boundary for the left-hander was shorter from that end against Arachige. And he was going against the turn. That was the only part, but it was a half tracker.
Completely agree with you, Raman. Any other day, as I said, would have been a maximum. Unfortunate for Zakir Hassan, unfortunate for Bangladesh. A good partnership was building up, a threatening one for Sri Lanka, being dismissed by San Arachige.
But meanwhile, Saif Hassan, the captain's carrying on. He's played a good knock, a half century of just 41 deliveries, but he knows the job isn't done yet. He's got a new batter out there, on strike Joy. He's got to now forge another partnership with him.
This is where Sri Lanka does really well, squeezing in those dot deliveries when the new batsman comes in. But that man on screen, Saif Hassan, how well he has batted today. Fighting fire with fire, aggressive. Almost a shot a ball. A very good start by Dushan Hemantha. End of the 22, Bangladesh 153 for 3.
When you look at the batting card for Bangladesh A, you'll see that one big difference between when Sri Lanka A were batting and when Bangladesh A are chasing at 350. It's that one big score. You've had batters, all of them get starts, a couple of them getting half centuries as well. But now, according to the DLS method, this is the first time that Sri Lanka are ahead in this match. Sri Lanka A with the DLS score reading 163, Bangladesh A, because of the extra wicket that they've lost, they are now 10 runs behind.
Just goes to show how important picking up wickets in white ball arena, isn't it? All of a sudden, for the first time, as you said, Sri Lanka is in ahead. Binder Fernando into attack. Ball good 4 overs with the new ball. Possibly a couple of overs of cutters into the pitch by Bindra.
And Saif Hassan's looking to innovate, and that's not working out just yet.
More dots, boys, come on.
A slow ball to start with. This is skipper Saif Hassan today.
Here, boys, come on.
Took the liking to Charmik Karunaratne. That was a free hit, a massive 6. Slower delivery. Went over the top of skipper Dunit Bilal for a boundary. Bounce attempted, helped on his way.
Touch it.
It was a good shot against the turn of Sahana Arachige over 6, over middle, long off. This one, middle of the bat, Charmik Karunaratne for a second he thought he was in the game. Cleared him easily. And particularly against spin, he's been fantastic.
He's played a captain's innings, Saif Hassan. He's got to carry on though. And that's played well. This could be 4. Good fielding effort. I wonder if the fielder's body was touching the boundary rope, just about touching the boundary rope when he stopped the ball.
Yeah, I would think so as well. I think that the body may be touching. That's a massive effort by Dushan Hemantha at third man. Not so good delivery by Binder Fernando. Feeding the offside of Saif Hassan, which is quite strong at. Good effort. Release the ball. Touch and go, isn't it? Touch and go.
I wonder if he'd release the ball when he touches the boundary rope. Now this is where he stopped it. I think he's released the ball when the body makes contact with the boundary rope. Touch and go, yes. Oh, what's the call the third umpire is going to make on this? So he stopped the boundary. Stopped the additional runs from being taken. In fact, he stopped 2 there as Hemantha. Well done.
Saif Hassan for Binder Fernando just eyeing up through the offside, the front foot. He just opens it, probably targeting the extra cover, mid-off, both in the circle. And Binder Fernando is equal to the task. He knows, he's quite experienced when it comes to a white ball circuit, not giving the pace or the length which Saif Hassan is looking for.
Now this is something that Bangladesh need to avoid. Dot deliveries creeping up. Joy yet to open his account. He's faced 6 deliveries, hasn't gotten off the mark. And that's something that Bangladesh can ill afford at this stage.
Yes, spot on. This juncture of the game, singles are very important. It's very important that the rotation of strike happens. Saif Hassan gets the most of the strike when he's form and is striking it well.
Oh, that's played well, and that will be 4. Finally, he opens his account with a boundary.
Poor delivery by Binder Fernando. It was short, way outside the off stump. And Hassan Joy just had to get the placement right with some timing. And he found it really well. Dissecting that gap, and the field at cover point had no chance. Ill effort to do it, Sri Lanka. Loose delivery, they got to cut out much as possible.
Yes, Mahmudul Hassan Joy needs to get a move on here. Width on offer again. Again, it's runs, albeit just 1 in the same region. And that'll end the over. 161 for 3. India A start their campaign tomorrow against UAE A. And that's going to be played at this very ground tomorrow morning. It's match number 3 of this tournament. And when you talk about a lot of young talent that's up on display in this tournament. Remember, 19th of July, mark that date in your calendar. That's when Pakistan A take on India A. That's going to be at the Premadasa Stadium. And day-nighter. A lot to look forward to. A lot of young guns in action as far as India A are concerned. Yashdol, the captain. Lots of young players. Abhishek Sharma.
No running, no running.
Single taken meanwhile. Let's hear what Rajvardhan Hangargekar has to say about that matchup against Pakistani.
जब भी इंडिया पाकिस्तान का ये जो आता है टॉपिक तो things get intense and why not to enjoy that intensity and that pressure and always excited to beat them here. That is for sure.
The young lad had a good outing with CSK in the IPL 2023. Rajvardhan Hangargekar picked up a 3-4 against Gujarat Titans, I remember, in one of the matches.
The big game on the 19th. Mark your calendar. It's at R. Premadasa Stadium. Under light. Slug sweep this time. Deep square leg fielder. Takes it. Important wicket for Sri Lanka. The captain Saif Hassan dismissed by Dushan Hemanthan. And Lasit Cruz Pulle, second time in the game, holds on to a high catch.
The captain departs. He's played against the turn and again looking to target the shorter boundary. Gets the top edge. And look at that. Thought he'd be able to get enough bat on it to get the distance. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't. That's a clean catch taken in the outfield. Hemantha strikes. And once again, a wicket falls just when Bangladesh A can ill afford it. He's gone for 53. The score 162 for 4. Soumya Sarkar walks out into the middle with a team floundering in the run chase at the moment. Bangladesh A 162 for 4. And he's coming to bat at number 6. Now when he was bowling, he picked up 3 wickets. Was a tad expensive, but did pick up 3 wickets, did Soumya Sarkar. And those are very impressive numbers if you look at his list A career.
Yeah, he's been there in the system for a very long time, and Bangladesh need his experience. The middle overs batting at number 6. And Duckworth Lewis, as we said, we keep on picking up wickets, it will shoot up. At the moment, Sri Lanka is in front again. And that man on screen, Dushan Hemantha, what a few months he's been having. Made his ODI debut. And ever since then, he's getting his opportunities and making his mark. Saif Hassan, I think that was a right option taken. Shorter boundary. But the wrist spinner generally gets more turn, purchase off the pitch and the bounce. Hence, it was more of a top edge and a good catch by Lasit Cruz Pulle.
Oh yeah!
Something to think about for Soumya Sarkar. On the very first ball that he faces up to.
That was a wicket of Saif Hassan. Good catch by Lasit Cruz Pulle. Looking to the sun. Keeps his head positioned really well. And does the job. Down the leg side. Down the leg side. Clearly over enthusiastic Minod Banuka and umpire move. The right smile says it all.
Also wonder where the ball pitched really. Was it pitching outside leg? Because then whatever happens after that goes out of the equation. Where did that pitch? That pitch clearly pitched wide outside leg stump. So it doesn't matter what happens after that.
Need another sense of stumps, isn't it?
One.
Soumya Sarkar off the mark with a single towards sweeper cover. 24 gone, Bangladesh 163 for 4.
next 3 stumps you put there. And okay.
Take Comcam.
So, Soumya Sarkar, can he now turn things around? The ship seems to be floundering for Bangladesh A here. Look at that pass score after 24 overs. It's shot up to 194. That's what Bangladesh needed to be at. They're 163 for 4 at this stage.
Slower delivery through the gap. Don't think Soumya Sarkar knew much about it. That's what Binder Fernand does really well with the older ball. Rolls his finger over the ball. And that time the length was really good. It's 4:35 generally in Colombo. 5:45, 6 o'clock come. The light goes down. Hence, I think both the teams will be keeping a close eye on the DLS score. And the over rate for both the teams. And SSC does not have artificial lights. Hence, it's going to be a day game itself.
Got some bat on it. Did he get some bat on it? There was clearly some sound, and in fact, it's off the pad, signaled leg byes by the umpire. There was a sound, but that was of the ball hitting the pad, not the bat.
Not a good start to the spell by Binder Fernand. The previous over shot outside the off stump to the right hand at this occasion. Far into the leg side. Soumya Sarkar probably pre-hit and got his foot and gone for a boundary, and not so comfortable holding on to his hip flexor. Hopefully just a cramp, not pulling a muscle here. Bangladesh needs his experience, needs his expertise in the middle. And he does all those cutting just to check. He's going to damage even more. This is a replay of that delivery. Down the leg side, off the pad. And straight away when he took off for that single, he felt something. Either it's a groin or a hip flexor.
Well, let's hope it's not something too serious, because this is the first match of the tournament, remember, for Soumya Sarkar. Look at that batting card. All the top order batsmen got starts. A couple of them got half centuries as well. But unlike Sri Lanka A, where Avishka Fernando got a big 100, stayed at the crease well past the 35th over, that's something that did not happen for Bangladesh. And that's the reason why this chase is floundering.
4 wickets for Bangladesh. It was Naeem Sheikh who's neatly stumped. And Tanzit Hassan after the magnificent half-century caught behind of Charmik Karunaratne. This was a half-tracker to Zakir Hassan. Who found Lasit Cruz pull at mid-wicket, and this was a big one. Skipper Saif Hassan going for the full Monty over mid-wicket. Getting the top edge, and that man Lasit Cruz pull again. The safe catch with Dushan Hemanta picking up his first wicket. Madhushan was expensive in the first spell. Binder Fernando started very well with the new ball, quite steady. The pick of the bowlers. Arachige picked up 2 wickets, though he's gone for 45. Karunaratne quite expensive, 1 for 28. And Dushan Hemanta, the leg spinner, has put the brakes on the run scoring for Bangladesh.
So for the moment, it seems as if Sri Lanka A hold all the cards in this match. They put 349 on the board after they were put into bat. And now I've got Bangladesh A in a spot of bother in the chase. Remember, there are 4 teams in each group. And in Group A, that's where you've got Sri Lanka A and Bangladesh A. The other 2 teams, of course, are Afghanistan A and Oman A. And out of these 4 teams, only 2 will make it through to the semi-finals, which is why every match is of utmost importance. Meanwhile, tomorrow action commences in Group B, remember, where India A take on UAE A, while there is Pakistan A as well in that group, in Group B, who take on Nepal in that contest. But India A's match, of course, is at the SSC, this very venue. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. is when this game gets underway. While at the Colombo Cricket Club, that's where Pakistan A start their campaign against Nepal. That's the match that I was talking about, match number 4. That's just across the road, so if you're a cricket aficionado and you're in Colombo, then choose who do you want to watch. And better still, watch 10 overs on one side, 10 on the other.
Have a jog, do a workout. Just hop and across to Colombo Cricket Club from Singhalese Sports Club. The magic hands of the physio has done the job. Looks like small damage has done to Soumi Sarkar's knee.
Well, I wonder if it's going to curtail his movements. He just might be prompted to play a couple of more extravagant shots so that he doesn't have to run so much.
As they say, never write off a wounded soldier. Maybe a blessing in disguise. Soumi Sarkar has been in the system for a very long time, hasn't he? He has played the inaugural edition now, I think 2013, has a big name, brilliant numbers, but just that he has not been consistent in the national setup and finds himself in that level. And these are the opportunities as players you need to grab with both hands.
2013, you said. Of course, that was the inaugural edition. 10 years have passed since then for Soumi Sarkar. Just tells you he's been around on the circuit for a long, long time.
5 years from 2013 2018, I retired, so not too bad.
Well, as they say, time flies, Parvez.
Body lets you know. Body lets you know totally. The last bit of my career. Inside edge, this time unlucky Binder Fernando for a moment. Everyone thought, including us, that it was dragged onto the stumps, but in the end, Soumi Sarkar was lucky and brings up a boundary for Bangladesh.
Streaky, lucky, call it what you may, but it's a welcome boundary for Bangladesh. Again, he's being done in by the cutters that are being bowled by Binura. Fernando, he's not really got a measure of the line.
As predicted in this spell, the almost 2 overs being bowled by Binder Fernando. I think at least 9 or 10 deliveries have been cutters into the pitch. This is what he does very well, containing run scoring.
Once again, it's that change up. Wants to come back for the second, won't get it. Just a single to end the over. 25 gone, 174 for 4. At the halfway stage of the innings, Bangladesh A, 174 for 4. 25 more overs remain. They need 176. So effectively, they need just the same amount of runs as they've scored thus far. The only problem is they have 6 wickets left, out of which you'll have 3 or 4, primarily the bowlers in the side. So it's now up to these 2 at the crease and a couple of other batters to follow who've really got to take up the cudgels for Bangladesh A in this run chase.
What Bangladesh need is Avishka Fernando's innings. Someone to hold the fort and the rest to play those cameos. Unfortunately, it's not the case. It's still climbing up, isn't it? Current deal's power score is 196. 21 behind. Picking up wickets in ODI cricket. That's the way to go.
Yes, but if you would look at comparative scores after 25 overs, Sri Lanka were actually 26 behind. Bangladesh are 26 runs ahead at this stage. If you look at comparative scores, that's the difference for you. 28 ahead now with the couple of runs added on. But that difference of 3 wickets extra that have fallen for Bangladesh A, that's the reason why in the DLS comparison, Bangladesh A are behind.
As the pundits say, keep wickets to the death overs and you can make the damage. And certainly, boy, the Sri Lankans did today. 349 after being put into bat. Well, Lalage will be thinking it's a good toss to lose.
He wanted to play it fine, wanted to beat that short third fielder. He's got 4. Soumya Sarkar, in the end, when you look back at this, you'll wonder whether he actually played it exactly as fine as he intended to play it.
I think he picked up the googly pretty early. And there's only one fielder behind square at car point. Just had to get some bat with Binder Fernando and had no chance. This but Bangladesh need a boundary every over and 3 to 4 singles, at least for the next 10 overs. Be in the game. I think that'll add more pressure on the Sri Lankans.
The current run rate is better than the required run rate, so they're doing the job well. Required run rate's under 7, current run rate over 7, so they're pretty much there.
Just in the partnership, isn't it? One of the youngsters of Singhalese Sports Club Cricket Academy. Just after a hit. Having a look at the proceedings in the middle.
I think it's fantastic just when you look at the opportunities that tournaments like these provide to youngsters. And a lot of young guns. Just tracking the progress of their seniors. Some of whom are looking to break into the main national side as well. 26 overs gone, 180 for 4. Joy on 7, Soumya Sarkar on 13. What's the batting to follow? It's Mehdi Hassan after this, and then you get into the bowlers. Rakibul, then you got Mondal, Mushfiq, and Akbar Ali, the keeper bat. Not necessarily in that order. But again, is it going to be a tale of being so near yet so far for Bangladesh A?
I reckon the next 10 overs is going to be very crucial for Bangladesh. They could muster up a decent partnership around the 35th over if they can be around 230, 240 without any more losing wickets. I reckon still be in the game with Akbar Ali. As you said, the wicket keeper is a decent batter to have around. So I think for Sri Lanka, it's all about picking up wickets in regular intervals, not giving those easy boundaries. Be smart with your bowling options, set the fields right, get hold of the shorter hit as well to the leg side at the moment for the left-hander. If the Sri Lanka do this well and Bangladesh does not lose wickets and muster up a partnership, I think the last 15 overs is going to be a thrilling one.
Which is why the experience of Soumya Sarkar is essential for Bangladesh A in this chase now. He's been there, been around, done that, seen this situation time and time before this. So he knows exactly what needs to be done here.
Usually we've seen Soumya Sarkar batting in the top order. And this is a new role that he has been asked to do. Oh, big good piece of peeling by Dunit Tellage. Definitely save a single. This is what Sri Lanka needs. Throwing themselves around and meaning business in the middle. And for Soumya Sarkar, how many times he has batted in the middle order and won games for the teams he has played. That is experience for you. All we know is a top order batsman likes to go after the bowling. And this is hard work, this is tough work. With 4 fielders outside the circle till the 40th over, and then got another one going outside. So this is where the little things matters. If Sri Lanka is smarter, they'll want to give the single, not the boundary, to Soumya Sarkar, who's quite a good boundary hitter.
There is a fielder at long off. It'll prevent the boundary, just a single. And that'll end the over as well. 27 gone, 184 for 4. one of the big things that you look at is how you pace yourselves in the middle overs. Because as Farwais was just saying a little while ago, when you've just got 4 boundary riders compared to 5 that you get in the final 10, a lot of times the dynamics of a chase change. You don't leave a lot for the final 10 overs. You look at trying to keep yourself in the hunt and not let that asking rate go beyond 7.5 or 8 and over.
One.
To keep it really simple, I think going forward for Bangladesh, it's all about picking up a boundary in the first couple of deliveries, put the pressure on the bowler, and then try and milk at least 3 to 4 singles. I think that will do it for the next 10 overs. And that will keep them in the game and put so much pressure on Sri Lanka. And these 2 batters in the middle have got that experience playing so much cricket domestically. And this is where I think Dushan Hemanta's quota of 10 no is going to be important, as he's the ace spinner.
Yes, he's got to keep the batsman playing true, not go after him.
Nice, Dushi.
Tense looking faces there in the Bangladesh A camp. Why not? Now that's what he's drying up. He's drying up the boundary balls, and therefore the pressure is going to build, and you'll find batsmen looking for a release shot.
Cool looking Bangladesh dugout with a beautiful shades on. White frame, blue lenses, exactly what Roshan Abhi loves. His favorite colors.
Walking in style.
Predominantly it's been googlies to Soumya Sarkar. 2 is the call. Easily made in the end. Shane Bandara deep into wicket does the fielding. Game plan is quite simple for Dushan Hemanta. Damage control. Try and get that duck with Lewis high. And these are the dot deliveries. 83. That's a lot. It's almost 14 overs.
Absolutely. 14 overs out of 28. So that's 50% of your innings. You've bowled dot deliveries. That's going to end the over. 28 gone. 188 for 4.
Okay, take drinks. Okay, now drink. Oh,
Nicely finished back in Bangladesh. Dreaming about all the skirts he's missing. On purpose.
very done.
Ahmadullah, it's always great to be back in cricket.
That's where the game is. Bangladesh 162 of 22 overs. They got 6 wickets in hand. Sri Lanka trying to strike a few more blows, but it's an excellent pitch. I tell you, Bangladesh got off to a brilliant start. The openers were very good. Played some delightful shots. anything pitched up, not afraid to go over the top. Some lovely drives, timing perfect, and some beautiful flicks as well. Using the pace, using the angle. There was that half chance, but generally they were dismissing every delivery and some powerful strokes as well. Some flicks and lofts. We did see the full repertoire of shots before this happened. Turn and bounce. That was wicket number 1. Sahana Arachige was the man who got the wicket, and then immediately Shamika Karnaratne dismissing the other opener. Sri Lanka would have thought that they were in, but not to be. That partnership for the third wicket between the captain, Zakir Hassan, was very good. Some wonderful shots, particularly from the captain, Saif Hassan. And he did hit some lusty blows.
He did indeed, but they needed someone to carry it on further. A couple of the batters getting to the 50s and then holding out. Once they were on song, the shots they were playing looked as if they were in no trouble at all. And there was an array of shots all around the ground. The repertoire was there. Eyes lit up when the short ball came, but he couldn't get it over the top, straight into the hands. And immediately after, trying for another big hit, he held out too. So 2 very crucial wickets for the Sri Lankans to create that breakthrough. But after that, there have been some runs. Bangladesh ahead at the moment in comparison, but because they've lost the 4 wickets, the DLS target is they are lower than what they need to be at this point in time. And Roshan, we talk about the clouds gathering, we talk about the sun going down pretty quickly here around the 5:30 or 5:45, so that's going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, the light could be a problem. The light could come into the equation at this stage. Bangladesh, the par score is 207. So it's about par score plus 1. So what Sri Lanka will do is use the spinners, get through overs quickly, bowl dot balls. That's what the spinners do when you're in. That's what TLS is all about. 207 is the par score. See, when you have 2 spinners bowling from either end and getting through their overs quickly, nobody actually realizes the pace they get through their overs. And suddenly, the batting side would realize that the DRS is DLS has really risen. Looks for that reverse. I think there was an inside edge.
And then there would have been the chance of a catch there. And thankfully it fell in no man's land.
Pressure, good pressure.
All the time you think that should this shot be employed when you're reasonably happy, you play that high risk shot, the reverse. It's always a premeditated shot.
See, knowing that light could be a factor, every dot ball at this stage is going to be gold dust for Sri Lanka, because it's just piling on the agony. They're not going to get, definitely not going to get the 50 overs in, Shamim. So as you said, the DLS is going to be a factor.
And that's also something that's going to be worked out by the batters. And a bit of a yes and no. Could have been in trouble. Tomoshaka did well to send him back immediately. Hands on heads. How close was that? Direct hit might have been interesting. 29 done. It's 190 for 4.
So these are the 8 teams in 2 groups. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Oman. And then you got the big one, Pakistan, India in Group A, UAE and the Nepal national team. And this is a worry. Every time these guys keep walking around and getting close to the covers, or any movement on their part, I'll tell you, Shamim, is a movement for concern. It's always worthy of some concern. Keep them quiet and you can rest easy.
Well, they've decided to sit down, thankfully. But being here, working at this ground all the time, knowing the vagaries of the weather, what it threatens, I'm sure the anticipation is there. But what is good to see is they're alert to the fact that if there is any kind of rain, they want to come in and cover the grounds as quickly as possible.
See, what I can tell you is that the ground staff in Sri Lanka. This is it high. Should be taken, I think. Should be taken unless there is a confusion. Very good catch. I'll tell you, it's a brilliant catch. Why I tell you it's a brilliant catch is because A, it was high, and B, it was falling over Avishka Fernando's shoulder. They are never easy. Try catching them. They're never easy.
Every time you feel that there's a partnership building, this time Mohammad Hassan Joy gets underneath that one. It was swirling in the air. It was coming over his head. One of the most difficult stakes. That's very well done by Avishka. And the bowler was elated. Enticed the batter to go for a big one. And he will be disappointed with that shot. Mohammad Hassan Joy goes for 11. And they are now 191 for 5.
That's the thing. I mean, that's why I asked, why did you pull him? Who's the new batter? Right, wicket number 5. Now Bangladesh under pressure. Now this is what the current scenario could do. They know that they cannot get through the 50 overs. And this is the new batter, Akbar Ali. Fair bit of experience, decent strike rate. When they understand that they need to move on, that there is a target in terms of the DLS that they're after. And then in between you find cheap overs coming through. And that's where the pressure starts to build up. And that's the result of that pressure.
And the job has been made further difficult with the loss of another wicket. That's going to play a part in adjusting the DLS targets. Going to be more difficult for Bangladesh. Oh, big appeal. Up goes the finger. This guy's weaving a web around the Bangladeshis. Hemanta, you wanted him on strike and he's just delivering the goods here.
Well, I'm glad that even at a later stage he has been introduced, because a leg spinner is a match winner. Just like what he's displaying here. He's got 3 wickets and 2 wickets of 2 balls. Let's see what happens here. That's the one that spins back, the wrong one. Cleverly bowled. And I can tell you that the batter was in no place, no position to play that, feet going nowhere. Nothing decisive about that stroke. Akbar Ali rather unfortunately has to go off the very first ball. And Bangladesh A are 191 for 6.
Well, it's looking rather gloomy. Not the sky only, even the position that Bangladesh are in. Hat-trick ball coming up for Hemanta. Came into the fray a little late, but he's just done the job that the Sri Lanka team wanted. Been very impressive. We'll look at the couple of wickets that came back to back. This is a big strike attempted, spooned it up into the air. Very, very difficult take over the shoulders, but very well judged. And then the one that couldn't read, the googly, came back in. Akbar Ali foxed and got pretty much in front. Easy for the umpire to give that decision. It is the hat-trick ball now.
Right, he's got 2 fielders close to the bat. Leg slip, a forward short leg, man at short extra cover. Also a short mid-wicket. Who's the new batter? What's the name? Mahdi Hassan is the new batter. Sheikh Mahdi, and drives through extra cover. Well, hat-trick or not, hat-trick ball or not, I'll tell you when it's there to be hit, he will latch onto it. He gets off the mark with the boundary, a very good looking shot.
Yeah, it was a nice shot to get off the mark. Seems like a batter who's been there for a while. Look at him. Just a little bit of an adjustment with the feet, then balances. Step forward, half a step initially, and then right through the line of the ball. That'll leave some nerves. 2 quick wickets, Bangladesh really with the backs to the wall. It'll be a tough ask from now on.
Short delivery. How far has it gone? Far enough. 6. The 200 is up. He's got 10 off 2. Shak Mahedi.
Well, he's been given the license, it seems. He's been told that there's the deers in the horizon, so every time you get an opportunity, and that was a long hop, and it's not going to hang back. Tonked it away for the maximum.
Well, now, with those wickets lost, what has happened to that Bangladesh DLS has gone up to 231. They're 201 for 6. Can't be. It says 231 there. They got 20 overs left. Shak Mahedi has made 10 of 3. Shumusaka 20 of 24. Through extra cover, Ashin Bandara should pick up. He's a very quick field, I'll tell you. He moves like grease lightning. Ashin Bandara, one of the finest outfielders Sri Lanka has.
In comparison, the Sri Lankan fielding unit has been better. 258 is what they'll need. Power score, the DLS power score way behind, particularly with the loss of those 2 wickets. It'll be up to Shomo Sharkar now to get a move on. 21 of 25. Hasn't looked his usual self. He's got some streaky runs, but now that he's got the foundation, he's got to convert it into big numbers. But this is Shak Mahedi.
See, it's a tough call for the Bangladesh batters. I'll tell you why. Now they'll come back for 2. Because there was a moment that it looked like the clouds were building and it was becoming dark and weather was about and the light would be a factor. Now the sun's bathed, the ground is bathed with sunshine, bathed in sunshine. So now what do they do? Where do they, what should their plan be? Are they looking at DLS or are they hoping that they'll get 15 overs and try and aim at a score there? See, that's the problem this pair of batters are faced with, the dilemma. Which route do they take? Because trying to get to the DLS, they keep losing wickets. It's a really tough call.
I think they should be simple. Do not really get it, the DLS clog your mind and make you do things that you wouldn't normally. Play the ball to its merit and then get a partnership going for a while, steady the rocking boat, and then maybe put your foot on the accelerator.
So what you're saying is that they should be aiming to bat the 50 overs and aim at the 340, 350, or
to me that is the only way out.
Okay.
Absolutely, they try to go to the target and hope the light allows them to complete the 50 overs. 31 of them have been completed. Bangladesh are now 204 for 6.
The net run rate, huh? Yeah, but now don't forget that the top 2 teams of each group goes through. Now how do you decide on the top 2 teams? Very simple. Most points. Then you go through. but the complications, the permutation starts when teams are tied on points, and when you know, when it's not straightforward. Let's put it that way. And that's the point where the net run rate comes into play, Shami. So it's very important that teams look at every possible run. Now Bangladesh, let's assume, I'm not saying it's a conclusion, but let's assume, even if they happen to lose here, they'll want to lose with the least margin, with an eye on the NRR, and hoping that there will be other losses, like Sri Lanka might lose in between and points might get tied, and that's where the net run rate comes into play.
First thing they'll be wanting is to get to the target. I suppose you're right, in the sense that even if they see that they're going to lose the match, just damage control, close the distance gap of runs and hope it works in their favor. But Bangladesh still have the ability and the batting strength, I feel, with Chakmadi and Shoma Sarkar, to try and still go for that. You know, comparison we might have a look at this point. Oh, big appeal once again. It's just not an appeal, it's a plea to the umpire, but no response.
Well, the question is, was there an inside edge? What was the problem? Dushan Hemanta was very confident. Was there a feather? Otherwise, it looks very interesting. It looked quite straight. Now, let's take another look. I felt to the naked eye, it looked a good appeal.
It looked straight enough, but it must have been a feather because there's hardly any response. Slow it down, and it's maybe just turning back, straightening enough. I don't think he got a bat to that, you know.
No, not a bat, unless it pitched. Maybe, because if you did see the batter moving just a little bit, unless it pitched outside, just outside the leg stump. I don't know. I'm only guessing.
Well, whatever, the batsman had the benefit of the doubt, and that's good from the Bangladeshi context.
Dot ball. Well, this is a brilliant over. How many runs? Just one run. 205 for 6 of 32. Well, Bangladesh falling back, falling behind the requirement, 145 of 18. Still gettable if there were wickets in hand. But what they will be disappointed, Shamim, at most is that quite a few batters in that Bangladesh side got good starts. They threatened. They were looking to take on the Sri Lankan bowling. There came a stage when Zakir Hasan and the captain Said Hassan, they were batting. The Sri Lankan bowlers seemed to were completely at sea. And see how they lost the initiative from that point. We'll have a lot of discussion in the dressing room. They will focus on that.
Yeah, they were 144 for 2, and from there the collapse, or the mini collapse you can call it. Despite that, you just saw the comparison of the score. Bangladesh still ahead of Sri Lanka at this point in time. So if they get to play the 50 overs, there's definitely an opportunity for them to get to the target. Just a question of not losing any more wickets in a hurry.
See, Sri Lanka was only 3 wickets down. Bangladesh is 6 wickets down. So Sri Lanka had a lot of batting left going into the 40th over. They got 90 plus runs in the last 10. See, Bangladesh's problem is that they have lost too many wickets. Now they are almost into the second half of their batting. Apesh in the gap. That will run away to the boundary.
A lovely looking shot. That's what Bangladesh need at the moment, to get a few boundaries in and rotation of the score. more than 100 dot balls in the innings so far. Tells you a story, tells you how much the requirement for milking the runs was imperative that you get it. They're forced to play on occasions shots of desperation, risk. Down the wicket, has to check. Bowler sees him coming, only gets a single to finish over number 33. Bangladesh move on to 213 for 6. Look at that, 101 dots, 61 singles, only no threes at all. 24 fours, that sort of makes up. They're going at a good rate of knots, but even then, similar to what you mentioned in the Sri Lankan innings, is there not enough rotation of the strike interspersed between those boundaries. And Bangladesh needed someone like Avishka Fernando to get a century, to do the sheet anchor role, hold the innings together. That gave the luxury to the other batters. But as we have another look at the bowling card, they've used the 6 bowlers. Hemanta coming in late, despite all your, well, what you hope for, but eventually got it. But he's the one who's delivered, who's who brought the Sri Lankans back into the game. But still, I feel all to play for, despite 262 being the DLS power score. Bangladesh will be hoping they can try and get to the target and hope the weather holds, hope the light holds, and allow them to play out the 50 overs.
Full toss. That wasn't a great delivery, but he gets away with it because there is a man on the boundary. That was 4 written all over it. But just getting back to that Bangladesh innings, I believe they made too many errors. Now, if you look at the Sri Lankan innings in comparison, there was an opening partnership, then partnerships continued to come. But just look at this, 69 and 74, too close to each other, the openers. Then 152, 162. And then 191 and 191. So where are the partnerships? When you're chasing 350 or chasing any big score, you'd expect batters to have those consistent partnerships right up to the end. What Sri Lanka did well was that they built on those partnerships. And they had plenty of leverage coming into the last 10 overs. That's a poor delivery. That's a really poor delivery. What was he trying? He bowled outside the leg stump to the left-hander.
Well, sometimes it happens, Roshan. Once in a while, you cannot be focused, accurate. Every delivery you bowl, once in a while, it'll go down the leg side, allow the batter to sweep it. The wrong one is there, but it was so far outside the line of leg, despite the fact it was coming back in. He had no problem in sweeping that fine enough to get 4 runs.
To the left-hander, he's bowled a lot of wrong and so ill-directed wrong one. He needs to bowl wicket to wicket. And what Dushan Hemanta has done is he's come in and brought in control, and also he's got 3 important wickets. See, at this stage, Bangladesh are 14 runs ahead. But the factor to me, the critical factor, Shamim, are those 3 wickets. Those 3 wickets are vital.
Too far forward to even ponder a leg before that. Must have been at least 3 meters when the impact was there. Really dancing down the wicket. Just beat the bat, but too much doubt in the remaining trajectory of the ball to interest the umpire. Just going back to that, what Bangladesh need now, we'll come back to that as the over has been completed. 34 done, 219 for 6.
back. Plenty of cricket happening in this emerging ST men's emerging teams, but nothing bigger than the game on the 19th, which is a day-night game between Pakistan A and India A. And well, you cannot imagine of a bigger, a more important, a watched game other than this one. We got billions, there'll be billions, I'm sure, of eyeballs.
Let's have a listen to what Professor Simran Singh had to say about that game.
ऑब्वियसली उनके साथ जब मैच होता है तो यही होता है कि जीतना है. ऑब्वियसली ये होता है कि जैसे कि इसको मैच की तरह नहीं है कि मोशन ही होता है, तो बस यही कोशिश करेंगे कि अच्छे से खेलें और जीतें.
Right, it's interesting. You talk to people, talk to players who have played in an India-Pakistan clash. I've spoken to lots of cricketers who played in that game, and they talk of that being an unbelievable experience. At any level, whether it is a junior game under 19 Shamin, or whether it is at the highest. Now after this, don't forget October 15th at Ahmedabad, India-Pakistan World Cup match. I'll tell you, I wonder sometimes whether the ground will be big enough to hold a crowd. They're going to travel from all over the world.
Well, it's one of the biggest grounds around. So.
I know, that's why I say whether it will be big enough. They're going to travel from right around the globe. Not just Indians, I'm sure there'll be lots of others. Even Pakistanis would be very keen because it's a rivalry, it's a punch-up. It's a game that they want to win. Play and a miss. They wouldn't mind losing anything to win that game. They'll trade anything to win that game, Shamin.
India has an enviable 7-0 lead over Pakistan in World Cups.
Just talking about the Indian ascendancy, that Asia Cup game between India and Pakistan, it came down to me to those two deliveries, those two sixers of Virat Kohli, which was the defining moment. Until then, to me, it could have gone either way. So that's why T20 cricket is so interesting. One ball, two balls could change a game, and that was magnificent.
At the moment in the middle, Bangladesh having a bit of a struggle. Shomo Sharka missing two outside the line of off stump. 29 of 35. Closer to him, still then he can't get it away. Dabs on it, there's the pressure building. The comparison's getting closer and closer between the two at this point in time. And of course the DLS will get further and further away from Bangladesh. Something's got to give here. Shomo Sharka's got to get a move on. It's getting further away, as I said. 264 the power score.
Well, I think the elements are also now starting to line up against Bangladesh because the light's dipping a little bit. The sun's gone behind the clouds, so the light, we will lose light very quickly. And driven straight. He doesn't even move. Gets a boundary. Timing is perfect. Shomo Sharka.
Oh, that's a super strike from Shomo Sharka. Straight as an arrow. It just rocketed past the bowler. Just turned around, saw it flashing past. And that'll bolster his confidence. He hasn't really felt the bat truly till that. He's had a couple of boundaries, a few boundaries, but not a pretty one like that. So much ease in playing that shot.
Pace of the ball to finish the over. 223 for 6.
$223 for 6. 15 overs remain. Unless Soumya Sarkar plays a blinder of an innings here, Bangladesh might just be wondering what the story could have been had one of the top four stayed on at the other end. It's not over yet.
Catch it.
Oh, is that a chance put down? Be interesting to take a look at this again, because the captain who's come on the ball would be very unhappy that there's a chance that's been put down at short extra. That should have been taken.
No run, no run, no run.
No runs for the taking there, but this again isn't a tidy start for Lalage. Takes the aerial route, Mehdi Hasan, and he gets maximum. Much needed shot for Bangladesh. That's 6. Will ease the pressure just a tad.
A long hop dealt viciously, this time by Mehdi Hasan. Short. Slowness of the pitch allows the batsman plenty of time to rock to their back foot and put to the grass bank.
I remember the required run rate is about 8.34 and thereabouts.
No running.
Tried to be cheeky. Wanted to play it late to beat that fielder at short third.
Dunit Lalage is rushing through the overs. Already 5 deliveries been bowled. It's something that he does really well. That was a chance. Hit a pretty hard, awkward height for the fielder at short extra cover. Outside edge this time, is it? And the umpire says, yeah, he's off the bat. End of the 36th over. Bangladesh 230 for 6.
Well, the captain, creating a few chances in that previous over. The very first delivery, catch should have been taken to dismiss Mehdi Hasan. That was dropped at short extra, and this is what happened on the last ball of the previous over. Came off the top edge, and that was the outer edge of the bat. Sharp deviation, too much for the keeper to latch on to. Slapped away, and that will run away for 4. Wow. Talk about a short arm pull of sorts.
You call it right, Raman. A short arm jab. Not that short. Oh, middle of the bat. Slight work of his wrist and his forearms, and off you go. Brilliant. A handy partnership built among these two experienced players, giving some hope, giving some life for Bangladesh. Can they do it from here? The question is not that bad, but the wickets column is the issue. We've seen many a games being turned around off the head in these situations.
Short ball. That's something that we've seen Karunaratne turn to time and time again. Whether he had to bowl a free hit delivery, or he just wanted to rattle the batsman.
As you say, a typical fast bowler's reply. First ball means that the boundary ball 2 days before wasn't that meant to be a boundary when it comes to the length. But the second one, Chami Karnatha did mean it, banged it short, and Mehdi Hasan was beat for pace.
He's moved up to 30 of 27 in quick time. Top edge is this one. Will fine leg be in the hunt. does come around, just a single for Sheikh Mehndi Hasan.
Taking on the short ball again, Mehdi Hasan. Two deliveries on the trot being dug in by Chamik Karunaratne. Good bouncer, right on the money, aiming the badge. And unlucky for Chamik, he did not carry to Pramod Madushan at fine leg.
Remember, it is an effort ball, the short pitch delivery, that too when it's coming in the 37th over. Hit back past the bowler. I think he got some hand and foot to it. That's the reason why I took the sting off the shot.
Never short of commitment, Chamika. Just that sometimes the options, what he takes in the middle of the over, goes haywire, but when it comes to effort and being in the game, cannot be questioned. This is where the experience comes in. So much international cricket, you should know by now when to bowl what to which batsman.
Another short ball attempted. This time it's going to be 4, and the bowler will say there is no justice in the world.
Exactly my point. I made it 2 deliveries before. Fine leg up, and you bowl into a shorter boundary to the leg side to the left-hander, and still going short. Don't understand the tactics of Chamika. And for a settled batsman, that as well, Soumya Sarkar is very strong to the short ball. Fortune favours the brave, and I think Chamika knows it here. He took a risk and did not pay off, and did pay off to Bangladesh.
239 on the board. Suddenly that current run rate seems to be creeping closer to that required run rate. Into the ground. Dot ball to end the over. 239 for 6. A 111 required from here of 78 deliveries. That is 13 overs that remain. Bangladesh A. If you look at that score in individuality, it's not a bad score. 239 for 6 in 37 overs. If they were batting first, the approach would be totally different from Bangladesh. They'd be looking to back the full 50, maybe get to about 300. But here, they're chasing a target, and that target is 350. And that's why it warrants something special from the two batters out there in the middle.
How crucial is having wickets in the death overs? Bangladesh in the middle place. I thought Dushan Hemanta did the most of the damage. And imagine one batsman in the top order could carry on the bat till the 45th over. The situation will be far different for Bangladesh.
Which is why, when you look at the 50-over format of the game, you're looking at a set batter probably trying to carry on and not throw his wicket away. Yeah! Is there some bat on that? Yes, there is. The umpire seems to think so. And Sheikh Mehdi Hasan will have to go.
Bat or glove, what a good catch by Vinod Bhanuka. Surely he'll be distracted when batsman switches his side. It kept the eye on the ball. And exactly what Sri Lanka needed to break this partnership. Some brilliance, and that too comes in place from Vinod Bhanuka. Bellalage saw him switching across, threw it way outside the yaw stump. Take a look at this for a catch by Vinod Bhanuka. Brilliant. Sri Lanka today has always been faultless when it comes to the field. Yes, 1 or 2 blemishes has happened, but when it matters the most, they have hold on to it. Mehdi Hasan, magnificent 31. Bangladesh 239 for 7.
Sheikh Mehdi out for 31, almost batting at a runner ball, but brilliantly caught by Tanuka off the bowling of the captain, Wellalage. Well, he missed out on picking up a wicket in his previous over, remember, Wellalage. He should have had Sheikh Mehdi Hassan out first ball in this previous over. He was dropped at short extra cover. But as they say, what goes around comes around, and he's finally got his man. Rakib ul Hasan walks out into the middle. He's just 79 runs to his name in those 41 matches. So known more for his left arm spin than his batting. But he's still got to contribute something with the bat in this match if Bangladesh are to stay in the game. Oh, this is going to be close. Well, was there some bat on it? Was there any modicum of bat on ball?
That's the only doubt I had. If not, it looked really close. Straight away, Rakibul showing the bat to the umpire. Maybe inside it that we missed.
Down the ground, and that's going to be runs. Great effort, but in vain. That's going to be 4. No dearth of commitment, albeit you get a feeling that Sri Lanka A still pretty much hold all the cards in this game, but great commitment in the outfield.
Rakibul Islam straight away getting into work down the ground. Mid off a Zub, taking the right option there. A valiant attempt by Pramod Madushan at long on, just not good enough.
He's opened his account with that boundary, and now goes for the sweep. Just a single.
They're taking on the left-arm spinner, doing the right thing, Rakibul Islam, rather than staying around. There's important to score the runs. Also remember, there are 3 games in the first round. And the deficit shouldn't be that big for Bangladesh. That will affect the net run rate come the last game. That's something that Bangladesh got to keep an eye on, with all means. But all honesty, I think Sri Lanka is in the driving seat. But we've seen many funny things happen in cricket.
So it'll require something spectacular for Soumya Sarkar to come back in this match. Bangladesh. Well, a wicket taking over will come to an end from the captain, Wellalage. And 38 gone. It's 245 for 7. Still 104 runs adrift. Bangladesh A. You look at that batting card, a couple of half centuries, 3 batters really making a strong contribution. Should I say 4 if one were to add the unbeaten knock of Soumya Sarkar in the contributions. 22 from Sheikh, Naim Zakir making 26. You had Sheikh Mehdi Hassan can contribute as well with 31. And Sarkar batting on 38, not out. Combine that with those 2 half centuries from Tanzit and the captain Saif Hassan. Lots to appreciate in this Bangladesh innings. But what's coming up tomorrow? Group B teams in action right here at this very venue at the SSC. It's India A taking on UAE A. 10 a.m. local time is when this match commences. Our coverage, of course, will commence at 9:55 a.m. Madhushan's being brought back for another spell, so a breather for Karuna Ratne, who was bowling from this end.
Flirting with danger, Soumya Sarkar, that was going on top of the off stump, targeting the shorter boundary. And match number 4 from Colombo Cricket Club. Pakistan A starting their campaign against the Nepal side. Nepal in the recent past has done really well. So many good players, and Pakistan, we all know the natural talent comes through from that country. The cracker of a game coming from Colombo Cricket Club, just hopping across from Singhalese Sports Club.
Has he got enough on it? Well, dipped in front of the fielder. I think he was caught in a quandary whether to go for the catch or to stay back. Deciding a little late, a fraction of a second too late to go for the catch. Couldn't stop the boundary either.
Complete misjudgment here. Lasith Cruz-Pulle held on to two good catches in the same area. But this occasion, I just had the feeling he did misjudge the pace and the length of it. Slow ball bounce attempted by Pramod Madushan. A flat bat hit. In all honesty, effort 100%, but the decision making could have been better.
It's probably just clipped something on the way through the wide Yorker. 101 runs still required from here for Bangladesh to win this. Bangladesh A looking really under the pump now because that asking rate is now slowly beginning to climb to proportions that might be difficult to reel in.
That was a good option taken by Pramod Madushan, considering the shorter boundary is on the leg side of the left-hander to go outside the off stump and get the left-hander hitting towards a bigger boundary. But does he have the field for the similar delivery? I don't think so. That's where the risk will be taken. Slow ball this time, mixing up the pace, mixing up the lengths, keeping Soumya Sarkar in check.
Soumya Sarkar came into bat at number 6 in this run chase for Bangladesh A today. 42 of 46. Or akin to seeing him open the innings or bat in the top 3 when the ball is new, go hammer and tongs, make use of the power play. But a different role being allocated to him in this Bangladesh A side, with a lot of youngsters being given the chance to bat up the order and trying to use the experience of Soumya Sarkar in the middle order. He's taken the aerial route, but straight to the man, deep backward square. Oh, he's picked him to perfection, and he'd be very disappointed that he did.
Pasindu Surya Bandar, for a moment, we all thought he's going to misjudge it. Why I say that, he was looking straight into the sun. In the last moment, he wasn't sure, but a magnificent catch. Another slow delivery by Pramod Madushan. Surya Bandar, generally a good fielder, a safe fielder, I should say. And with that wicket, I think it's the curtains for the Bangladesh innings.
Just might want to check for the front foot no ball, just to be sure. I dare say Madushan is not going to err as far as this is concerned. So this is a wicket that will stand, and the 8th wicket will go down. Soumya Sarkar will have to go out for 42.
Slow ball bounce has been attempted. Struck it well, but just couldn't get the elevation. Take a look at that. Passes Surya Bandar. Oh, brilliant. Had the presence of mind where the line is, and in the end takes a smart catch. Sarkar gone for 42. Bangladesh 249 for 8. Bangladesh 249 for 8, looking down the battle. Rupon Monroe, the new batter. Playing his 18 games, just 60 runs, predominantly playing as a bowler. And he's here because Soumya Sarkar has found the field at deep square leg. For a second, we all thought it's going to be a boundary or a maximum. But that's sort of a day for Bangladesh. The half chances have sticked in Sri Lankan's hands. Targeting the stumps, Pramod Madushan. Hint of reverse swing to end the 39th over. 249 for 8, and this is the wicket. Spoke about Soumya Sarkar. Brilliant catch. And straight into the sun, and that ends most of the chances what Bangladesh had.
Yeah, it's been very good with the bowlers of Sri Lanka and the catches. The outfielding has been good. They've really not allowed Bangladesh to really come back for a long period of time, despite the fact that Bangladesh have led in terms of runs on various occasions. It's always been the fall of those wickets, 8 of them now. Still a long, tall task to be done.
अभी गियर तेका राइट हैंड में अनिक तक करके काकले वाजी ना पड़े
It's going to be a question of trying to play out the remaining 11 overs. We're talking about the net run rate coming into contention, and I think that's been the bane for Bangladesh, fall of wickets. Look at it, 69, what a good opening partnership, but then wickets falling in pairs mostly. There's some partnerships being brewing and then nipped in the bud.
It brings up the 250 for Bangladesh. I think it's very important Bangladesh keeps an eye on that net run rate come the last game. Every run being made here will be crucial. In case the number of win gets equal, we go to the net run rate. To stay in the contention, Bangladesh probably might have to win last 2 games. There's nothing like being in contention, having the net run rate not to be worried of. Sri Lanka, only thing they can do is to keep winning those games and get their place in the final. A stiff looking Bindo Fernando. For a moment I just thought it's the 2 runs there, but it's gone for a boundary.
Yeah, just evaded him, and that won't make the skipper and the others very happy. But the thing is, with Bangladesh, it all started going wrong, possibly. I mean, it's easy at hindsight. When they won the toss, didn't quite read the wicket, thought they'd get a feel of things if they allowed the Sri Lankans to come into bat first. And that just did not work out. Been some erratic fielding, some couple of catches that should have been taken. All in all, the bowling was not up to the mark, and they're having to pay the price for that. But Hemant has been excellent so far.
Falling wickets in clusters, never easy when you're chasing a mammoth score. And the guile, the expertise of Dushan Hemant in the middle overs was a bit too much for Bangladesh. Saying that, the pitch has played really well. There's nothing wrong with the condition, but it's just that the quality of the spin bowlers of Sri Lanka have been the forehead.
And once again, the reverse coming into play. We saw Shak Mahdi, I think, getting out to a reverse. Yeah, the thing is, Maha, the Bangladeshis, despite the fact they were off to a starter, they needed someone like Fernando to hold the innings together. That has been the biggest problem. When you're chasing 350 as that's a hit down the ground, it is the end of the 40th, and Bangladesh now move on to 256 for 8. 50. The last power play signal just been given by the umpire, more protection. I don't think Sri Lanka are going to be too worried. They'd like to just clean this up as quickly as possible.
And have a big deficit. That's what Sri Lanka must be thinking now. And the point what you try to make in the last over, Shamim, about someone playing the anchor role, I think that's where the top order batsman got a start, but just couldn't kick on. And that's a cardinal error when you're chasing a massive score. Perfect York that time by Pramod Madhushan. Just a single. I think that's where Sri Lankans did really well. They picked up wickets in regular intervals and kept Bangladesh run rate in order so that the bowlers could come and dictate terms what Dushant Hemant did in the middle overs.
And the Bangladeshi batters who got out will be a little annoyed once they look back in the manner in which they got out. Some just losing their head, trying to hit the ball away over the top, not making adequate contact. See the couples, 152, 162, 191, 191, 239, 249. It's always in pairs that the wickets have fallen. That's really not allowed them to go and gather momentum and put the pressure on the bowlers per se.
Double blows, isn't it? Dunit Lalagi doing the right thing, attacking with a slip fielder. Try and wrap it up as soon as possible and keep that net run rate high. You have 4 teams just vying for 2 spots for the semi-finals. Important when you win. Try and win it big when the opportunity arises.
Well, this young man seems to have a cool head. Seems to be quite calculative. It's like a good leader of men. Done well with the ball. He's got a wicket. Marshalled his troops pretty well today. Domination, absolute.
Definitely he has a good head on his shoulders, young Villalage, as earmarked, as identified as a leader, a future leader. And just 20 years old, and he's already captaining emerging side. Just goes to show the faith what the selectors have kept on this young man. Only could get better. Very attacking, tactful, and a good cricketer. I've seen single-handedly winning games for Sri Lanka as well at this young age, and he only get better in time with experience such as this.
I've just liked his whole demeanor, the way he goes around talking to people. There's a bit of a reverse going, I feel. It's going the other way, getting the toe end of Rakibul's bat. It's a question of survival, I think, for these two in the middle now.
A typical setup, wasn't it? 2 deliveries before, it was a bounce, and then full Yorker. I think Rakibul Islam missed it completely. And a perfect Yorker, right on the money, but just not straight enough.
No, there was that movement away, the shape which we didn't see with the new balls. It's reversing now. It's going to make things much more difficult for the low order batters to negotiate.
And with the slingy action what Pramod Madhushan possesses, getting the reverse swing won't be that hard. Switching ends now, coming round the wicket.
Well, it's tried to hit it, not making the requisite contact, not getting the timing right, but he's gone to the safety of the non-striker's end.
Trying to take the leather off the ball. There, Rakibu. Trying to hit too hard. It's almost like hitting the splice of the bat. Goes to show even the 41st over, the bounce has been true in this pitch right throughout.
This pitch has been a revelation. I think this is a pitch where the batters have felt comfortable. The bowlers have a little bit of a carry and bounce. The spinners we saw, particularly the leggy getting a bit of turn. It's all been there. It's not one of the regular pitches. It's to the side a little bit. Curator doing a good job. Just hangs his bat out. Things overrun. Not there. Ends the 41st over. 259 for 8. Couple of matches. The match number 1 here, Sri Lanka showing absolute domination, being invited to bat first, posting a mammoth target, 349 for 8. And Fernando really shining with a lot of support for Vanuka and Surya Bandara. The Bangladesh faltering off to a steady start, but regular fall of wickets have really pegged back the innings. And Sri Lanka looking at a comfortable win here. Have to polish up the remaining 2 wickets, still needing 91 runs from 54 balls, getting more and more distant for Bangladesh.
Yeah, pegged back big time by this man on screen. Sport really well, picked up 3 wickets into his 9th over, just given away 39 runs. And that's what you need from a premier spinner. Sweep shot this time. Chami Karunaratne square leg had no chance. That time the line was wrong down the leg side. Almost like a free hit. And Chami Karunaratne, generally a good fielder, had no chance.
Yeah, absolutely no chance. Rocky Bull did very well with that ball that was drifting down leg side. Once in a while you'll have the leggy lose his line. But more often than not, he's been pretty accurate.
Almost you got to give that allowance to the leg spinner, isn't it? If the wicket takers, one or two balls are going to get wrong, but most of the time, when they get it right, they're threatening to take wickets. And that's exactly what Dushan Hemant been doing today and in the past as well.
And he's been pretty good with his wrong-ons. I don't think many of the batters from Bangladesh did detect out of the release from his hand. That was a tad wider. He's trying to drag it. Misses it completely.
Is this something Bangladesh attack misses as well, Shamim? A wrist spinner, wicket-taking options in the middle of the innings?
Yeah, just not getting enough practice playing against a leg spinner in a domestic circuit is something that will always create problems. That is down the ground and gone for the maximum. Well, suddenly out of the blue, it's a shimmy down the wicket and it's 6.
Hold your pose, Rocky Bull. That was a superb shot. Probably, I think it was a googly. Went against the turn. Took a look at this for the pose. Nice high elbow. There you go. That's one for the photographers.
Sure is. Now he waits. Big appeal. Ball didn't impacting outside the line of off. 42 overs of the innings has been completed. It's 269 for 8. .81 runs needed for a win by Bangladesh. 48 balls is what they have. Problem is they've only got a couple of wickets. Back comes Chamika. Karunaratne has mixed it very nicely. He's got a wicket, being a tad expensive, going at around 8 and over. He's made a deliberate attempt to mix his deliveries. Just the two batters now. Such lusty stroke in the previous over from Rocky Bull. It's worth another look at that. Look at the lovely way he just goes down the wicket, gets behind the line of the ball, holds his pose. Looks like a proper batter and he executes that stroke right over the top.
Well, they're really fighting. Slower delivery. They're not going to go down without a fight, I'll tell you. This is good. This is good to see this kind of spirited effort and reply by Bangladesh. But Shami, they'll be very disappointed with themselves because they lost key moments of the game. They lost set batters. Partnerships are not established. They were on course. I'm not saying they were going to win, but they were on course. They just could not continue it. So they'll have a lot of re-evaluation, if that's the right word, about their approach.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Roshan. I think a couple of things. I mentioned this to Maha when he was with me, that they didn't have the luxury of that cheat anchor role played by Fernando, the opener, getting a century, and then the partnership that needed to be continued on a couple of occasions did not materialize. So that has put them on the back foot. But these are things they can take forward to the next game, correct the decisions taken, and come back stronger. But experience is going to help their cause. Bit of a fumble allows the single to be taken. And you're right, I think what they need to do is these two try and not really go for the target, just play out the overs, damage control or reduction. Keep on talking about just the 3 in games played in the first round. which means that the net run rate is going to be in contention if a couple of teams end up on equal points. So, despite the fact that Bangladesh might go and lose this game, they want to ensure that they reduce that margin of defeat.
Well done.
Content to play the ball to its merit so far. Rakibul has done well. Shown some guts, he's shown some determination. Good support from Mondol, who's there with 8. Karunaratne, wily bowler. Just a single in this over. Goals within himself. Short is trying to pick it up. It's going to fall in no man's land and give Rakibul a chance to retain strike at the end of the 43rd over. 271 for 8.
What's that?
The Bangladesh skipper inviting Sri Lanka A to bat, and maybe that was a decision which has come back to bite them. 349 posted by Sri Lanka with a wonderful innings from Fernando, 133. Bangladesh always playing catch up and trying to get to that target, still needing 79 runs to win of the remaining 42 deliveries of this match number 1 of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup.
Well, they've been very innovative. They look to play reverse sweeps, the pull shots, and they are not going to die wandering. They're really looking to take on the bowling. They're looking to be aggressive, which is good. I'm happy to see this approach by Bangladesh. It's not a meek surrender, but just getting back to that toss. When I looked at the surface, I knew that the toss, as far as the surface is concerned, Shamim, is not going to be a factor. It's about runs on the board. This is Apesh. What Sri Lanka did well was that they exploited good conditions after they survived the first 15 to 30 minutes, and they created what we call the scoreboard pressure. See, that's what Bangladesh is struggling to cope with. This surface, looking at the way the tail-enders are batting with nothing happening on it, tells you that it is a very, very good surface to play cricket.
Yeah, and that's the thing they'll be pondering as we had a look at the players and the staff, the support staff, how to go about on a good batting track to reduce. But Bangladesh will also be wary of some indiscipline in their bowling, in allowing the Sri Lankans that momentum at the end of the innings. Last 10 getting almost 90 plus runs. That's another area that's going to be of big concern. So all in all, little things they've got to think about and correct when they come back again for the next game.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of things that they'll speak of here. That's one area that they will obviously focus on. Fielding will be a factor. But my concern also is about the way their batters threw their wickets away or got out at vital situations.
Oh, yeah.
Because you've got to understand that if you look at the batting order, if you look at that, most batters got in. They started dominating. But we spoke about this, Avishka Fernando. Now look at this. Look at the openers. Look at where they are. Okay, Joy got out for 11 and Akbar for naught. But then almost everybody else, including Rakibul, they've got a start. But where is that big score? And that's what Sri Lanka had. They had Avishka Fernando, who went on to make 100. And like in any good batting lineup, you have the rest batting around him. And Avishka, to his credit, batted almost towards the 40th over. See, that's what this team lacks. Now there seemed to be a problem here. I think there was a reverse sweep that was attempted, and the batter got hit on the helmet, and now they go through the protocol of concussion. See, this is very good. Authorities are not taking any chances. I mean,
no, absolutely, I agree with that. Have a look at that incident. Trying to reverse the ball, hitting the grill. Well, you'd think if it hit the helmet proper, there would be the concussion per protocol. Grill, hitting the grill, haven't quite seen that.
Yeah,
Anyway, jarred him a little bit.
yeah, that's my concern too, because they generally go through it when you get hit on the head or side of the head, temple or somewhere there. But I think the grill is not life-threatening. It's threatening your teeth or the jaw.
By the jaw. Well, the umpires also feel that it's all very relaxed at the moment there. Have a look at the fall of the wickets now. That was one that got him leaning forward. All through, there have been shots. You mentioned that shots, they seem to be playing well once again, trying to go over the top, holding out. When he was going so very well, Zakir Hassan. Another slog sweep attempted, another one, but this was a swirling catch. Not this one, there was another very good catch, but this was in the deep. So holding out in the deep, not quite what you expect when you've got the runs, you've got the start. This is the swirling catch I was talking about. Very, very good one.
See, just looking at those wickets, they come back for one. If you look at the wickets, I mean, most of those wickets for me are soft. 276 for 8. Well, this was a good one. This is the wrong one that completely did the batter off the first ball. And then this was again another soft one. See, other than that googly, another good catch down in the deep. So wickets have been gifted as far as I'm concerned by the Bangladeshi batters. 276 for 8.
Karunaratne still trying to dig it in. Despite each of these balls almost 22 overs old, it's got softer, the seams got, flattened out, and still making the effort. That's good to see. He's giving it all.
No, he's a wholehearted try. He's somebody who's now wanting to prove a point. He's been out of the white ball game, so every opportunity that comes his way, he would want to grab it with both hands. Just getting back to those wickets that we saw, Shamim, I take nothing away from the Sri Lankan bowling. They created enough pressure to get those Bangladeshi batters to make those mistakes. Top edge. It's going to fall short, only a single. So that's the role of a bowling unit. I mean, you're supposed to try and enforce those mistakes, but then you look at the batting unit.
Just a little impression. Some of the players, you said they've got the runs, they've got the starts. They didn't look to be under pressure. I mean, it's not that, not taking anything away from the Sri Lankan bowlers. Some of those were long hops, which they try to blast over the top, mistimed and hold out. So it's not necessarily that pressure was building. They're ahead of the required rate at that point in time, the 20-30 runs ahead of what Sri Lanka had achieved. And then they come and lose a wicket at a time when things seem to be going quite easily for them.
Yeah, they were dominating. There is no doubt about it. Sri Lanka tried hard. This is a really good bouncer. This is a quick bouncer. Really rushed him. Was onto him very quickly. This is what Shamika Karunaratne could do. Could surprise a batter with a bit of extra pace when he bends his back. But yeah, you're spot on. You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what happened.
He's got quite a bit of bat on that one. And, oh dear, it's going to go through. Oh, he's made the last despairing effort, but I don't think he's managed to stop the ball from touching those wedges, the boundary wedges.
Again, just look at that shot. That's a great effort on the boundary.
But take a look at this shot and how good is this surface. Nothing's happening off the surface. The brown bounce is good. Good effort. Just couldn't haul it in. He lost sight of the ball. That's what happened. But how good is this surface? Another look at Sahan Arachige. Really good effort. But see, that's the point. He loses control of the ball. He just couldn't recover.
Well, one bounce. He's trying to drag that one. But I tell you what, it's been very refreshing from this young man. He's hit the ball around the ground. Rakibul coming back into this emerging team, trying to make his position, trying to catch the eye of the selectors. Has been impressive. You thought that it was going to be over and done with when the last wicket fell, but this pair has built up some resistance, and that's good to see. Not giving up, trying their best. Carry on till the end if they can. There he goes now. This is up in the air, and it's going to go over the top. Brilliant. What a finish. He's enjoying it. And at the end of 45, Bangladesh move on to 288 for 8.
Bowling change, left arm.
Skipper comes back on. Just saw a little bit of a chat between the two batters. Let's play out the last 5 overs. Might be a distant task, 62 of 29, but stay on. Keep this pair going till the end. Well, there's another match going on at the Colombo. It's been completed, and United Arab Afghanistan A winning that one by 72 runs against Oman at the other ground. It's just finished. So the first points on the board for any of the teams that are featured. The 2 matches, one here had a delayed start because of wet outfield, but the game has finished early. We're still here. Oh, has to check. Bowler saw him coming, dropped it short.
Bangladesh need to go down attacking. I think they have been playing in a particular pattern. They have been successful, this pair, and they need to take on the Sri Lankan bowling. I mean, they will want to have that margin of defeat, if that happens, to be reduced. But they've just been, I mean, in a normal T20 game, 60 of 5 overs is very gettable if you have wickets in hand. We're talking of 60 of 30. Balls versus runs. But here the problem for Bangladesh is they're down to the last 3 batters.
Yeah, then you have to go back. Nicely past the diving fielder was discovered. It's going back to the Sri Lankan innings because they have had the luxury of having the wickets in hand. They could afford to play the similar fashion as the T20 format game to finish the last 10 overs. But at the moment, I think Rakibul and Mondol have done exceedingly well in building up this late resistance. Cheeky did not work. That is over. 46 done, 291 for 8. Fernando, it is 133, really the backbone. Held it all together for others to play around him and ensured that Sri Lanka A got out to score 349. They're 50. Bangladesh, well, not a bad riposte, but not good enough. Now this is Mondol throwing his bat. Rakibul and Mondal have built up some late resistance. As you mentioned, not giving up, and that is good to see the grit and determination, showing a bit of temperament too, under circumstances which can't be very conducive. It plays on your mind, the situation of the game, and without putting the mockers on them, I think so far they've done a decent job.
Followed him. Just a bit of extra pace. Mondal just giving himself a little bit of room, looking to go away on the offside. Chamika Karunaratne was very good. He just kept following the batter. Now that equation is becoming tough. Right, this is how the fixtures of Group A. Bangladesh will play Afghanistan on the 15th. And then on the same day at the CCC grounds. That's the Colombo Cricket Club grounds. Sri Lanka A versus Afghanistan. That's a massive game in this group. There's two strong teams. And with Bangladesh, the three full members of this group, associate and full members, are playing in this tournament. Pace of the ball, but just can't get past mid-on.
Rakibul still trying his best to generate some pace from that slow delivery. Karunaratne in his 8th over. We see the young man once again just talking away, realization that they're going to win it, but he wants to win it emphatically. He knows that Bangladesh are trying desperately here to reduce the margin, and he's telling his bowler, maybe a little senior to him, right, let's keep it tight, do not give away any freebies. Stands his ground, slaps it away. Quickly through for the first one and calls for the second. Makes it quite easily in the end.
Well, the requirement is becoming almost beyond Bangladesh at the moment. They need to go at almost 17 runs, which means they need to get 56 of 20 balls. And you're looking at numbers 9 and 10 at the wicket. So that's beyond them. But what Bangladesh will tell themselves is that they had a chance. Even with these wickets down, you're down to the last 5 overs. You're looking at 60 runs. And if you have set batters at the wicket and batting left, they can always challenge such a target. Short ball, that will be called a wide. It is. But one thing, hats off to the SSC curator. He's produced a brilliant surface. This is that last delivery, banged in short, way above the head, and it has allowed the batters to be very comfortable. Nothing really for the bowlers on this surface.
Yes, the bowlers had to struggle, but the Sri Lankan bowlers will be pretty happy in eking out 8 wickets. 45 of 48 deliveries, this partnership. Tail is wagging for Bangladesh. It drags, it doesn't really get a hold of it. Gets a single, and Ripon Mondal has to face the last ball, ensure that they go on to the next over. Gets closer and closer to completing the 50 overs, which would be the secondary thought after the initial thought of trying to go for a win. Once the realization set in that you're not going to do that because of the loss of wickets, then you want to go and ensure that you play out the 50 overs. Wild swing, misses it. 47 overs completed. 296 for 8. Match tomorrow here at the Singhalese Sports Club. India A versus the United Arab Emirates A team. Match number 3 of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Got off to a good start here Thursday in the wonderful city of Colombo. Very picturesque grounds all around. It's been a decent game of cricket. Bangladesh may be on the wrong end, but of the experience gathered here. And you know something, Roshan, that is noticeable. In the past, there have been occasions when the tail has not really wagged for Bangladesh. Value addition by batters number 8, 9 and 10 is imperative in these circumstances, and these two have done a good job, a great job so far, ensuring they're still around.
They'll take heart of the fact that they've got almost 300, 297 for 8, which is a very good response. Yes, they may lose the game. Teams would want to carry forward those positives. They'll dwell on the positives. They'll try and look at minimizing the negatives, but plenty of positives for Bangladesh here. They challenged the Sri Lankan side. They batted aggressively. The bowling was found wanting at the start because they wilted under pressure. They didn't have a method of containing the Sri Lankan batters, so that will be a concern. They'll have to maybe relook at the bowling mix if options are available. The 50 partnership is up, and very creditable for wicket number 9, and they're almost there, just one shy of 300.
And quick time too, 54 deliveries for the 50 between Rakibul and Rifan Mondol. Give some heart, give something for them to take forward. And pretty surprised with the batting prowess of the pacer Rifan Mondol. He hasn't played too many false shots, 1 or 2 occasions he has. That's the breakup, 35 for Rakibul and 14 from Rifan Mondol. Down the wicket, smashes it, doesn't quite get in the meaty part of the bat. It allows the ball to go through. A little bit straighter, it might have gone to the boundary. 48 overs done. The 300 comes up for Bangladesh for the loss of 8. Two more overs to go. Rakibul and Rifan Mondol in the middle. Change of bowling. Oh, very awkward. Up in the air. Spoons it up, but falls into no man's land. Not for the first time today.
That was awkward. He got into a very awkward position. That was the shot he attempted. He wanted to play the ramp, but I think Pramod Madhushan rushed him. Just look at this. He gets into no position because that ball followed him. For a moment, he lost sight of it. So as a result of it, he just couldn't get into position to play the shot. He just blindly swung. But he gets away with it.
Yeah, it sort of hurried onto him and it just went on with the shot in hope. Rakibul, 40. Oh, it's at last just trying to give a big swing to that bat. Gets the inside part and eventually gets out. So the partnership is broken.
Pasindu Surya Bandara, the catcher, Pramod Madhushan, finally. Well, he's got his second wicket, but it's some solace for him. Pace of the ball, that's the off-cutter. That was a well-judged catch. It wasn't a very difficult chance. He had to move, but he held on quite well. Diving in the end. Very well-judged catch by Pasindu Surya Bandara. Sri Lanka's catching has been good. They've taken some outstanding catches. That's another one of them. Rakibul Hasan out for 40. 301 for 9.
Mushfiq Hassan, well, not too much to talk about in terms of runs, but he'll be hoping that he can just pair up with his bowling partner and play out the remaining deliveries of the innings. 4 in this over and 6 after. Madhushan. Full toss. Straight down the throat. Not in control. Couldn't hit it hard enough to take it over the top. And the happy captain doesn't show too much emotion, does he? But of course, it's quite an emphatic win here for the Sri Lanka A team.
Yeah, very creditable. I must say at one stage Sri Lanka was under pressure, but I think the bowling resources rallied quite well and well led by Dunit Velalage. And eventually a friendly full toss on the leg stump. And Mushfiq wasn't really in control of that shot. Good catch by Sahan Arachige in the deep. So a satisfying win for Sri Lanka in this opening game. Bangladesh dismissed for 301 in the 49th over. Another look on the leg stump, not in control. Taken in the deep. So Sri Lanka cleaning up the tail as Bangladesh have been dismissed for 301 in 48.5 overs.
There's been quite a clinical performance here by Sri Lanka, starting off with that good innings to put the pressure on Bangladesh. And Bangladesh never really build up those partnership on a regular basis, and that's evidence of that. Naeem Sheikh 22, but it was Tanzid and Saif Hassan who got to the 50s, and eventually Shomo Sarkar getting 42, but not enough. That bonding that was required in building up a bit partnership with at least one playing the sheet anchor role did not happen. Side fight back by Rakibul right at the end, tried his best to take it deep into the end, but didn't quite happen. Eventually Bangladesh bowling up. Impressive bowling by the Sri Lankans.
Well, they suffered a little bit at the start. Madhushan went for some runs. Arachige got 2 wickets. I thought Dushan Hemant's spell was critical. Came in and got those 3 cheap wickets. Velalage was good. 8 overs for 41. But Sri Lanka, well, they won't be too excited about this bowling performance. It was a challenge, but eventually they made sure that they held their nerve. And this is how Bangladesh started. They were very promising. They looked impressive. Every time the ball was pitched up, there were some lovely drive shots like that. And then they worked the angles brilliantly.
They did indeed. The lovely use of the feet on most occasions. Driving down the ground, wide of the fielders. The trust they put in the wicket. They saw the Sri Lankan batters bat so well. So they're pretty happy with the way the ball was coming on, picking them up very nicely. Lovely use of the feet on occasions to put it over the top. And once they're going, they're well ahead. Eventually, that little stumping that turned the things up. The first one, a little edge straight through to the keeper. No problems for the umpire to give that decision. And we talked about wickets falling in pairs, and that was the big problem. There were little partnerships building, and then suddenly 2 wickets would fall, and that kept pegging the Bangladeshis back. Threat of rain also playing on their minds with the DLS. They were behind the DLS power at times, but thankfully the weather has held off, and Bangladesh kept on going on their merry way ahead till the wickets started falling on a regular basis.
The problem for Bangladesh is they all had starts. They threatened with partnerships. They just couldn't carry on. This is another example of a soft dismissal that was dragged down, found the fielder, then looking for that slog sweep, depositing it in the hands of the man at deep mid-wicket, just picking the sole fielder. Well, meanwhile, they did get runs. And take a look at this catch. This wasn't an easy catch. This was Avishka Fernando running back, never easy over your shoulder. See, this was the moment I thought that Bangladesh really lost it. And with the wicket of the very first ball of a wrong, and this man had come in and struck some blows.
What's happening? They tried to just get closer and closer to the target, but kept on losing the wickets. That didn't really allow them. It was more damage control, thinking of the run rate. Net run rate would come into play, may come into play latter part of the day. Some streaky shots, some lucky shots over the top. Reverse attempted, got a bit of glove, and good catch behind.
Well, full marks for Bangladesh for trying. They really threw their bat at almost everything. This is Musaka, very well caught by Pasindu Surya Bandara. Sun falling on his eyes, but still made sure. But I was impressed with the late order. They came down the pitch, they took on the bowling, but eventually the task was beyond them, and this is how the last wicket fell. Sahana Arachige in the deep taking a good catch.
That was the end of the Bangladesh innings, and that's what has happened in this match number 1. Sri Lanka 349 for 8. Bangladesh finishing and getting out at 301, giving Sri Lanka a convincing win by 48 runs. Right, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon for the presentation. That's what's transpired in match number 1 of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. 349 posted by Sri Lanka with a century by Fernando. Bangladesh falling short. Bowled out for 301, and Sri Lanka win this their first game by 48 runs. It's been quite good. Saif Hassan getting 53 and Tanzid 51. All right, it's time for the presentation. Let's go down and join Raman Banot.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony for the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023 match that was just played out between Sri Lanka A and Bangladesh A. What a match, and we had 650 runs scored in the day's play, and in the end, Sri Lanka A emerging victorious by 48 runs. Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation party, I have here with me Mr. Krisantha Kapawatha. He is the Honorary Assistant Secretary, Sri Lanka Cricket, and he will be presenting the Player of the Match award, which goes to none other than Avishka Fernando. Many congratulations, Avishka. Congratulations, Avishka. We'll have a quick chat with you as well. It was, in the end, a match-defining 100 by you. That 133, in the end, turning out to be crucial because you carried your bat pretty much post the 35th over.
Yeah, it's a main thing is our batters are really well today. So it's a main thing today, turning point this match.
High-scoring game, 650 runs scored. Yeah. It was really a lot for the batters. The bowlers really had to toil with their lengths.
Yeah, this pitch is a batter's wicket. So our bowlers did well. So yeah, it's a win.
Happy with your form and happy with the way you're striking the ball?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Well, enjoy the moment. Congratulations on the Player of the Match.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Avishka Fernando, he notched up his 9th List A 100 today, the way he scored that 133. Well done. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have a quick chat with the captain of the losing side. May I request Saif Hassan to step forward, please? Saif, your team did score 301 in the chase, but 350 to chase down a target too high?
Yeah, I think we couldn't bowl well in the start, so we were leaking some runs. I think the wicket was good, but we could have restricted a little bit lesser runs.
In the chase, the way you went about your task, all top 4 batters got runs, a couple of them got half centuries, you got a 50 as well, but unfortunately nobody could carry on and carry the bat through.
Yeah, we made a mistake. I think lots of batsmen were set. They should have carried on, including me. I think we must learn from this, and it was a good match. The wicket was good. I think we should have chased it.
It's a loss nonetheless. You lost by 48 runs, but if there are any positives that you'd like to take away for your side today?
I think everyone got in, so everyone was set, everyone was hitting well, but should have carried long.
Well, hard luck today. Commiserations for the loss, and better luck for the game ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the captain of the losing side, Saif Hassan. And now I'm going to have a quick chat with the captain of the winning team, Dunit Welalage. Dunit, first and foremost, congratulations on the win. Just a quick thought on how your middle order also got some quick runs. Surya Bandara scored a quick fire 42 odd, 43 odd. You know, you got some quick runs. Bandara came in and scored a quick fire innings. So that got you to 350. Was that part of the game plan?
Yeah, we have good batting lineup. So Ashen Bandara, Pasin Surya Bandara, they have good experience, and Avishka Fernando and Minod Banuka, they took a good start. So we were continuing our batting.
Overall, you look at the positives of the batting unit, you know, 3 or 4 got runs, but just talk about your bowling unit as well. 3 wickets today for Hemanta. Just talk us through his form.
Yeah, Dushan Hemanta, he bowled really well, and also Pramod Madushan. Overall, our bowlers did really well because wicket is good batting wicket. So we did well today.
Congratulations on the win, and wishing you well for the matches ahead.
Thank you.
Congratulations there to the Sri Lanka A captain, notching up a 48-run win, and that's what we have from the presentation area. It's back to you in the comm box.
So the first day's play completed here. The Group A, Sri Lanka A winning by 48 runs, very emphatic win. And Bangladesh have their second essay here on the 15th of July at the same ground. So they'll be looking forward to that. Afghanistan and Oman lock horns prior to that. Lot to look forward to. And the games tomorrow, very interesting ones. Match number 3, India A versus United Arab Emirates A team. The first one live from the SSC at 10 a.m. local time. And also the other game across the road at the Colombo cricket ground is between the match number 4 between Pakistan A and Nepal. That's going to come live from the CCC. So we look forward to your company. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. It's a very good bye from all of us here.